since I left the city.
What do you mean? Oh, when you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no. What do you mean? Hey, yeah. When you don't want me to move, but you tell me to go. What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Said you're running out of time. What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Better make up your mind. What do you mean? You're so indecisive. What I'm saying. Trying to catch the beat, make up your heart. Don't know if you're happy or complaining. Don't want for us to win, where do I start? First you wanna go to the left, then you wanna turn right. Wanna argue all day, making love all night. First you're up, then you're down, and in between. Oh, I really wanna know, what do you mean? Oh, when you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no. What do you mean? Hey, yeah. When you don't want me to move, but you tell me to go. What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Said you're running out of time. What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Better make up your mind. What do you mean? You're overprotective when I'm leaving. Trying to compromise, but I can't win. You wanna make a point, but you keep preaching. You had me from the start, won't let this end. First you wanna go to the left, then you wanna turn right. Wanna argue all day, making love all night. First you're up, then you're down, and in between. Oh, I really wanna know, what do you mean? Oh, when you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no. What do you mean? Hey, yeah. When you don't want me to move, but you tell me to go. What do you mean? I wanna know. Oh, what do you mean? Said you're running out of time. What do you mean? Oh, baby. Oh, what do you mean? Better make up your mind. What do you mean? Oh, when you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no. What do you mean? Hey, yeah. When you don't want me to move, but you tell me to go. What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Said you're running out of time. What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Better make up your mind. What do you mean?
I used to be so happy, but without you here, I feel so low. I watch you as you left, but I can never seem to let you go. Cause once upon a time, you were my everything. It's clear to see that time hasn't changed a thing. It's buried deep inside me, but I feel there's something you should know. I will never forget you. You will always be by my side. From the day that I met you, I knew that I would love you till the day
connection with you. Feeling it, loving it, everything that we do. And all along I knew I had something special with you. But sometimes you just gotta know that these things fall through. I can have my connection with you. I will never forget you. And you'll always be by my side. Always be by my side. The day that I met you, I knew that I would love you till the day I die. 'Cause I won't ever want much more. And in my heart I will always be sure that I will never forget you. Never forget you. And you'll always be by my side till the day I die. 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 Oh yeah, yeah. Till the day I die. Till the day I die. Till the day I die. I will never forget you. I will never, 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 never forget you. Till the day I die.
Yeah, so right, so fresh, so five, no less. So right, I just flex. She can't get me out of her head. She wanna hear TT on a KDA with a KEB in that set. Oh yeah, ain't no one left. Rumble, go hard, no rest. Come on.
You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it.
Rumble, go hard, no rest. Come on.
You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it.
Yeah, turn like a twister. Spin round, might put it on your sister. Got swag like a hipster. Even girls wanna lips ya. What a face, what a mixture. Bare lights when I'm looking to get Insta. Last night was a picture. In the pool getting busy with a mix. So right, so fresh. Top five, no less. It's alright, I just flex. She can't get me out of her head. She wanna hear TT on a KDA with a KEB in that set. Oh yeah, ain't no one left. Rumble, go hard, no rest. Come on.
You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it.
Rumble, go hard, no rest. Come on.
You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it. Keep on coming back for more. Got me knocking tighter. You know how to take me higher. You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it.
standing still. Nothing else matters now, you're not here. So where are you? I've been calling you. I'm missing you. Where else can I go? Where else can I go? Chasing you. Chasing you. never be your knight in shining armor. I might never be the one you take home to mother. And I might never be the one who brings you flowers. But I can be the one tonight. When I first saw you from across the room, I could tell that you were curious. Oh yeah, girl, I hope you're sure what you're looking for. 'Cause I'm not good at making promises. But if you like causing trouble up in hotel rooms, and if you like having secret little rendezvous, if you like to do the things you know that we shouldn't do, then baby, I'm perfect. Baby, I'm perfect for you. And if you like midnight driving with the windows down, and if you like going places we can't even pronounce, if you like to do whatever you've been dreaming about, baby, you're perfect. Baby, you're perfect. So let's start right now. I might never be the hand you put your heart in, or the arms that hold you anytime you want them. But that don't mean that we can't live here in the moment. 'Cause I can be the one you love from time to time. When I first saw you from across the room, I could tell that you were curious. Oh yeah, girl, I hope you're sure what you're looking for. 'Cause I'm not good at making promises. But if you like causing trouble up in hotel rooms, and if you like having secret little rendezvous, if you like to do the things you know that we shouldn't do, then baby, I'm perfect. Baby, I'm perfect for you. And if you like midnight driving with the windows down, and if you like going places we can't even pronounce, if you like to do whatever you've been dreaming about, baby, you're perfect. Baby, you're perfect. So let's start right now. And if you like cameras flashing every time we go out, oh yeah. And if you're looking for someone to write your breakup songs about, baby, I'm perfect. And baby, we're perfect. If you like causing trouble up in hotel rooms, and if you like having secret little rendezvous, if you like to do the things you know that we shouldn't do, then baby, I'm perfect. Baby, I'm perfect for you. And if you like midnight driving with the windows down, and if you like going places we can't even pronounce, if you like to do whatever you've been dreaming about, baby, you're perfect. Baby, you're perfect. So let's start right now.
It was only a smile, but my heart, it went wild. I wasn't expecting that. Just a delicate kiss, anyone could have missed. I wasn't expecting that. Did I misread the sign? Your hand slipped into mine. I wasn't expecting that. You spent the night in my bed. You woke up and you said, well, I wasn't expecting that. I thought love wasn't meant to last. I thought you were just passing through. If I ever get the nerve to ask, what did I get right to deserve somebody like you? I was wasn't expecting that. It was only a word, it was almost misheard. I wasn't expecting that. But it came without fear. A month turned into a year. I wasn't expecting that. I thought love wasn't meant to last. Honey, I thought you were just passing through. If I ever get the nerve to ask, what did I get right to deserve somebody like you? I wasn't expecting that. Oh, and isn't it strange how life can be changed in the flicker of the sweetest smile? We were married in spring. You know I wouldn't change a thing without that innocent kiss. What a life I'd have missed if you not took a chance on a little romance when I wasn't expecting that. Time doesn't take long. 3 kids up and gone. I wasn't expecting that. When the nurses they came, said it's come back again, I wasn't expecting that. Then you closed your eyes, you took my heart by surprise. I wasn't expecting that.
All alone as you look through the door, nothing left to see. If it hurts and you can't take no more, lay it all on me. No, you don't have to keep it under lock and key, 'cause I will never let you down. And if you can't escape all your uncertainty, baby, I can show you how. Let my love in, let my love in. strong? Tell me honestly, would you still love me the same?
Right about now. If I judge for life, man, would you stay by my side? Or is you gonna say goodbye? Can you tell me right now? If I couldn't buy you the fancy things in life, shawty, would it be alright? Come and show me that you don't.
Now tell me, would you really ride for me? Baby, tell me, would you die for me? Would you spend your whole life with me? Would you be there to always hold me down? Tell me, would you really cry for me? Baby, don't lie to me. If I didn't have anything, I wanna know, would you stick around?
If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same?
Skiddly down, 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 down. All I want is somebody real who don't need much. A gal I know that I can trust. To be here when money low. If I did not have nothing else to give but love, would that even be enough? Y'all me need to know. Now tell me, would you really ride for me? Baby, tell me, would you die for me? Would you spend your whole life with me? Would you be there to always hold me down? Tell me, would you really cry for me? Baby, don't lie to me. If I didn't have anything, I wanna know, would you stick around?
If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same?
Tell me, would you want me? Tell me, would you call me? If you knew I wasn't ballin'.
Cause I need a girl who's always by my side.
Tell me, do you need me? Tell me, do you love me? Yeah. Or is you just tryna play me?
Cause I need a girl to hold me down for life.
If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, and if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? Would you still love me the same?
I got all this stuff waiting just for you. I just gotta know that your love is true. Can't keep running, boy, in and out my life. Wanna be your girl, girl, 'cause the mood is right. If I let you go, it's hard to know. Will you hide? Will you be there for me when I need someone to hold? Baby, don't misunderstand. I don't want you for my man. I just need a little time before I invest my life. Don't walk away, don't walk away. My love won't hurt, no, no. Don't walk away, don't walk away. I'll be right there for you. Don't walk away, don't walk away. My love won't hurt, no, no. Don't walk away, don't walk away. I'll be right there for you. I want you to breathe me. Let me be your air. Let me roam your body freely. No inhibition, no fear. How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean? What devotion are you? How deep is your love? Is it like Nirvana? Hit me harder again. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean? Pull me closer again. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? Open up my eyes and tell me who I am. Let me in on all your secrets. No inhibition, no sin. How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean? What devotion are you? How deep is your love? Is it like Nirvana? Hit me harder again. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean? Pull me closer again. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is your love?
So tell me how deep is your love, can it go deep? So tell me how deep is your love, can it go deeper? So tell me how deep is your love, can it
How
go deep?
deep is your love?
So tell me how deep is your love, can it
How deep is your love? Pull me closer again. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is your love?
So tell me how deep is your love, can it
How deep is your love?
how deep is your love, can it go deeper? So tell me how deep is your love, can it
went to the moped store, said fuck it. And the salesman's like, what up? What's your budget? And I'm like, honestly, I don't know nothing about mopeds. He said,
I got the one for you. Follow me.
ooh, it's too real. Chromed out mirror, I don't need a windshield. Banana seat, a canopy on 2 wheels. 800 cash, that's a hell of a deal. I'm headed
Downtown, cruising through the alley, tiptoeing in the street like ballet. Pulled up, moped to the valet. White walls on the wheels like mayonnaise. Dope, my crew is ill, and all we need is 2 good wins. Got gas in the tank, cash in the bank, and a bad little mama with her ass in my face. I'ma lick that, stick that, break her off, kick cat, snuck her in backstage. You don't need a wristband. Dope.
killing the game, about to catch a body. Past the Hartley, Dookie on the Ducati. Timberland, Khaled, Scott Storch, Birdman. Goddamn, man, everybody got Bugattis. But I'ma keep a hella 1987, head into the dealership and drop a stack and cop a Kawasaki. I'm stunning on everybody, hella raw pasta wasabi. I'm so low that my scrotum's almost dragging up on the concrete. My seat is leather, I ride 'em line, it's pleather. But girl, we can still ride together. You don't need a Uber, you don't need a cab. Fuck a bus pass, you got a moped, man. She got 1988 Mariah Carey hair, very rare. Mom jeans on her derriere, throwing up the west side as we tear in the air. Stop by Pike Place, throwing fish to a player.
Downtown, 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 downtown. She has her arms around your waist. You're the balance that will keep her safe. Have you ever felt the warm embrace of a leather seat between your legs? You don't want no beef, boy. No, I run the streets, boy. Better follow me, Troy. What you see is what you get, girl. Don't ever forget, girl. Ain't seen nothing yet until you're downtown.
No, cut the bullshit, get off my mullet. Stonewash so raw, moped like a bullet. Yow, you can't catch me, a po-po. Can't reprimand me. I'm in a B1 stance, I'm not dancing. I got your girl on the back going tandem. Cause I'm too damn quick, I'm too damn slick. Whole downtown yelling out, who that is?
It's me, the M, the AC, the K. Sounding like a French pimp from back in the day. I take her to Ponderay and I watch her skate. I mean water ski, ollie ollie oxen free. I'm perusing down forth and they watching me. I do a headstand, the eagle lands on my seat. Well hello, but baby the kickstand ain't free. Now do you or do you not wanna ride with me? I got one girl, I got 2 wheels. She a big girl, that ain't a big deal. I like a big girl, I like 'em sassy. Going down a back street, listening to Blackstreet. Running around the whole town. Neighbors yelling at me like you need to slow down. Going 38, Dan, chill the fuck out. Mow your damn lawn and sit the hell down. If I only had one helmet, I would give it to you. Give it to you. Cruising down Broadway, girl, what a wonderful view. Wonderful view. There's layers to the shit, player. Tiramisu, tiramisu. Let my coattail drag, but I ain't tiramisu. Tiramisu.
Downtown, 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 downtown. She has her arms around your waist.
sip on, I'm all fur. Asked her if a fatty rich, she said that's all her. Got her with the happy feel, I'm about to spoil her. Got her with the happy feel, I'm about to spoil her. Oh my.
She's fine, wonder when she'll be mine. She walked past, I press rewind to see that ass one more time. And I got this soda, Remy boys, they know us. All fast money, no slow box. No one can control us. Ay, yeah, baby.
baby. Then you fly, baby. Looking at the whip frame, that's a nice 80s. Used to throw it to me like Tom Brady. With that long blonde hair, that's Marsha Brady. I'm all about you lately, Chelsea high handler. Got your legs racing hard on vacation. No exaggeration, said you amazing. Moving too fast, can't pace it. Soon, but
like you mean it. Kiss me like you mean it. If this is the last night, baby, let's do this right. Kiss me like you mean it.
Broken heart that no one else could see. I drew a smile on my face to paper over me. But wounds heal when tears dry and cracks they don't show. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. Let's go back to simplicity. I feel like I've been missing me. Was not who I'm supposed to be. I felt this darkness over me. We all get there eventually. I never knew where I belong, but I was right and you were wrong. Been telling myself all along. Don't be so hard on yourself, no. Learn to forgive, learn to let go. Everyone trips, everyone falls. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. 'Cause I'm just this dark cloud keep raining over me. But hearts break and hell's a place that everyone knows. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. Let's go into simplicity. I feel like I've been missing me. Was not who I'm supposed to be. I felt this darkness over me. We all get there eventually. I never knew where I belong, but I was right and you were wrong. Been telling myself all along. Don't be so hard on yourself, no. Learn to forgive, learn to let go. Everyone trips,
chateau. Visualize it.
I'll give it something to do.
Kuch, kuch, wherever we go. Visualize it.
I'll give it something to do.
Get a wildfire burning. Visualize it.
I'll give it something to do.
Ace high and going all in. Visualize it.
I'll give it something to do.
Spread it like peanut butter jelly. Do it like I owe you some money. Spread it like peanut butter jelly. Do it like I owe you some money. Money, 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 Spread it like Spread it like Visualize it.
I'll give it something to do.
Spread it like sleepless nights at the chateau. Visualize it.
I'll give it something to do.
Kuch, kuch, wherever we go. Visualize it.
I'll give it something to do.
Get a wildfire burning. Visualize it.
I'll give it something to do.
Ace high and going all in. Visualize it.
I'll give it something to do.
Spread it like peanut butter jelly. Do it like I owe you some money. Spread it like peanut butter jelly. Do it like I owe you some money. Money, 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 Spread it like Spread it like Visualize it.
I'll give it something to do.
Spread it like
Visualize it. I'll give it something to do.
Visualize it.
I'll give it something to do.
Decisions as I go to anywhere I flow. Sometimes I believe, at times I'm rational. I can fly high, I can go low. Today I got a million, tomorrow I don't know. Decisions as I go to anywhere I flow. Sometimes I believe, at times I'm rational. I can fly high, I can go low. Today I got a million, tomorrow I don't know. Stop claiming what you own and think about the show. We're all playing the same game, waiting on alone. We're unknown and known. don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me. We were victims of the night, the chemical, physical kryptonite, helpless to the base and the fading light. Oh, we were bound to get together, bound to get together. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me. A backless dress and some beat up sneaks, my discotheque, Juliet, teenage dream. I felt it in my chest as she looked at me. I knew we were bound to be together, bound to be together. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me. Oh, come on, girl. Deep in her eyes, I think I see the future. I realize this is my last chance. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance. Don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me. Ooh, shut up this king says to ourselves, don't have to share with no one else. Don't keep your secrets to yourself. It's Kama Sutra show and tell. Yeah. Whoa, there's loving in your eyes that pulls me closer. It's so subtle, I'm in trouble, but I love to be in trouble with you. Let's Marvin Gaye and get it on. You got the healing that I want, just like they say in the song. Until the dawn, let's Marvin Gaye and get it on. You got to give it up to me. I'm screaming mercy, mercy, please. Just like they say in the song. Until the dawn, let's Marvin Gaye and get it on.
And when you leave me all alone, I'm like a stray without a home. I'm like a dog without a bone. I just want you for my home. I got to have you, babe. Oh, there's love in your eyes that pulls me closer.
It's so subtle, I'm in trouble, but I'd rather be in trouble with you. It's Marvin Gaye and get it on. Ooh, baby, I got that healing that you want, yeah.
Like they say in the songs, until the dawn, let's Marvin Gaye and get it on.
Let's Marvin Gaye and get it on. You got that healing that I want, just like they say in the song. Until the dawn, it's Marvin Gaye and get it on, babe. You got to give it up to me.
17:30. I'm like, hey, what's up, hello? Since your pretty ass soon as you came in the door. I just wanna chill, got a sack for us to roll. Married to the money, introduced her to my stove. Showed her how to whip it, now she remixing for low. She my track queen, let her hit the bando. We be counting up, watch how far them bands go. We just set it go, talking matching Lambos. At 56 a gram, 500 grams though. Man, I swear I love her, how she work the damn pole. Hit the strip club, we be letting bands go. Everybody hate who we just call them fans though. In love with the money, I ain't never letting go. And I get high with my baby, baby. I just left the mall, I'm getting fly with my baby, yeah. And I get ride with my baby, baby. I'll be in the kitchen cooking pies with my baby, yeah. And I get ride with my baby. I just left the mall, I'm getting fly with my baby, yeah. And I get ride with my baby. I'll be in the kitchen cooking pies. I'm like, hey, I hit the strip on my track quick, cause all we know is biz. I just might snatch a Ferrari and buy my boo a limb. I just might snatch her a necklace, drop a couple on the ring. She ain't wantin' for nothing because I got her everything. Is big zoo up on the band though. Remind me where I can't go. Remy Bush got the stamp though. Kind of hell of the bands though. Boy, how fucking your bands go fatty? Wap on them at 50,000K. How I stand though? If you judge it from my pockets, I'm locked. And I get high with my baby, baby. I just left the mall, I'm getting fly with my baby, yeah. And I get ride with my baby, baby. I'll be in the kitchen cooking pies with my baby, yeah. And I get ride with my baby, baby. I just left the mall, I'm getting fly with my baby, yeah. And I get ride with my baby, baby. I'll be in the kitchen cooking pies. I'm like, hey, what's up, hello? Seen your pretty ass soon as you came in the door. I just wanna chill, got a sack for us to roll. Married to the money, introduced her to my stove. Showed her how to whip it, now she remixing for low. She my track queen, let her hit the bando. We be counting up, watch how far them bands go. We just set it though, talking matching Lambos. 56 a gram, 500 grams though. Man, I swear I love her, how she work the damn pole. Hit the strip club, we be letting bands go. Everybody hate who we just call them fans though. In love with the money, I ain't never let go. I'll be smoking dope and you know backwards what I roll. Remy boy fatty, eating shit up, that's for sure. I'll run in your house, then I fuck your hoe. Remy boys is nothing, Remy boys is nothing.
Yeah, you hear my boy, sounding like a zillion bucks on a track. I got whatever on my board, whatever. Put your money where your mouth is. Money on the wood make the game go good. Money out of sight cause fights. Put up or shut up, huh? Knit the grit, huh? RGF Productions.
Loving can hurt. Loving can hurt sometimes. But it's the only thing that I know. When it gets hard, you know it can get hard sometimes. It is the only thing that makes us feel alive. We keep this love in a photograph. can heal. Loving can mend your soul. And it's the only thing that I know. I swear it will get easier. Remember that with every piece of you. And it's the only thing we take with us when we die. Keep this love in its photograph. We made these memories for ourselves, where our eyes are never closing, hearts were never broken, time's forever frozen still. So you can keep me inside the pocket of your ripped jeans, holding me closer till our eyes meet. You won't ever be alone. And if you hurt me, that's okay, baby. Only words bleed inside these pages. You just hold me. I won't ever let you go. Wait for me to come home. 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 Oh, you can fit me inside the necklace you got when you were 16, next to your heartbeat where I should be. Keep it deep within your soul. And if you hurt me, well, that's okay, baby. Only words bleed inside these pages. You just hold me. I won't ever let you go. When I'm away, I will remember how you kissed me under the lamppost back on 6th Street, hearing you whisper through the phone. Wait for me to come home.
I wanna dance by water beneath the Mexican sky, drink some margaritas by swinging blue lights, listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? Are you with me? Are you with me? Listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? I wanna dance by water beneath the Mexican sky, drink some margaritas by swinging blue lights, listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? Are you with me? I wanna dance by water beneath the Mexican sky, drink some margaritas by swinging blue lights, listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? I wanna dance by water beneath the Mexican sky, drink some margaritas by swinging blue lights, listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me?
myself go. And now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Oh, oh, oh. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. I've been waiting for you. It's been so long. I knew just what I would do when I heard your song. You filled my heart with a kiss. You gave me freedom. You knew I could not resist. I needed someone. And now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Oh, 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 oh. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. At first you put your arms around me, then you put your charms around me. We stare into each other's eyes, and what we see is no surprise. Got a feeling lost for treasure, and a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you.
I gave you the key when the door wasn't open. Just admit it. See, I gave you faith, turned your doubt into hope, and can't deny it. Now I'm all alone and my joys turn them open. Tell me, where are you now that I need you? Where are you now? Where are you now that I need you? Couldn't find you anywhere. When you broke down, I didn't leave you. I was by your side. So where are you now that I need you? Where are you now that I need you? Attention when nobody else was paying. I gave you the shirt off my back, what you saying? keep you warm. I showed you the game everybody else was playing. That's for sure. And I was on my knees when nobody else was praying. Oh Lord. Where are you now that nature? Where are you now that I need you? I need you, I need you, I need you, I need you, I need you. Where are you now that I need you? I need you, I need you, I need you. I need you the most.
Hello, it's me. I was wondering if after all these years you'd like to go over everything. They say that time's supposed to heal ya, but I ain't done much bleeding. Hello, can you hear me? I'm in California dreaming about who we used to be when we were younger and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the world fell at our feet. There's such a difference between us and a million miles. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm everything that I've done, but when I call you never typical of me to talk about myself. I'm sorry. I hope that you're well. Did you ever make it out of that town where nothing ever happened? It's no secret that the both of us are running out of time. So hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call, you never seem to be home. Hello from the outside. At least I can say that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart, but it don't matter. It clearly doesn't tear you apart anymore. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call, you never seem to be home. Hello from the outside. At least I can say that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart, but it don't matter. It clearly doesn't tear you apart anymore. You gotta go and get angry at all of my honesty. You know I try, but I don't do too well with apologies. I hope I don't run out of time, cause someone call a referee. Cause I just need one more shot, have forgiveness. I know that I made those mistakes maybe once or twice. And by once or twice I mean maybe a couple of 100 times. So let me redeem on myself tonight. Cause I just need one more shot, second chances. Yeah. Is it too late now to say sorry? Cause I'm missing more than just your body. Oh, is it too late now to say sorry? Yeah, I know that I let you down. Is it too late to say sorry now? Take every single piece of the blame if you want me to. But you know that there is no innocent one in this game for two. But I'll go, and then you go out and spill the truth. But can we both say the words and forget this? Yeah, is it too late now to say sorry? Cause I'm missing more than just your body. Oh, is it too late now to say sorry? Yeah, I know that I let you down. Is it too late to say I'm sorry now? I'm not just trying to get you back on
Say that we will be together, you and I, love forever. Say that we will be together, you and I, love forever.
so long I've been alone, trying to find some peace of mind, some meaning. If you stay, I'll find a way. Never let it fade away. I'll be true. I wanna know which way to go. Tell me now, tell me how to reach you. Once you believe, start to receive. Anything can happen. Once you give in, start to begin. Anything can happen. You can make it happen. Once you believe, start to receive. Anything can happen. Once you give in, start to begin. Anything can happen. You can make it happen. Never let it fade away. Let it fade away. Never let it fade away. Let it fade away. Never let it fade away. Let it fade away. Never let it fade away. Let it fade away.
I would like to present the director of the museum, Ms. Pilar.
Thank you very much. Bon dia a tothom, benvinguts al Museu del Disseny, bienvenidos. Welcome, welcome to Design Museum of Barcelona. Welcome again. Welcome because we are very content, very happy you are here with us again. In fact, this year is the 16th edition, number 16, but is the 5th edition in collaboration with our museum. You are in your home because our museum is of the OFF Festival House. And Pep Salazar is our good friend, This year, we have a new museum. The last year, we opened it, in fact, in December 2014, we opened its doors. And I would like you can visit our exhibitions. Our exhibitions about industrial design, fashion design, and graphic design, and our historic collections of decorative arts also. I think, I am sure you will like. Now, I think I must thanks to Pep Salazar, thanks Pep and all your team, all, and also thanks the team of museum, because all together they organize this festival for you, for all. And finally, I thank you all for being here. And I think you enjoy festival, enjoy the museum, enjoy Barcelona, and above all, visit it's free access our museum, and I think you return next year. And finally, yes, finally, enjoy Barcelona and see you here next year. See you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Pilar. It is really our home. Thank you for having us once again here. It's so good to see you guys. It's good to see old faces and new faces. And for the new faces, get ready because it's going to be an awesome ride. And even better than your first time, you know? So we just want to say that every time we finish off, we work all year for this. And every time we finish, we feel really homesick. And today, we realized, you know, watching you guys entering the doors this morning, we realized that you are home to us. And thank you so much for being faithful for this festival. And Hector Ayuso always makes sure to have all this prepared for you. I also want to thank the Generalitat de Catalunya, Museu del Disseny, Fundación Banco Sabadell, l'Ajuntament de Barcelona, Adobe, and Audi and Moritz for the awesome beer that we have in the fun zone. So get ready for an after party. And just hold on to your seats because all the speakers have something super special for you. Everyone created something special for OFF, and just get ready. Right now, I also want to thank the students of Atelier because all this awesome campaign, Watch This, was made by them. And let's see the open titles. Xavi? ¿Alguien?
Hey, how's everyone feeling? Welcome to OFF 2016. We are super excited to be here. Although we do have a confession to make. Most of us have absolutely no clue of what we're doing up here. But we'll do our best to keep you pumped during the speech. Let me introduce you to this year's Atelierians. First off, Anna. She hates rice. Desi, who really knows how to dance. Fab, the master chef of Atelier. Gemma, the barbecue planner. Luisa, old school style in a modern world. Marie, never without her bike. Pepe, the selfie master. Sarah, obsessed with fresh vegetables. Sasha, addicted to Snapchat. Yogi, from Bel Air to Barcelona. And that's me, Kitty. My friends say I'm a nice Latin rapper.
We began this adventure together called Atelier. We became this dysfunctional family from 9 different countries. And we like to think that we are not just designers. We are players, graphic designers, art director, dancer, planners, and a lot of the stuff. And we play, learn, and experiment every day.
So it's not easy to talk about ourselves, but we'll just go for it. Being 8 women and only 3 guys, I can just say things get a little bit crazy around here. We like bikes, soccer, birthdays, cakes, gifs, bermuds, calzots, and making massive barbecues. We love food. We also like to mess up with the language a little bit, with expressions like chino, children, I know, no mola nada. But why? Give it a tuning now. Wait in the car. Pee like a dragon. Ñam ñam. Ponlo más largo. Oh marga. Cerotes. Me pela la verga. And I'm screaming all this because I'm Latin. Some of us even like to rap, gap, map. I'm just saying random words. We don't care if this sounds like crap. Rat-a-tat, what? But more seriously now, we want to show you a little bit of our year.
I won't last and love in a
romance. I want me some lust, some love, and a smattering of that old time romance. But I'm no good at dancing, and yet I have to do something. Tonight I'm gonna play it straight, I'm gonna take my chance. Yeah, I wanna dance, I wanna dance. And when you're me, but the drum heads are in the front. So next time I see you, remember these words. We'll sing when the barricades are down, and we'll dance like no one's around, singing four simple words.
Well, I almost cry watching this video. But let me give you some flashlights about Atelier. Which kind of school makes you stay until 3, 4, 5 a.m. or even sleep there because we have the keys? Which kind of school makes you treat Sundays like Mondays? Yeah, that's right. You love Sundays, don't you? Well, we don't. No, just kidding. On the other side, I cannot resume all this entire experience, all these works of 1 year, all these awesome times with these incredible guys. I cannot do this by myself, and we want to thank Aimedu Champ for all her collaboration. So I cannot do this by myself. We can give you a nice review right now.
So, at the final, you learn to do billions of different things at the same time. And you end up with your left hand doing Illustrator, with your right hand making videos, thinking about GIFs, and discussing posters, graphic design, and editorial, all at the same time. But you start to enjoy it, and after you enjoy it, you understand that this is how in real family business works.
So Atelier is the good kind of different. It's the chance to get out of your comfort zone, learn from inspiring designers, and also face real projects that you would never face in a classical school. Also, Atelier is a tiny, tiny school, but only in size. For example, this year it won 2 awards. The first one for Sandstone, the Open Titles of 2014, that won an Excellence in Title Design, and also a Laus Award. And the second one for Strophe, the Open Titles of last year, that it won an award for Best Video Dance Piece in a Hit and Sirva festival. So as you can see, Atelier is a lot of stuff, and this is more or less our visual definition of it. For us, Atelier is madness, it's home, it's discovery, it's try, it's fresh juice, it's opportunity, and it's play.
Yeah, that's right. And I think before going any further and showing you what we've been working on, we would really like to give special thanks to all the people who guided us throughout the whole year, full of madness, all the designers and all the studios, and most of all, Aime, Enrique, Natalie, and Hector Ayuso. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, so you feel like shit, you share the GIF that made you feel a little bit better. You're eating an awesome burger, you take a picture and send it to your friends. Certainly, we all interact in a different way between technology and the world around us, but we all share this connection between the internet and our day-to-day lives. The Watch This campaign was born to pay tribute to the what the fuck factor on the World Wide Web.
They are not just in the screen. They live inside the shower, inside the beds, and even your cereal boxes. Or, okay, maybe not, but during the campaign, it felt like it, while we were working on the pixelization and disintegration of the Watch This identity.
Did you remember this? Well, this year we tried to do something a bit different from the last one. We decided that My Sweet 16, honestly, wasn't necessary. So the main challenge was, what the fuck, how can we include the sentence, hey, watch this, less like an expression, for example, when you're about to say something stupid, but more like in a visual way. So we started a long process of concept, brainstorming, sketching, everything based on the internet and the digital stuff. We focus, after this concept, we focus on the smallest part of the web, the pixel. So we play Super Mario, we travel to the 80s, and here we got inspired by this kind of movement, the movement created by the arcade games. After this, we tried to imitate this animation. We tried to imitate this animation with different shape and different textures. We used the square and the rectangle as base, and from this one, we just apply all of these texture to a first single letter, keeping in mind that every single character has specific needs and requires a specific treatment. And after this step was easy because we just needed to apply this graphic to all the letters of the alphabet. We made all this process in Illustrator, so in this way everything was easier to manage and was also easier to apply to all the stuff. So we started first with the official poster. We have done a lot of versions, more than 100. It was fucking crazy. And finally, we found the version 115, the final one. In this one, we use the background as a flat color, and we try to use the letter S mask that we fill with a bright color palette. Here, I want to thank personally Enrique, because thanks to him, we have done all of this version just in a couple of days. Did you remember, no? And it was crazy because every day was like, esto no me mola, make it bigger, make it smaller, es muy soso. But finally, we found the right version. And the magic happens. We just needed to apply this concept, this graphic, to all the printed support, like the accreditation, the wristband, the lanyard, all the stuff that you can see here at the OFF. In the same time, we develop also a digital campaign. We create posts, contents, web banner for, well, the main social network like Facebook and Instagram. Part of the digital campaign is also the creation of the flyer for the closing party that will be this Saturday. So keep it in mind, please. And for this flyer, we try to do something a bit different, but in the same time, something connected to the main campaign. Well, basically, we try to experiment more with the glitch art, and we try to do something more in-event to the practice club. The last request from the OFF guys was the creation of a small fashion line, a t-shirt and a bag to sell during the festival. Most of us are freaking nerds, but we all agreed that wear a pixelated t-shirt, honestly, was too much, no? So we came back to the concept. We tried to do something a bit different, but in the same time connected to the sentence, hey, watch this. So, well, basically we fill the t-shirt with different icons like watches, cool sign, arrows, and asses.
Okay, so the internet, that was the inspiration for this campaign. This insane and sometimes scary place we enjoy so much made us impossible to make a campaign like this without getting caught in it. We created a mediatic campaign that was fun, dynamic, and unconventional, but also diverse and wide. We generated interactions between the authors, their works, but also with the audience, generating 4 categories of information.
And the audience. We found all these amazing pictures of the previous OFF assistants from the last years, and we wanted to do something interesting. That's why we started to think, how would it be, how would it feel during the OFF festival? So we created this tag system showing all these moods, emotions, and perspectives during your experience on the festival. So if you are a constant OFF assistant, maybe you can find yourself in some of those pictures. After that, we worked with the works of the artists. In relation with our Watch This campaign, we wanted to attract your attention. What we wanted to do was kind of provocation, we wanted to disturb you, we wanted to do something different. So at the final, we ended up doing like a huge spamp with all the content of the works of the artist. And last but not least, it was the trolling. Nowadays, we think that information comes very, very easy. It's like a big, huge of cake, and you just take it and you eat it, and that's all. But we wanted to do something different. We wanted to do the opposite. We decided to play something like a game, which was interaction in between the artist and their works. So you had to guess who is who. And we think this is much more fun.
The troll artist. Inspired by the gig work, we decided to troll of local artists. We made them do stupid and funny stuff. It was inevitable and we got very crazy. We entered in a funny dimension where the artists flew in space, they slapped to each other, and ate pudding.
We wanted to give big thanks to all the studios that helped us with this crazy idea without questioning anything. It was like Morphica, Javier Jaén, Carla Cascales, Hey, Outro Studio, and all the other artists. Thank you very much. It was very great to work with all of you. And and here comes the dessert.
Joshua, David, wow.
Disgusting minute.
Oh my god.
Madame Gandhi.
MPC, Camille, Hero Murai, Danny Sangha, Unit 9.
Cal Cooper.
Yes.
Fuck! Awesome! Fucking awesome, you know? Woohoo! Hey, studio!
Peruano. ¿Qué? What's this?
Did you feel this epileptic artist attack? Well, this was pretty hard to achieve though, because this is the final version. But there's a story. We had another version. We were working like pigeons, maybe for a month, having these closing nights or nightmares, a lot of microwave dinners, and through a lot of shit. But then we realized it was not the result we were expecting, the older version. So we decided as a team, and with the direction of our art director, we decided this was not what you deserve. So we decided to start all over from the beginning. And you know, sometimes you gotta go and say, this is crap, let's take the resignation. And this is us at Outro Studio working on the teaser with all of this craziness, all these good and bad ideas together. But the most interesting part here was to imagine what would happen if we put all these 46 artists in an alternate cyber reality.
Yeah, how the hell do you fit all these artists in, how do you recreate this alternate cyber reality? Well, the most easiest thing will be to copy an operating system that we all use, but that's simply just too easy, and right now I may put us on the road to redo everything, and the result had to be the perfect and a new kick-ass teaser. So what we did was to recollect all the information that we usually interact in the online media, and we gathered all that, and that's what we use to introduce all the speakers of the OFF. So we created these applications where we can have our track flight, where we can see where each of the speakers are, our OFF tunes, where we can listen our trendy sound designers, obviously our Offstagram, where we can pick some of the studios. And why not? We all have stalked someone once. If not, please raise your hand. I want the cure. We also have the speaker stalker. And we go further. We also made an off Tinder because, well, I don't know about you, but we sometimes feel like this guy's work is amazing. Please marry me. Please. So this was followed by the crazy interactions and the nervousness that you feel that the previous day that you are going to be at the OFF, and it's coming sooner, sooner, and sooner. And I don't know, you all have felt this. I am feeling it right now, like first time at school or
even first time a speaker.
Yeah, first time maybe in Barcelona.
Or even first time at OFF.
Yeah. And well, this is what we did, all these crazy interactions. We put them all together with this insomnia that I think we all had yesterday. And starting from 3 a.m. until the hours are approaching and approaching until this very fine and beautiful moment when we are all here together.
Do you hear that? Yeah, this is the sound that After Effects does when it has finished rendering a video. You have to agree with me, this sounds like heaven. And there is no science to it. After hours and hours of work, this is the sound you want to hear over and over again. By the way, speaking of sound, I want to take this opportunity to thank Alex Bordenova for the sound design. And finally, what we realized while working with designers is that you can make them do really stupid stuff as long as it sounds like an interesting idea and you promise good results.
Okay, so let's talk about the bumpers. The bumpers are these 12-second videos that introduce every speaker before they go on the stage. So for this year, we wanted them to be fun, to be flashy, and to cut the audience attention, like the Watch This campaign. So we started thinking about how do you feel when you're about to talk in front of 3,000 people and you feel fucking nervous. So that's why we, the troupe, decided to record ourselves doing all of these actions that relate to the moment just before going to the stage.
So for the graphics, we decided to follow the main concept of the Watch This campaign, and the simple idea of a folder containing all the bumpers came quickly to our minds. The sound is a very important part of the bumpers. We decided to take out of context sounds that caught our attention on the daily life and then contrast them with the actions. By this time, we don't mind to laugh about ourselves, and these bumpers are our 12 seconds of glory. So we just expect like you enjoy it, and also like you don't get tired of seeing us all the time.
Attention please, this is the final call for Korean Air Flight 9111.
It's him. Oh, he's so sexy.
Now we're going to talk a little bit about the archetype, this book you all have in your hands. And the archetype is the voice of a great collaboration created through images, words, concepts, ideas, and emotions. We want to thank especially Impresus for the amazing work they did, and a special one for Santi and Nuria. We don't want to ruin the surprise for you guys, but we did want to tell you a couple of things about it. So, first off, the archetype is this mix between the dictionary and an inspiring guide. We wanted to find a classical system, but always giving it a twist and making completely new things. Right, Luisa?
Yeah. Yes, it was like that. And also, we all dedicate ourselves to several specialties. But look at from the outside, sometimes it's inevitable to hear phrases like, it's just dots and lines, why is it taking you so long to deliver me? Or, this is one of my favorites, is, no, you are not charging me for that, that's way too expensive. My son can do that with his phone camera / laptop / colors. Luckily, that's not everyone's opinion, and especially for us, it's not like that. So this book is intended to avoid all the labels and tags in our profession and renaming them in a new way, in the real concept behind them, with an ironical and simple and understandable way. Words and that our profession where education is simply just avoid that ignorance, or film is just chill, Netflix, or sometimes in graphic design, it's not what you keep, but it's what you take off. And archetype is all about that. It's about all of us telling the truest story behind our profession. Also, like in the classic dictionaries, with the capital letters, we generate these custom symbols that will keep you located through it page by page while you enjoy your reading or you see all the content that was generated for it. In conclusion, archetype is a piece of work that, it's like a must-have for inspiration and consult and a mind-shaking warranty.
Yeah, and you have to know that you have in your hand 272 pages that hold the rich system. And here is what you will find it out. First, besides the years of speakers, we work with more than 100 professionals that give us their personal vision in different design areas, making this book a complete archetype. And we want to thank all of them to their participation. First, you will find also some great essays written by famous voices that share the anecdotes, stories, and different point of view. But moreover, You will find also some commissioned artworks based on our interpretation of the Carl Jung's archetypes. We gave one of them to each artist so that could create never before seen contents, like the Animus or the Animas one.
So from all the sections of the book, there's one that is a little bit special than the others. There is the character design section. And for that, we asked 12 studios to develop an artwork that represents one of the 12 archetypes. For example, the orphan, the hero, or the caregiver. And also, to make this section a little bit different from the others, we decided to design a special pattern for each one of the archetypes, taking as the elements of the illustrations and also the attributes of these characters. And you know those projects that seem never-ending, the ones that you love and hate at the same time? Well, Archetype was one of those projects that goes smoothly until at the last minute something happens. Like everything was perfect. Like we had the PDF and everything ready to send to the printer. But then we received an email with the printer telling us that we had to reduce the book 2 centimeters. So imagine redoing 272 pages. So after crying a little bit, we did it, we survived, everything was fine, and the book was perfectly printed. So in conclusion, Archetype is a lot of questions, opinions, works, and very cool stuff put together into one single statement, and we just hope you enjoy every single page of it.
So, Natura Sospesa, in English, Suspended Nature, was the name we gave to the installation we made in Casa Bonai. Casa Bonai is this beautiful hotel placed in the center of Barcelona that has a neoclassical architecture. The owners decided to restore the place to keep its original style, but also to embrace local designers. So the brief was to make an installation in the hall of Casa Bonai, something modern and subtle, but had a Mediterranean touch, and was made completely out of paper.
As plants are an important part of Casa Bonai, we decided to go in that direction and create a natural space. We designed a bunch of different leaf forms in a Mediterranean palette, actually 328. After spending entire days cutting them, we hang them in a hotel's hall. Actually, the idea was to highlight the natural presence inside the hotel in a layered and live installation. And here you have it.
And now we've reached the open titles. And during the year, we had these experiences, and some were a little bit negative. And I mean, there were moments in which we felt like luck was not in our favor, like we had upset the universe completely, and we had those days that didn't feel like our days. And that's more or less where the open titles began, right?
Oh yeah. For the open title, we tried to do something a bit different. We tried to tell a story that tried to emphasize and exaggerate all of these small daily events. But in the final, you don't have to think that there is something wrong with you, but there is something wrong with everyone. And now we show you the open title making of.
It's nice. I remember this badass day. We were running like pigeons and carrying all the heavy camera equipments all around Montjuic. But yeah, it was worth it that whole day. Coming to the story, we got inspired by some mythology and legends, and we started developing the story between 12 friends in an outdoor and sarcastically perfect picnic. But each cast member was associated with a mythological character, like Medusa with snakes, and Ulysses with mermaid, and Narciso, the impossible love.
So for us, pre-production was the key. We knew that we wanted to shoot outside and breathe fresh air after months of pixels. So finally, after days and days of scouting all the existing parks and forests around Barcelona, we decided that Montjuic was the best place for us. It was like full of green, very few people around, and it had great scenarios.
And speaking about nature, we wanted to focus our attention on the human one. We are simple creatures but with very complex personalities. Sometimes you see something from outside and you never know what it could be from the inside. And sometimes this could be pretty fake. That's why we wanted to represent this kind of thing with something, and we find it in the theaters. That's why we created different theaters for the different personal dramas that each one of our actors can have. And we put a lot of effort in this. It took us some weeks, and we had to be very good painters, but the final we managed to do this result.
After having our scenarios and our locations, we took advantage of our social media as we wanted to find actors that were really connected with our characters. For example, Edipo with a strong physical presence, and Ulises that with little details like wearing a striped shirt really connect directly to the story.
Another important part of the shooting was the creation of the set and the realization of the different objects. We wanted to try the best picnic ever, but in a sort of timeless world. We tried to tell this kind of story in a sort of weird way where something looks different and from another dimension.
We would like to thank Sergi Lafonte, Danny De Juan, and Pablo Garcia for guiding us through the whole thing. We did a lot of camera tests with these guys. It's an amazing team. And with all the effort, the basic idea was that we wanted to create a perfect synchronization between the camera and the theaters and also the paper scenarios. To get the right synchronization, we did a lot of tests in Montjuic, at least for 2 days or something. And at the end, we achieved it. And here it is. But as it happens, like shit has to happen one day. And we planned to shoot on natural lights, but at the end, it started raining, and we had to cut down to only 1 day of shoot.
So despite the raining, everything was fine, and we worked a lot, so it all came together. But again, bad luck fell on us when just an hour before the shooting, one of the actresses canceled because she broke her foot. And that's the story of how Kitty, over here, ended up being one of the actresses, actually one of the best actresses of these opening titles.
It was very challenging for us, but at the final we managed to shoot more than 65 scenes in 7 different locations, working with 12 actors and a lot of attrezzo. That's why we want to say thanks very much for our actors, for their patient predisposition, and for our technical team being with us all day shooting this.
Well, after revising all the footage, we spent a lot of time on the edit, finding the right clip and the right timing for every single scene. The main challenge here was also, what the fuck, how can we compress 1 day of footage in just 3 minutes? It was crazy. Well, in the same time, the open title represents, well, this idea, this narrative that we wanted to try to tell, a narrative based on layer by layer. Another problem was to match together 3 different aspects. the theater, the set with the actors, and the soundtrack.
After locking the edit, there comes the funny part, which is the cleaning part of it. So we wanted to create Montjuic in a forest area. So we had to do a lot of cleaning of like information science and leaves and objects and all, and also align all the paper scenarios which we had, every single frame by frame. And then came the color correction part. So we wanted to create a look which is like more alternative and a fantasy zone and keeping like 50s style of it. After a lot of hit and trials, we finally got the right look for the film.
Yes, and also these are open titles, so what about the titles, the typography? So we had pretty clear that in Typography Matters we wanted something special, but sometimes special with subtle, tiny, and simple are not the same thing. And also that was the thing that was making us be afraid to use the space as it should be. So what we did was we wanted to emphasize the fact of this ironic war with a protagonic use of type. Like all those tiny short movies that we all cast in our heads, and these classic old fears and dramas that we all protagonize in our theatrical minds. And the open titles are about that, are about a dramatic use of type that goes far, far away from the minimalistic school and appears protagonic, just like that, in the middle of a perfect picnic.
And then came the sound. We had like a really good collaboration, a great chance to collaborate with Simon Smith and Basil for getting the right soundtrack for our film. And we had an idea about like what we wanted. We had like a direction to it, but with the direction, we had a lot of solutions to the same. So finally, we got like the perfect sound. And thanks to you guys that you actually had like actualized our crazy idea into a perfect sound, which matches our film. And for all those you guys who just came now, we're gonna be showing our opening titles made by Atelier and the Troops again.
So, this is the end of a small story and the beginning of many other big ones. We are very excited to be here. As well, we want to say thanks to Aimé Duchamp, Enrique Incern, and Nathalie Malvir for being with us all the time. And we think that maybe it's very difficult. But I wish you to enjoy everything you do, enjoy the OFF Festival, and thank you very much for being here with us.
I was wondering if after all these years you'd like to meet to go over everything. They say that time's supposed to heal ya, but I ain't done much healing. Hello, can you hear me? I'm in California dreaming about who we used to be when we were younger and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the world fell at our feet. There's such a difference between us and a million miles. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call, you never seem to be home. Hello from the outside. At least I can say that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart, but it don't matter. It clearly doesn't tear you apart anymore. Hello, how are you? It's so typical of me to talk about myself. I'm sorry. I hope that you're well. Did you ever make it out of that town where nothing ever happened? It's no secret that the both of us are running out of time. So hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times tear you apart anymore. You gotta go and get angry at all of my honesty. You know I try, but I don't do too well with apologies. I hope I don't run out of time, can someone call a referee? Cause I just need one more shot, have forgiveness.
Attention please, this is the final call for Korean Air Flight 911.
Hi, I'm Rikke.
And I'm Dane.
And we're from Us2. And Us2, it's a digital product studio. And that means that we design and develop products for screens. For phones, watches, cars, VR, anything with a screen. And making digital products, you probably need some code and you maybe need some design and eventually, hopefully, some users. But there are 3 ingredients that I'm going to tell you today that no one ever told you about. Those are Suxelia, it's JFDI, and it's a bit of human. This probably doesn't make much sense right now, but try to remember because we'll come back to it. But first I'm just going to introduce myself. I'm Rikke, and when I'm not being carried over ropes, I do UX and UI design. And what does that mean? Well, when designing products, design is not only how it looks, but it's mainly about how it works. And that is the UX part. So UX is from the first experience when you open the app or sit in the car or look at your watch or whatever you might do, and how it feels and how it navigates around and how you use it in your daily life. UI is the things that makes it look good. It's fonts, it's colors, it's icons. It's the icing on the cake.
And I'm Dane. I'm a web developer and product guy, also in the London studio, and I've been with Us2 for almost 10 years now. And so back then, I started working with Flash and doing some dynamic motion design. But then at some point, a guy called Steve Jobs decided to kill it, so then I moved on to work with web technologies, which in the meanwhile actually developed quite cool capabilities to do some like really nice animations and visual stuff. But at the same time, what I also realized is that like it's the kind of the wider internet, the backend services, which really let us and our devices to connect to each other and the real world. So I couldn't not learn a little bit of the backend programming as well. So you're thinking, oh, what is this hybrid again? Like developer and product, does this make any sense? Well, they might not really necessarily need to do much with each other directly, but what I realized is that there's really no point in crafting like a beautiful experience on a product which no one really wants or needs. So, and then also my degree is in economics. So as far as the official education system is concerned, I have nothing to do with computers. So this sounded like an interesting combination. So these days, I also work as a creative technologist alongside designers early on the briefs and bring the kind of the technological insights in there. Okay, so that was a little bit about us, but what is Us2? So it all started back then with Mills and Sinks, these 2 good-looking chaps who were at the time working for an animation studio called Big Animal. And then one of the clients, Sony, asked them to do a bit of interface design work. But then the founder of Big Animal, Dom, was more interested in just doing pure animation. So with everyone's blessing and a few £1,000s loan from their parents, they just set out to start their own company. The rest, as they say, is history, but then the passion and the independent spirit still remains, and the corporate sellout of Us2 is just completely out of question. So just a few facts. We have 4 studios worldwide in London, New York, Malmö and Sydney. And we are more than 250 people now. And we are a quite diverse bunch with more than 30 nationalities and even more, even many more different cultures. So we really care about diversity, and so much so that last year we set up a diversity committee, of which I'm part of, where we work really hard to have initiatives like, I don't know, things like flexible working, and also going out and support education and kind of chances to get into the industry for underrepresented groups in technology. But
Yeah.
let's talk a bit about our work.
Yeah, let's just take a look at what we actually do. You can roughly divide it into 3 pillars. So it's client work, it's own products, and it's ventures. The biggest pillar that's our client work, and we partner with small companies and massive corporations to help them launch products, all through idea stage to launching and maintaining and marketing. So some of them are short and maybe like a conceptual project, and some of them are the whole package. Some of our clients we have short relationships with, and some of them we've been having a long-term relationships with, like the next one, Sony. Sony was our first client, as Dane mentioned before, and we're still working with them today. So today we support their design team with UI design and sound design and even some of the physical devices. But it hasn't always been like that. This was some of the earlier work we did with Sony, and back then there was no way we would ever get to touch their mobile devices. We could do some wallpaper things and some animations and illustrations, but nothing too major. It did look really cool back then. I actually had that phone down there. And this was one of the wallpapers called the Sludge, which is amazing. I love the one, so I wanted it in.
But as well as doing client work, we are also doing our own stuff because, well, first of all, a lot of client work we are not allowed to talk about, so it's very difficult to get out and have a conversation with other people. And also, like, these projects enable us to just kind of try our wilder ideas and new methods of working and all these different sorts of things. So, but then one thing which we started to realize lately is that it's very difficult to crack a new industry and try to get in there as a complete outsider. So we increasingly started to team up with experts who already have the knowledge and the networks in these different industries. And I guess one of the biggest and the best examples for this is Dice, which is a ticketing application we created together with a guy called Phil, who had his own music label for years before. And now it's a venture-funded startup. There are more than 30 people working there. And on the platform, we can sell an entire festival out in a couple of minutes without any hiccups. And right now, I think it's in the UK only, but you should totally come over just to be able to try it. And so the way we create and kind of conceive and incubate these projects is partially through an initiative we call the Invent Time, which means that, like, people put their different ideas out, and the stickiest ones get a bit of dedicated time and team to start working on, and maybe something like 8 weeks to prove the idea and get it out there. And so one which came out of this directly is Mood Notes, which is an app to capture feelings and to develop healthier thinking habits. So this all started with a few people from us to finding this platform developed by a few psychologists from a company called Thriveport. And so they worked out the science based on the cognitive behavioral therapy and tested it out. But what the team realized is that it could really be made into something special with a strong user experience on top of it. And another example is the app called Pause from the Malmö studio. And so this app is pretty much the exact opposite of all the attention stealer apps, which are just trying to get all of your attention and pop notifications up all the time. But but instead, what this does is that it gives you a bit of time to just switch off and give you a bit of headspace. But then, of course, that's something which can't just be done and kind of hope that it actually does what it's supposed to do. So our partner, Peng at Posable, actually have a patented technology, and what we did is that at various stages of the development and with different versions of the apps, we went out and hooked some testers up with medical grade brainwave measurement equipment, so we could really see like slight differences and the kind of ways of approaching the problem, like what were the ones which really helped people to start relaxing and measuring the differences in brainwaves. And yeah, we got some great feedback, especially from people like young people who wouldn't otherwise consider having a meditation practice, but this way they can still have the benefits of having these like short breaks every day.
Yeah, you might have seen this before. It's Monument Valley, and it was a game we created in 2014, and was played by more than 20 million times, and we made $10 million on it. So yeah, we do games, and we have a games team of roughly 10 people working full-time on Monument Valley and other games and experiments. Yeah, and it was so popular that even the president played it. This is a scene from the show, Netflix show House of Cards. And now you're probably thinking, yeah, how much did that product placement cost? But actually it didn't cost us a thing. The script writers, they loved the game, and they called us up and asked if it was all right to put it in one of the shows, and why not? It's just a good example of if you make something really well crafted and beautiful and something that really sticks out, it can get picked up, and sometimes people do the marketing for you. But of course, things like this, it's not a success overnight. Like, you don't wake up and then do a Monument Valley. It's not how it works, unfortunately. This is 10 years of Suxelia. And the idea behind Suxelia is that there's no such thing as failure. Like, you can put a failure out there, but as long as you learn something from it, then it's Suxelia. And you have to make a lot of weird shit in order to make something good, and that's the idea behind Suxelia. This was one of our Suxelias. It was Rando, and it was an anti-social network, which sounded good at the time. It's basically like Snapchat before Snapchat, but you couldn't have any friends, so you would snap a photo and then send it out, and you would receive a photo back, and you wouldn't know where it was coming from. It was really fun, and I actually used it. We tried out the whole advertising thing here. We paid for some banners around the studio. It didn't really do much. We didn't make much more money or downloads, but it was just an experiment to see what happened. Unfortunately, there was no business model behind Rando, and eventually we had to close it down. But this was my favorite Suxelia. It was Hunk, and it was a super chat. The brain behind Hunk was a girl called Sabine. She works in the Malmö studio. And I remember before working in Oslo, she came to the university I went to, and she had a little talk about Hunk and the process behind. And I downloaded it with my classmates, and we had this, the idea was that you could have these chat rooms where instead of using text, you would use pictures and memes and stuff you found on the internet to talk to each other. And we had this class Hunk chat group, and I just remember thinking, what is this weird us two place doing really crazy stuff? But it was good fun, but unfortunately Hunk was never, it never got much attention. We spent way too much time on it and money on it, and it was a true Suxelia.
But you might be asking, like, okay, so how do you come up with these weird ideas, and then how you just start doing things? So one of the mottos which we live by is this just effing do it, which means that you should always prefer doing over talking and just putting things out there so you can prove your assumptions. Because it's okay to fail, but only if you share your learnings and don't try to sweep the results under the rug. So what's happening is that if there are a few people who really believe in their vision and they can rally some others in the studio, then us two will eventually make space for it to happen and something to come out of it. And yeah, as Rika said, like Monument Valley didn't happen overnight. Like the games team had to go through a lot of different games. Some of them mild success, some of them failure, but it was this sort of like ongoing and sustained passion and persistence that got us to the point where we were able to make something like Monument Valley. But then this is not just for our own projects, but also for client work. So. Right now, in the London studio, one of the biggest revenue shares from client work is coming from a group called Us2 Auto. And it all started with just 3 guys having some ideas on how could the in-car experience be made better. And then that passion kind of, with all the persistence, turned into a beautiful book, and through a lot of talking inside and outside of the studio, eventually got them the recognition they deserved for it. So now it's something like a small studio inside the studio with a lot of autonomy and creative freedom, but at the same time, of course, still a lot of support from other parts of the studio. So it's really difficult as a kind of craftspeople or makers to get this initial momentum going, because you just need to make something small, something which is a bit ugly, you can't really be that proud of, because you don't really have time to sit down and make it perfect. And so what you have in the beginning is just a simple and powerful vision, and then start working on it, and then this in-between stuff just kind of magically makes it happen. Well, actually, of course, it's not magic, but some process behind it. So you might have seen this already. It's the agile or lean iteration circle. So it's just kind of 3 simple kind of steps which follow each other. So the first one is build. Just pick a small increment and then sketch it out, prototype it, code a little bit, but not too much, and put it out there. And you should be a little bit ashamed of it, because if you're not, then you waited too long to put it out there. And then in the next step, in the measure step, you should design some ways to prove your assumptions, because we all start with different hypotheses, and we need some ways to kind of measure and see how they stack up, and how many of them were true or how many of them were false. And in the last bit of the cycle, learn, you analyze and debate over these results, and then of course start over. And with digital products, this just never ends. This cycle just keeps on going. So it's not something which you lovingly design once, print it out, hang it on the wall, and wait until the sun fades the paint, or a TV show which you record once, and then you keep on airing it on increasingly cheaper TV channels. But it's something which is out there, it's living, people use it every day, and the wider technological context keep on changing around it. So you need to keep on maintaining it and iterating, because otherwise someone else will come along and do something simpler, do something better, which might sound scary, but actually it's also empowering, because it means that you can keep on trying. Like bad decisions can be changed, and things can be taken out, and you have all the freedom to change it, so you're not just locked to whatever it is and have to look at it with dismay later on, like, oh my God, did I really do that, and why is it still like that, how it was 10 years ago?
Yeah, so you can never fuck up for real, not as bad as you can, so you can change it. So the idea is that you together as a team, you identify some problems you want to solve in a sprint, and then everyone goes together and try to figure out how we can solve it. They sketch, so it's not only designers sketching, it's developers, it's PM and client as well, so they're part of this process. Then you align on a sort of direction to try out, and then you somehow build it. It might be a light design, a small prototype made of code. You make it look nice, you sort of fake it till it looks good, and then you give it back to the users, and they'll break it, and you watch them observe how they do it, and then you identify a whole lot of new problems that you then take in and try to solve. So it's just like an ongoing thing. Yeah.
So a really useful concept which you can borrow from the lean methodology is the idea of MVP, or minimum viable product, where where it's all about stripping something back to its core, like what you are really trying to do and what problem you are trying to solve. And it's really hard, like taking stuff away is very hard. So it's much easier to just go brainstorming and come up with 100 different ideas, or just ask people and blindly react to what they say they want. But actually, what the best thing to do is to just straight away do something small which immediately delivers some value to people, which solves some problem. And it doesn't need to be beautiful, it doesn't need to be perfect. It's just something where people can just start kind of really using and making it part of their life. Because this way, as you put it out there, you can, as I said, start proving your assumptions and realize that, well, actually what I thought was the greatest bit is something which no one really cares about. But then there is a little gem in there which people really started to love, and they started to use it in a completely different way than you thought they are going to use. And then also, then you can start observing their behaviors and dig down to what they actually need, not what they say they want.
So don't start building a car, like give them a skateboard and see what happens. Like, start small.
And so one of the core tenets of Agile is that the ultimate output in software is working software. So no one really cares how many amazing designs you had on paper, or how many features you decided to not release, and all these kind of artifacts on the way. Like those won't help people or the clients. So, and then with that, the idea is that, okay, so if the output is code, then designers should really help developers directly to just kind of unblock them and help them make as much working code as possible. But then that made us thinking, okay, so if that's true, then well, what about the other side? So shouldn't developers also go and help designers at the beginning of the process when they need to come up with the concepts? And this is what really resonated with me, and this is what made me get into product development, because I didn't just want to be the grumpy guy who comes along and shoots down all the best ideas because, sorry, it can't be done and you have to try something different, but instead turn it into more like a technologist role where I go and be with the designers straight from the beginning and work on the concepts and the brief, and this way I can actually, instead of saying what can't be done, I can bring in possibilities, because some of the designers might not be aware of some latest technologies and the possibilities those can bring. And then the other thing in this applied creativity context like design is that working with a team is everything, because you need people from all these various disciplines to come together and kind of put their strengths and kind of let these disciplines kind of cross-pollinate each other. And of course, to work towards a common goal and really like on the client and user value proposition, and have the right team dynamics. So it's not about the drama, but about really helping and being there for each other. And so ideas and skills are valued equally, because you never know where the best idea or best insight is going to come from. So in these sketching sessions and designs, you should include everyone, even the client, of course, because they all bring different perspectives and all kind of very valuable things which can be included in the products. And the unfortunate reality is that the user experience is often defined by the worst part of the overall experience, because there is no joy in a beautiful interface when the backend service fails, or if the customer service is really rude and you just don't want to do anything with them ever again. This is our current team, and what you can see is us doing a round of appreciation, where we write on post-its to each other what we really liked, which people have been doing recently, because it's also really important to be able to play on our strengths and reinforce these behaviors, and it's only possible to have these kind of very small feedback loops, because like the old school corporate way of having a yearly review once a year and people trying to remember, and then you put on the spot and being told like, oh, why did you do that back in March? Did I do what? That just doesn't work. So you really need to have this as a continuous exercise. And so the project we are actually working on is a commuter travel disruption alert service. And we could have started with an app but it would have taken ages to build. So instead we decided to start with a simple SMS service. But then an SMS service, well, you have no UI there and very little UX for the interaction designer to wireframe on. And I also had to work mostly on backend, even though my strengths mostly lie on the front end. So it was really kind of outside of the comfort zone for everyone. But what it really enabled us to do is to just get it out there, because it was much easier to just get the service running with SMS. And so it was quick to launch, and we started to understand people's needs and behaviors and really get the feedback. And so now we have a really happy client, and we are in the second phase, and we are really kind of finding which we can really kind of set us apart from like existing people doing in this space, like helping people with multimodal travel. So yeah, it's all about collaboration and really about helping each other, because at the end of the day, value for users and client isn't going to come from how shiny our personal Dribble or GitHub profiles are with our own work, but what we collectively manage to put in there. And so through this process, one thing which we realized is that it's not that useful to have project managers who try to draw up Gantt charts and see into the future and tell people what to do and have these abstract deliverables. But instead we have what we call team coaches. So they just enable people. They just let people get on with their stuff, make mistakes, and learn from them and help to correct them. But of course they are there for people to step in when there are conflicts, because conflicts aren't a bad thing in a team context, because those are through conflicts is where the team really comes together and starts to be like very open and honest with each other, where people will stop being precious about their things and really just help each other and work together. So yeah, so they are there to encourage learning and help with like cultivating this flexible mindset, which really helps people to develop personally, because it's like kind of progressing in career is not about what sort of title you have or where you are in some corporate hierarchy, but about how you develop as a person and understanding your strengths and building on them.
Make it skate, yeah. Yeah, humans, this is the last ingredient. So when building products, this is what really matters, the people behind them. So I do realize this is a dog, but there's a story behind it. So when us two first started out, we had a corporate, big client, and they never paid their invoices on time. And that's quite a big deal when you're a small studio. So we tried everything, calling them, emailing them, faxing them, whatever you could do back then, but nothing really happened. So Mills, our founder, he wanted to find out who was on the other side of this corporate email. So he did some research, Googling LinkedIn research, and he found out there was a lady, and she absolutely loved bulldogs. For some reason, yeah, they are cute though. But so every time we invoiced them, Mills would attach a colorful collage of a bulldog. And what happened was that now we were paid every time on time. And it's such a good example of how being human and treating each other like the humans we are, like that creates such better results. So, yeah, we're also working flat. Which Dane touched upon before, but that means in a client relationship that we don't sell anyone as a senior person or a decision maker. Anyone is a decision maker. And all people on the team are considered equally important and can have opinions on different areas. So even though Dane might be a developer and I'm a designer, Dane can still have design input and vice versa. We do this because everyone can lead and everyone is a decision maker and the best ideas come from everywhere.
But then we practice this flat hierarchy not just on a client team basis and relationship, but also as a company too. Because if people are enabled to take ownership and responsibility and drive the company together forward, then it's going to be much stronger than if it's really only the remit of just a few of the leaders of the studio. This of course means that people need to be self-aware and self-motivated, and there are all these kind of qualities you need to cultivate and get coached on. But even then, like this whole flat hierarchy is not something which happens spontaneously. So you still need to work hard on kind of finding things like what are the hidden power structures and who are the ones who really make the shots and influence decisions. And one of the kind of, I guess, most obvious examples is what you can see on the picture is this event we have every year, which is called the Dreamers and Doers, where we just go to some big outside place and all come together and work out what should be the studio's like goals and strategy and budget and plans for the next year. But it still could be nothing if the leaders just took that and duly ignored and just went on their own way, which often can happen. So we have regular so-called fireside chats where we just bring up difficult conversations and hold the leaders accountable. But then, of course, this goes both ways as well, because by them having this kind of power to just delegate and give responsibility to other people and coach them and help them to do that, it of course means that there are much less fires for them to put out, and they can really focus on what is their core job, which is to work on the kind of higher level strategy and not on just kind of saving projects and like kind of stepping into arguments. And there's a really interesting exercise which you can try and which have some kind of results showing that this idea works really well. It's called the Marshmallow Challenge. And how it works is that people are divided into small teams, and all of the teams get 20 sticks of dry spaghetti and a meter of tape and string each, and one marshmallow, which needs to be put on the top of the tallest structure the team can make in a given time. So perhaps surprisingly, what happens is that the teams, which consist of people with the fanciest titles, often end up with a very set towers, because what happens is that in the given time, first it all starts with a bit of posturing and politics and power play, and everyone wants to be the CEO of Spaghetti Inc., and know what is the one right way of building the tower, which is going to be the best tower. And yeah, that doesn't always work. Sometimes it does, but rarely. But then on the other hand, the kind of teams which manage the highest towers and the most beautiful structures are actually groups of children, because they just play. They are not afraid of trying different things. They have this uninhibited creativity. They just want to build a tower. They don't really care who is leading and who is doing what. It's just about building the towers. So this sort of childlike approach and kind of really like no kind of backhand kind of politics sort of dynamics is which one to instill in all the teams and people, because this is all about bringing the best out of everyone and of course to have fun on the way. So to get back to this bit about human, so in a lot of cases in this professional environment, we might be trying to fight our humanity and fit into this professional box and then try to just work in a way what's expected from us. But actually, I think we should really just embrace the chaotic nature of humanity. And you have to really appreciate that from a guy who has like a rational engineer mind and on the mild end of Asperger's spectrum. So what this means is that it's okay to have a bad day, and it's fine to ask for help and to give feedback, and not just negative feedback, but as I said earlier, positive feedback to help people with that, or just to work from home when the plumber comes, or you just really need some silence because there's something you need to focus on. So in a daily practice, this means that that we are having this environment where we are open about our emotions, because it's pointless to try to pretend that you can just put in the exact same unit of performance every single day and then you can do exact same quality of work every day. So it's much more important to be there for each other. But then it still doesn't mean that it's a permission to let your teammates down. So everyone still should put the best of what they can do in there, but not in a way that that if you really, really feel bad, then you're still pushed to try to do like an epic job every day. And then finally, my personal philosophy is that the greatest art is living well, because no matter how fulfilling and purposeful and amazing your job is, you still need a life outside where you just go out there and experience new things. Because as a designer or an artist, these experiences are the ones which you bring back to your work as a source of inspiration, which can really help you to bring new things and take your work to the next level. So I'm really glad that us two lets people have flexible working schedule. And I, for example, 3 years ago decided to take every single Wednesdays off so that I can spend that time with my young family. And it's really great to be there as a dad for those little ones and really help them to develop. And it's also going back to this idea of diversity. Like, it's really important to give this flexibility and this sort of like leeway for people, because otherwise we won't be able to get the best talent, because some people might be automatically disqualified because they just can't fit into this 9 to 5, 5 days a week working schedule. So this enables us to be much more open and to access talent pool, which a lot of other companies might not be able to.
Okay, that was our 3 ingredients. It was Sixelia. So put stuff out there and you have to fail and it's fine, don't worry about it. It was some JFDI, so don't think too much about it. Just do it. And it's about being human and treat each other as human beings. That was us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. You taking this out?
But you know that there is no innocent one in this game for two. But I go, and then you go out and spill the truth. But can we both say the words and forget this? Yeah, is it too late now to say sorry? 'Cause I'm missing more than just your body. Oh, is it too late now to say sorry? Yeah, I know that I let you down. Is it too late to say I'm sorry now? I'm not just trying to get you back on me. 'Cause I'm missing more than just your body. Is it too late now to say sorry? Yeah, I know that I let you down. Is it too late to say I'm sorry now? I'm sorry.
You used to call me on my. You used to. Yeah. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. And I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. Ever since I left the city, you got a reputation for yourself now. Everybody knows and I feel left out. Girl, you got me down, you got me stressed out. Cause ever since I left the city, you started wearing less and going out more. Glasses of champagne out on the dance floor. Hanging with some girls I never seen before. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. Ever since I left the city, you and me, we just don't get along. You make me feel like I did you wrong. Going places where you don't belong. Ever since I left the city, you got exactly what you asked for. Running out of pages in your passport. Hanging with some girls I've never seen before. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. And I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. These days all I do is wonder if you're bending over backwards for someone else. Wonder if you're rolling up a backwards for someone else. Doing things.
Yeah. So right, so fresh, so five, no less. So right, I just flex. She can't get me out of her head. She wanna hear TT on a KDA with a KEB in that set. Oh yeah, ain't no one left. Rumble, go hard, no rest. Come on. You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it. Rumble, go hard, no rest. Come on. You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it. Yeah, turn like a twister. Spin round, might put it on your sister. Got swag like a hipster. Even girls wanna lips ya. What a face, what a mixture. Bare lights when I'm looking to get Insta. Last night was a picture. In the pool getting busy with a mix. So right, so fresh. Top 5, no less. It's alright, I just flex. She can't get me out of her head. She wanna hear TT on a KDA with a KEB in that set. Oh yeah, ain't no one left. Rumble, go hard, no rest. Come on. You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it. Rumble, go hard, no rest. Come on. You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it. Keep on coming back for more. Got me knocking down your door. You know how to take me higher. You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it. Rumble,
make up your heart. Don't know if you're happy or complaining. Don't want for us to win, where do I start? First you wanna go to the left, then you wanna turn right. Wanna argue all day, making love all night. First you're up, then you're down, and in between. Oh, I really wanna know, what do you mean? Oh, when you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no, what do you mean? Hey, yeah, when you don't want me to move, but you tell me to go, what do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Said you're running out of time, what do you mean? Oh, 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 what do you mean? Better make up your mind, what do you mean? You're overprotective when I'm leaving. Trying to compromise, but I can't win. You wanna make a point, but you keep preaching. You had me from the start, won't let this end. First you wanna go to the left, then you wanna turn right. Wanna argue all day, making love all night. First you're up, then you're down, and in between. Oh, I really wanna know, what do you mean? Oh, when you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no, what do you mean? Hey, yeah, when you don't want me to move, but you tell me to go, what do you mean? I wanna know, oh, what do you mean? Said you're running out of time, what do you mean? Oh,
Then you fly, baby. Looking at the whip frame, that's a nice 80s. Used to throw it to me like Tom Brady. With that long blonde hair, that's Marsha Brady. I'm all about you lately, Chelsea high handler. Got your legs racing hard on vacation. No exaggeration, said you amazing. Moving too fast, can't pace it. Soon, but
Oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me. We were victims of the night, the chemical, physical, kryptonite. Help us to the base and the fading light. Oh, we were bound to get together, bound to get together. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me. A backless dress and some beat up sneaks. My discotheque, Juliet, teenage dream. I felt it in my chest as she looked at me. I knew we were bound to be together, bound to be together. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me. Oh, come on, girl. Deep in her eyes, I think I see the future. I realize this is my last chance. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance. Don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me. Shut up and dance with me. Shut up and dance with me. Let's Marvin Gaye and get it on. You got the healing that I want, just like they say in the song. Until the dawn, let's Marvin Gaye and get it on. We got this king size to ourselves. Don't have to share with no one else. Don't keep your secrets to yourself. It's Kama Sutra show and tell. Yeah. Whoa, there's loving in your eyes that pulls me closer. It's so subtle, I'm in trouble, but I love to be in trouble with you. Let's Marvin Gaye and get it on. You got the healing that I want, just like they say in the song. Until the dawn, let's Marvin Gaye and get it on. You got to give it all to me. I'm screaming mercy, mercy, please. Just like they say in the song. Until the dawn, let's Marvin Gaye and get it on. And when you leave me all alone, I'm like a stray without a home. I'm like a dog without a bone. I just broken heart that no one else could see. I drew a smile on my face to paper over me. But wounds heal when tears dry and cracks they don't show. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. Let's go back to simplicity. I feel like I've been missing me. Was not who I'm supposed to be. I felt this darkness over me. We all get there eventually. I never knew where I belong, but I was right and you were wrong. Been telling myself all along. Don't be so hard on yourself, though. Learn to forgive, learn to let go. Everyone trips, everyone falls. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. 'Cause I'm just tired of marching on my own. Kind of afraid I feel it in my bones. Won't let my heart turn into stone. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. I'm standing on top of the world, right where I wanna be. So how can this dark cloud keep raining over me? But hearts break and hell's a place that everyone knows. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. Let's go back to simplicity. I feel like I've been missing me. Was not who I'm supposed to be. I felt this darkness over me. We all get there eventually. I never knew where I belong, but I was right and you were wrong. Been telling myself all along. Don't be so hard on yourself, though. Learn to forgive, learn to let go. Everyone trips, everyone falls. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. 'Cause I'm just tired of marching on my own. Kind of afraid I feel it in my bones. Won't let my heart turn into stone. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. I like to wave goodbye. I'm not to see my life through someone else's eyes. It's not an easy road, but no, I'm not alone. So I won't be so hard on myself no more. Don't be so hard on yourself, though. Learn to forgive, learn to let go. Everyone trips, everyone falls. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. 'Cause I'm just tired of marching on my own.
the truth, and I know I shouldn't say it, but my heart don't understand why I got you on my mind. Why I got you on my mind. Why I got you on my mind. Why I got you on my heart don't understand why I got you on my mind. 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 I always hear them talking about a girl with my name, saying that I hurt you, but I still don't get it. It didn't love me, no, not really. Wait, I could have really liked you. I bet that's why I keep on thinking about you. It's a shame. You said I was good, so I poured it down, and now I don't understand it. You don't mess with love, you mess with the truth, and I know I shouldn't say it, but my heart don't understand why I got you on my mind. Why I got you on my mind. Why I got you on my mind. Why I got you on my heart don't understand why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my mind. You got yourself in a dangerous zone, 'cause we both have the fear of being alone, and I still don't understand it. You don't mess with love, you mess with the truth, and my heart don't understand it, understand it, understand it. Why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my heart don't understand why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my mind. You think you know something? Why I got you on my heart don't understand why I got you on my mind. You think you know somebody. You think you know somebody. Why I got you on my mind. You think you know somebody.
All alone as you look through the door, nothing left to see. If it hurts and you can't take no more, lay it all on me. No, you don't have to keep it under lock and key, 'cause I will never let you down. And if you can't escape all your uncertainty, baby, I can show you how. Let my love in, let my love in. Lay your heart on me. If you're hurting, lay it all on me. Firestones, and when they strike, we feel the love. Sparks will fly, they ignite our bones. And when they strike, we light up the world. It's alive. Firestones, and when they strike, we feel the love. Sparks will fly, they ignite our bones. And when they strike, we light up the world. I might never be a knight in shining armor. I might never be the one you take home to mother. And I might never be the one who brings you flowers. But I can be the one tonight. When I first saw you from across the room, I could tell that you were curious. Oh yeah, girl, I hope you're sure what you're looking for. 'Cause I'm not good at making promises. But if you like causing trouble up in hotel rooms, and if you like having secret little rendezvous, if you like to do the things you know that we shouldn't do, then baby, I'm perfect. Baby, I'm perfect for you. And if you like midnight driving with the windows down, and if you like going places we can't even pronounce, if you like to do whatever you've been dreaming about, baby, you're perfect. Baby, you're perfect. So let's start right now. I might never be the hand you put your heart in, or the arms that hold you anytime you want them. But that don't mean that we can't live here in the moment. 'Cause I can be the one you love from time to time. When I first saw you from across the room, I could tell that you were curious. Oh yeah, girl, I hope you're sure what you're looking for. 'Cause I'm not good at making promises. But if you like causing trouble up in hotel rooms, and if you like having secret little rendezvous, if you like to do the things you know that we shouldn't do, then baby, I'm perfect. Baby, I'm perfect for you. And if you like midnight driving with the windows down, and if you like going places we can't even pronounce, if you like to do whatever you've been dreaming about, baby, you're perfect. Baby, you're perfect. So let's start right now. And if you like cameras flashing every time we go out, oh yeah. And if you're looking for someone to write your breakup songs about, baby, I'm perfect. And baby, we're perfect. If you like causing trouble up in hotel rooms, and if you like having secret little rendezvous, if you like to do the things you know that we shouldn't do, then baby, I'm perfect. Baby, I'm perfect for you. And if you like midnight driving with the windows down, and if you like going places we
moped store. Said fuck it. And the salesman's like, what up? What's your budget? And I'm like, honestly, I don't know nothing about mopeds. He said, I got the one for you. Follow me. Ooh, it's too real. Chromed out mirror, I don't need a windshield. Banana seat, a canopy on 2 wheels. 800 cash, that's a hell of a deal. I'm headed downtown, cruising through the alley, tiptoeing in the street like ballet. Pulled up, moped to the valet. White walls on the wheels like mayonnaise. Dope, my crew is ill, and all we need is 2 good wheels. Got gas in the tank, cash in the bank, and a bad little mama with her ass in my face. I'ma lick that, stick that, break her off, kick that, snuck her in backstage. You don't need a wristband. Dope. Killing the game, about to catch a body. Past the heartbeat, Dookie on the Ducati. Timberland, Khaled, Scott Storch, Birdman. Goddamn, man, everybody got Bugattis. But I'ma keep a hella 1987. Head into the dealership and drop a stack in Kappa Kawasaki. I'm stunning on everybody. Hella raw pesto wasabi. I'm so low that my scrotum's almost dragging up on the concrete. My seat is leather. Our bottom line is pleather. But girl, we can still ride together. You don't need an Uber. You don't need a cab. Fuck a bus pass. You got a moped, man. She got 1988 Mariah Carey hair. Very rare. Mom jeans on her derriere. Throwing up the west side as we tear in the air. Stop by Pike Place. Throwing fish to a player.
Downtown, 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 downtown. She has her arms around your waist. You're the balance that will keep her safe. Have you ever felt the warm embrace of a leather seat between your legs? You don't want no beef, boy. No, I run the streets, boy. Better follow me towards downtown. What you see is what you get, girl. Don't ever forget, girl. Ain't seen nothing yet until you're downtown.
Cut the bullshit, get off my mother. Stonewash so raw, moped like a bullet. Yow, you can't catch me. I'm a po-po, can't recommend me. I'm in a B1 stance, I'm not dancing. I got your girl on the back going tandem. Cause I'm too damn quick, I'm too damn slick. Whole downtown yelling out, who that is? It's me, the M, the AC, the K. Sounding like a French pimp from back in the day. I take her to Ponderay and I watch her skate. I mean water ski, ollie ollie oxen free. I'm perusing down forth and they watching me. I do a headstand and eagle lands on my seat. Well hello, but baby the kickstand ain't free. Now do you or do you not wanna ride with me? I got one girl, I got 2 wheels. She a big girl, that ain't a big deal. I like a big girl, I like 'em sassy. Going down a back street, listening to Black Street. Running around the whole town. Neighbors yelling at me like you need to slow down. Going 38, Dan, chill the fuck out. Mow your damn lawn and sit the hell down. If I only had one helmet, I would give it to you. Give it to you. Cruising down Broadway, girl, what a wonderful view. Wonderful view. There's layers to the shit, player. Tiramisu, tiramisu. Let my coattail drag, but I ain't tearing my suit. Tearing my suit.
Downtown, 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 downtown. She has her arms around your waist. You're the balance that will keep her safe. Have you ever felt the warm embrace of a leather seat between your legs? Downtown. You don't want no beef, boy. No, I run the streets, boy. Better follow me towards downtown. What you see is what you get, girl. Don't ever forget, girl. Ain't seen nothing yet until you're downtown. You don't want no beef, boy. No, I run the streets, boy. Better follow me towards downtown. What you see is what you get, girl. Don't ever forget, girl. Ain't seen nothing yet until you're downtown.
Decisions as I go to anywhere I flow. Sometimes I believe, at times I wish you know. I can fly high, I can go low. Today I got 1,000,000, tomorrow I don't know. Decisions as I go to anywhere I flow. strong? Tell me honestly, would you still love me the same?
Right about now. If I judge for life, man, would you stay by my side? Or is you gonna say goodbye? Can you tell me right now? If I couldn't buy you the fancy things in life, shawty, would it be alright? Come and show me that you don't. Now tell me, would you really ride for me? Baby, tell me, would you die for me? Would you spend your whole life with me? Would you be there to always hold me down? Tell me, would you really cry for me? Baby, don't lie to me. If I didn't have anything, I wanna know, would you stick around?
If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same?
Skiddly down, 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 down. All I want is somebody real who don't need much. A gal I know that I can trust. To be here when money low. If I did not have nothing else to give but love, would that even be enough? Y'all me need to know. Now tell me, would you really ride for me? Baby, tell me, would you die for me? Would you spend your whole life with me? Would you be there to always hold me down? Tell me, would you really cry for me? Baby, don't lie to me. If I didn't have anything, I wanna know, would you stick around?
If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same?
Tell me, would you want me? Tell me, would you call me? If you knew I wasn't ballin'.
Cause I need a girl who's always by my side.
Tell me, do you need me? Tell me, do you love me? Yeah. Or is you just tryna play me?
Cause I need a girl to hold me down for life. If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I got locked away and we lost it all today, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? If I showed you my flaws, and if I couldn't be strong, tell me honestly, would you still love me the same? Would you you mean it. Kiss me like you mean it. If this is the last night, baby, let's do this right. Kiss me like you mean it. I wanna dance by water beneath the Mexican sky. Drink some margaritas by swinging blue lights. Listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? Are you with me? Are you with me? Listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? I wanna dance by water beneath the Mexican sky. Drink some margaritas by swinging blue lights. Listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? Are you with me? I wanna dance by water beneath the Mexican sky. Drink some margaritas by swinging blue lights. Listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? I wanna dance by water beneath the Mexican sky. Drink some margaritas by swinging blue lights. Listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? I gave you the key when the door wasn't open. Just admit it. See, I gave you faith, turned your doubt into hope, and can't deny it. Now I'm all alone and my joys turn them open. Tell me, where are you now that I need you? Where are you now? Where are you now that I need you? Couldn't find you anywhere. When you broke down, I didn't leave you. I was by your side. So where are you now that I need you? Where are you now that I need you? Gave you attention when nobody else was paying. I gave you the shirt off my back, what you saying? To keep you warm. I showed you the game everybody else was playing. That's for sure. And I was on my knees when nobody else was praying. Oh Lord. Where are you now that nature? Where are you now that I need you? I need you, I need you, I need you, I need you, I need you. Where are you now that I need you? I need you, I need you, I need you. I need you the most. Hello, it's me. I was wondering if after all these years you'd like to go over everything. They say that time's supposed to heal ya, but I ain't done much healing. Hello, can you hear me? I'm in California dreaming about who we used to be when we were younger and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the world fell at our feet. There's such a difference between us and a million miles. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call, you never seem to be home. Hello from the outside. At least I can say that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart, but it don't matter. It clearly doesn't tear you apart anymore. Hello, how are you? It's so typical of me to talk about myself. I'm sorry. I hope that you're well. Did you ever make it out of that town where nothing ever happened? It's no secret that the both of us are running out of time. So hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm
Used to be so happy, but without you here, I feel so low. I watch you as you left, but I can never seem to let you go. Cause once upon a time you were my everything. It's clear to see that time hasn't changed a thing. It's buried deep inside me, but I feel there's something you should know. I will never forget you. You will always be by my side. From the day that I met you, I knew that I would love you till the day I die. And I will never want much more. And in my heart I will always be sure. I will never forget you. And you will always be by my side till the day I die.
Funny how we both end up here, but everything seems so right. I wonder what would happen if we went back and put up a fight. Cause once upon a time you were my everything. It's clear to see that time hasn't changed a thing. So what in this world do you think could ever take you off my mind?
I will never forget you. And you will always be by my side. From the day that I met you, I knew that I would love you till the day I die. And I will never want much more. And in my heart I will always be sure that I will never forget you. And you will always be by my side till the day I die. Feeling it, loving it, everything that we do.
And all along I knew I had something special with you.
But sometimes you just gotta know that these things fall through.
But I'm still tired and I can't hide my connection with you. Feeling it, loving it, everything that we do. And all along I knew I had something special with you. But sometimes you just gotta know that these things fall through. I can hide my connection with you.
I will never forget you. And you will always be by my side. From the day that I met you, I knew that I would love you till the day I die. 'Cause I will never want much more. And in my heart I will always be sure that I will never forget you. And you will always be by my side till the day I die.
Till the day I die. Till the day I die. Till the day I die. Till the day I die. Till the day I die. Till the day I die.
Till the day I die.
You gotta go and get angry at all of my honesty. You know I try, but I don't do too well with apologies. I hope I don't run out of time, cause someone call a referee. Cause I just need one more shot, have forgiveness. I know that I made those mistakes maybe once or twice. And by once or twice I mean maybe a couple of 100 times. So let me redeem on myself tonight. Cause I just need one more shot, second chances. Yeah. Is it too late now to say sorry? Cause I'm missing more than just your body. Oh, is it too late now to say sorry? Yeah, I know that I let you down. Is it too late to say I'm sorry now? take every single piece of the blame if you want me to. But you know that there is no innocent one in this game for two. I go, and then you go out and spill the truth. Can we both say the words and forget this? Yeah, is it too late now to say sorry? 'Cause I'm missing more than just your body. Oh, is it too late now to say sorry? Yeah, I know that I let you down. Is it too late to say I'm sorry now? I'm not just trying to get you back on me. 'Cause I'm missing more than just your body. Is it too late now to say sorry? Yeah, I know that I let you down. Is it too late to say I'm sorry now? I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I know that I let you down. Is it too late to say I'm sorry now? I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I know that I let you down. Is it too late to say I'm sorry now?
I want you to breathe me. Let me be your air. Let me roam your body freely. No inhibition, no fear. How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean? What devotion are you? How deep is your love? Is it like Nirvana? Hit me harder again. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean? Pull me closer again. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? Open up my eyes and tell me who I am. Let me in on all your secrets. No inhibition, no sin. How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean? What devotion are you? How deep is your love? Is it like Nirvana? Hit me harder again. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean? Pull me closer again. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is your
So tell me how deep is your love, can it go deep? So tell me how deep is your love, can it go deeper? So tell me how deep is your love, can it go
How
deep?
deep is your love?
So tell me how deep is your love, can it go
How deep is your love? Pull me closer again. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is your love?
Loving can hurt. Loving can hurt sometimes, but it's the only thing that I know. When it gets hard, you know it can get hard sometimes. It is the only thing that makes us feel alive. We keep this love in a photograph. We made these memories for ourselves, where our eyes are never closing, hearts are never broken, and time's forever frozen still. So you can keep me inside the pocket of your ripped jeans, holding me closer till our eyes meet. You won't ever be alone. Wait for me to come home. Loving can heal. Loving can mend your soul. And it's the only thing that I know. I swear it will get easier. Remember that with every piece of you. And it's the only thing we take with us when we die. Keep this love in a photograph. We made these memories for ourselves, where our eyes are never closing, hearts were never broken, time's forever frozen still. So you can keep me inside the pocket of your ripped jeans, holding me closer till our eyes meet. You won't ever be alone. And if you hurt me, that's okay, baby. Only words bleed inside these pages. You just hold me. I won't ever let you go. Wait for me to come home. 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 Oh, you can fit me inside the necklace you got when you were 16, next to your heartbeat where I should be. Keep it deep within your soul. And if you hurt me, well, that's okay, baby. Only words bleed inside these pages. You just hold me. I won't ever let you go. When I'm away, I will remember how you kissed me under the lamppost back on 6th Street, hearing you whisper through the phone. Wait for me to come home.
These four lonely walls have changed the way I feel. The way I feel. I'm standing still. And nothing else matters now. You're not here. So where are you? I've been calling you. I'm missing you. Where else can I go? Where else can I go? Chasing you, chasing
I'm running still, and every voice that cried inside my head, forever dry, forever dry. I've drew lines. Where else can I go?
Live as an untold story. Rather go out in a blaze of glory. I can't hear you. I don't fear you. I live now 'cause the bad die last. Dodging bullets with your broken past. I can't hear you. I don't fear you now. Wrapped in your regret. What a waste of blood and sweat. Oh, I wanna taste love and pain. Wanna feel pride and shame. I don't wanna take my time. Don't wanna waste one life. I wanna live better days. Never look back and say, could have been me. It could have been me. Yeah. I wanna taste love and pain. Wanna feel pride and shame. I don't wanna take my time. Don't wanna waste one life. I wanna live better days. Just never look back and say, could have been me. It could have been me. It could have been me. It could have been me. Could have been me. It could have been me. It could have been me. It could have been me.
Hi everyone, welcome. So happy to be here once again. So my name is Michael. I work for Adobe in the Creative Cloud team, and I'm based in Paris. I'm French. Yeah, nobody's perfect. And every year I'm here to share some creative trends and also to share the stage with an amazing artist. And this year I'm very happy. Last year, if you were there, I was with Vasava, the creative studio who designed the book for the 15th edition. And this year, we are happy to welcome Dan Mumford, who will share his journey. He's an illustrator based in the UK. And yeah, we're very lucky to have him. So I'm super happy because I really consider OFF as one of the best conferences in the world, gathering, thousands of creative people from Europe, all around the world in one city. That's amazing. And that's why, just for you, I wanted to do something special today. Okay? Don't judge me. It's just for you. Let's go? Okay, let's start. You all took some days off to travel to Barcelona, a city where creativity is off and running. 3 days to get inspired, 3 days to have fun, 3 days to make friends, and 3 days to feed the future. 3 days to open your eyes and call the dogs off. 3 days in Barcelona, where we will all keep our hands off our computers, our email, our Facebook wall, our animated GIF. Oh, come on. I know it's cute, but please, stop that. 3 days to turn off our imagination, turn on our imagination, and 3 days to feel strong, to feel empowered. 3 days to say, fuck off to this customer who wants the logo bigger. 3 days in Barcelona to feed the future, feel inspired. Remember what he did in 3 days? He came back from death. And what about him? He came back from, So you flew all over Europe to Barcelona to attend the OFF festival. Once again, Adobe is very proud, very happy to be one of the main sponsors. And thank you to all the organizers. Thank you to all the amazing speakers who will inspire us on this stage. And most of all, thank you all for being here. Thank you. And thanks to the Adobe Stock team, so all the footage you saw, except Jon Snow, is part of Adobe Stock. And I want to share with you some trends, because you know Adobe acquired Behance, which is the leading social network for creative professionals with more, I think, than 7 million members all over the world. And I always try to identify the trends, what transforms our universe, our world, and environment as a creative. And there are three main trends that really impacted us, which are cloud services, social networks, and mobile devices. So we just talk a little bit about it. So the cloud, we are all used to the cloud. We all have emails that are synced on all our devices. But how the cloud can impact your tools? Something like Photoshop CC, for instance. So if we take Photoshop, what's the difference between Photoshop in the cloud and a classic Photoshop, like CS6? Let me show you some examples. Because you have your tool, but you have now typefaces in the cloud. So now in Photoshop, I can access my fonts and say, I want to add fonts from Typekit, and access hundreds of fonts that are licensed, synced in the cloud. And here I will choose the font Balboa, and directly use it in my design. Like, I don't have to relaunch Photoshop. It will be already there. Here I search for Balboa, and I get it. And this kind of service, to save time, is really enabled by the cloud. Another example, how can I access pictures, videos right from the tool? So this is something we released very recently. Right from Photoshop now, I can open my Creative Cloud library and search on Adobe Stock, which is a catalog with more than 50 million of pictures, video, vector illustrations. And here I choose a picture of Barcelona and Gaudi. I just use it in my design. It's a preview, so there is still the watermark. But if you like it, you can license the picture right from the tool. Again, you don't have to go on a website, license the picture, download it again, and it will download and put the high-resolution version of the picture directly within the composition. Another example of the cloud, live collaboration. I work a lot, almost all the time with designers all around the world. So let's say that here I work on this composition. I place the OFF logo, and there is another designer in Barcelona, and we share a Creative Cloud library. So we work in the same library. If he's working on the logo, he gets crazy and wants to try something new with the OFF logo. He will just have to press Save in Barcelona. I will be notified in my Photoshop, and I will have the new logo without doing anything. It's also thanks to the cloud. And you can use mobile apps, such as Adobe Capture, to capture shapes, brushes, patterns. This is an app that you can try on the Adobe booth. Also colors, so if there is an illustration you really like, you just take your phone, it will pick 5 colors, you press Save, and thanks to the cloud, you will get the colors in Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, Premiere Pro, After Effects, all the creative apps, without even thinking. You don't have to do anything here. I have the colors. So these are services available today, and also the cloud can be used as a bridge between your mobile apps and desktop apps. So I took a picture of my shoelaces, that's real, to create a brush, and on my iPad, I draw something, I say send to Photoshop, and again, it will just add it to Photoshop in a separate layer, and I can use this in my design. So it really creates new workflows. It's very seamless, very transparent for the user. That's what I really like. And that's Photoshop CC. And of course, it wasn't the same, and every time we have a new feature, we can directly deploy it. Like every month, you will now get new features in Photoshop. It used to take years and months for all our users to get new features deployed. And now, thanks to Creative Cloud, all the users, it's just a matter of hours. So we deploy new features, and a few hours after, you have millions of users being able to use this feature and all the new services in the cloud. And we keep innovating. We keep adding features also to the core, to the heart of Photoshop. And that's why, and this is the first time I will show this on this planet. Okay. It's a new feature that will come in the next release of Photoshop CC, and this is just for you, a sneak for you people at OFF. It's called Content-Aware Crop. So the idea is that, let's say that I want to crop this picture, and here I have to tilt it. I don't know what happened with the photographer, but here I can take this tool, and I will just tilt it. The thing, you see the red areas? This is something I will have to work on. I will have to use the stem tool, Content-Aware, to put some sky, to put some rocks. But now what I can do is say, okay, I will just extend it here. I want more rocks here. I will just press enter, and it will do it for me. Boom. That's my picture. Thank you. Oh, you can, yeah. So, thank you for the Photoshop engineers. Okay, I didn't make it. But let me take you a simple example. Like, let's say you have to create a campaign for Instagram. So you change the ratio one by one, and now you can be really free and say, okay, I want the picture to be like that. Again, you see the red spot. I have to create some sky, some rocks. I press enter. Et voilà, you have the picture. Yeah, that's cool. That's content aware crop. Very soon available in the next release of Photoshop CC. If you are a member of the Creative Cloud, you will just wake up and you will get it. So let me show you where this is. When you have the crop tool, you just check this box. And that's it. You should be able to do it. Okay, so the cloud. So the cloud, it really transformed the way we deploy and we create tools, but also social networks. So you know we acquired Behance. So let me tell you some stories that happened on Behance in 2015. First, we will travel to Montreal with Patrick Seymour. He's a designer. He shared on Behance this illustration made with Illustrator. He got noticed by Adobe, so I don't know if you use Illustrator, but you may recognize this. This was a splash screen of Illustrator CC. But also he got noticed, he received a message on Behance from the crew of Usher, the R&B artist. And all his artworks have been placed during the tour of Usher in the world thanks to Behance. He got noticed. And this is really, it shows that there is this new culture of sharing that is awesome. Now let's travel to Rome. So Alessandro, he's also a graphic designer. And he has a passion, so he has a side project he shared on Behance for retro logos from the 80s. I really like this. And he got noticed by Hollywood. So if you watch 21 Jump Street, that's how he got noticed on Behance. And if you watch the credits, you will also see his artwork. And one more story that happened last year. Kirby, he lives in the Philippines. And he just shared on Behance some doodles, some sketches that he's working on. He got a message on Behance from a book editor who said, oh, it could become maybe an amazing coloring book. And it became Animorphia, bestseller in 2015, coloring book, and a search challenge. So it's really fun. For me, it's amazing because it's like there is a new geography. When I was thinking about creativity, like even 5 or 10 years ago, we used to have creative hubs, like Brooklyn, Berlin, London, Tokyo, and it's not the case anymore. Now, thanks to social networks, the role of the game is just to share. You just share, you get noticed, and you have plenty of opportunities. So for instance, we were very surprised when we look at the data on Behance. The biggest growth we had, highest growth we had in 2015 from a country was Ukraine, plus 23 members on Behance last year. And Sao Paulo was the most active city on Behance last year. So really, there is a new geography, which is fascinating. We got also some data that are funny, so I wanted to share that with you. In 2015, every year, we try to measure and monitor what is the tool that is used, not the most, but the highest growth, in projects. And in 2015, it was Illustrator with a growth of, 57%. I think we can explain it because more and more projects now are also printed. There is this weird frontier between digital and traditional and printing, when 5 years ago everything was digital. And also with all these screens, resolutions, you need more and more vector art. Also, let's see if you can pick this one. Color of the year, the one that was the most used when you were sharing a project on Behance to get noticed. Which one? Blue? Green? Actually, you have not been very original. This is a color that will talk especially to Spanish people at the corrida with the bull in this room, because this is bright red. But that's cool because you want to be bold, you want to get noticed. Let's put some red, Hashtag FF0000. And creative field of the year. So creative field, it can be architecture, it can be motion design. We had one that just exploded last year, and this is experience design, or UX design, interaction design, with a growth of 52%, so I guess you all noticed that. And just, taking this data, measuring everything, it really motivates us, so that's why Adobe is releasing a new tool this year called Adobe XD for experience design. It's on xd.adobe.com. We have a free preview that you can download today if you're on Mac. And the goal is to design screen prototypes that you can share with your users. Okay, and super fast, super easy to use. So let's say that here, I want to create a list. I can just select some elements here and press Command R to create a list, duplicate the elements, drag and drop some pictures just to fill the list, then move to prototype mode, and I can add interaction and say, if I click here, I want to go there with a specific transition, okay? So I've already mapped everything, as you can see here. And then I can share a prototype with my users. I can record a video, or it becomes a URL. We are building this tool with the community. So everything is based on the feedback of the community, and every month there is a new release with new features. So if you are interested in UX design, you should check this project. It's really cool. And then the last trend, mobile devices. They are all part of our life. We all have mobile devices. The thing is that Adobe really believes that it can be part of your creative process. We can use it as a tool, okay? So we have a lot of free mobile applications. I don't want to explain what they do. What I can tell you is that on the Adobe booth, there is an area where you can create with all the mobile apps. You can print bags with your own design, beautiful bags. You can create postcards just using the mobile apps. And we invited, it was 1 month ago, 14 designers in New York from all around the world. And we just get them iPad Pros and mobile apps and ask them to create something. So this is just a short recap. So all these creatives, for the first time, used the apps and created posters in 2 days. This is something we will share some videos very soon. There was a Gemma, she was a speaker last year. Maybe you remember Gemma O'Brien, she was a speaker at OFF here in Barcelona. And she did this amazing poster. And one of the designers is actually Dan Mumford. And we will now invite him on stage. He will share his journey from traditional to digital, share his illustration work, and maybe give some feedback about the mobile apps. So please, be with me. Warm welcome for Dan Mumford. Hey, Dan.
Hello. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you to everyone at OFF for making such an amazing event for everyone. And thank you everyone for being here as well. Basically today I'm going to tell you a bit about my work, where I come from, the sort of journey I've taken to the point I'm at now, and just sort of try and explain some of the methods behind what I do. And that's basically what I'm going to try and cover today. I'm from London, UK, based in central London, and to tell you about my work and the way I do it, I think I really need to start about 9 years ago, and that is basically the end of my university degree, a point where anyone that's done a creative university degree will know you have that panic. What's my style going to be? Who am I going to be? What am I going to do that people are going to care about? And I had that massively. Before I did the work that I do now, I made film, stop motion films, mark making, just lino cuts, just very random things all over the place. So I sort of went back to the things that inspired me when I was a lot younger, the things that really stuck in my mind. As you can see, fantasy, sci-fi, horror, that sort of thing. Some pretty gruesome stuff, but if you watch The Fly as a 10-year-old child, that will never leave your mind, ever. So those were the things, along with comic books, that sort of, I thought, hey, let's try and bring that together into something that will really be exciting to me. So I started, and this is 9 years ago, I started basically doing just some heavy black line work, just illustrations on paper, scanning them in, just sort of playing around a bit. And I didn't really have much of an idea of what that final output for my work was going to be, which is when I discovered screen printing as well in those final few months of university. And up until this point, color was something that terrified me. I would never use color in any of my work. It would always be black and white, ink just all over the place, very messy. And as you can see, sort of a lot of textures, those sort of things in there. And by using screen printing as a sort of a tool to understand composition, it really informed the way that I make images then and still now. And I'll show you now a quick breakdown of an image that's very important to me. And this was basically one of the last things I did before I went out into the wide world. And it's just basic sort of textured layers of color leading to a very final sort of dark layer, given a bit of depth with a light source. That lighting is very important to my work, and that along with the sort of depth in an image is something that's stayed very important to me. So alongside doing that, I also was contacted by some old friends of mine from when I was younger, a band that I'd grown up with, and they needed some artwork, basically. And I'd sort of drifted slightly away from my sort of punk, hardcore roots when I was a kid. But I still play music, played a lot of music then, but I'd sort of let it slide by. And they contacted me and asked me to come up with some wolves, basically. They wanted something based on the name of their album, Orchestra of Wolves. And it was a very basic illustration. I worked with this on another illustrator called Alex White, and we didn't really think anything of it. It was, there was no money in it. It was just something fun to do. And it sort of reinvigorated me, made me realize that maybe I could use my work with music, this other thing that I was really passionate about. And then they got picked up by Warner Brothers. And we redid the artwork completely. And all of a sudden, I had to learn all about CMYK printing, packaging, all these things that I'd never thought about whatsoever. And all of a sudden, my work was going to be thrust out into the wide world, essentially. So we worked on these illustrations for the album, for some 7 inches, and as you can see, they're quite sort of bold graphic images, harking back to the comics that I really loved. And, we were a little bit cocky as well. We sort of made these things with not much type on them, stickers that you could take off. We wanted the artwork to really speak for itself. And we had a great time, and basically, because of doing that, I ended up doing music artwork for about 5 years, purely working in mainly alternative music, creating packaging, a lot of albums, a lot of t-shirts, and it was sort of this time when alternative music was becoming a little bit more mainstream. And if you think this was maybe, about 7 years ago, and it was becoming very, very prominent, and all of a sudden, also digital music was becoming way more important, so bands really needed an aesthetic to hold on to, and myself and a group of maybe 10, 15 artists sort of found ourselves creating work that was really synonymous with this music at the time, and we sort of forced into it a bit. And it was fantastic. It was great. It was a really positive thing for me, and I'm sure many of them. I'd found a purpose, essentially. And I was able to make a living out of creating artwork that, as you can see, is, you know, a little bit on the horror side. But it was getting very flat. Like, I was essentially drawing these in black and white on paper, scanning it in, and then taking it to Photoshop and kind of just using the paint bucket tool to, like a stained glass window, essentially. There was no real control, and I wanted to up my game, so I basically got a tablet. That was it, you know, bit of a game changer for me. That was the moment when I realized that I didn't have to do everything on paper. I could actually create something that was my work in exactly the same sort of style, but do it on the computer. And all of a sudden I had all this control, this power to create such sort of depth to the artwork, and just sort of transparencies, textures. It allowed me to use the full power of Photoshop, when before I'd pretty much just been, like I say, using the paint bucket tool. It wasn't exactly the most complex of things. But this was great. It meant I was able to create packaging with lots of different things going on, typography, very detailed images. Basically now I'm going to show you a short video that takes it from the sketch to the final image. And this shows you pretty much the way I still work. This is about 4 years ago, maybe. But this is still pretty much how I create artwork in Photoshop for something like this. Excuse the music, it's not my choice. The band made this themselves, but it's interesting. There you go. Bit intense. So, yeah, that's basically maybe 3 to 4 days of work condensed into about 4 minutes. So, hence why it's very hard to watch, and I can't imagine it's much fun on the big screen. But that's basically captures how I make most of my work when it's going to be something for printing, digital printing. The other side is I do a lot of screen printing, so it's sort of a mixture of the two. But when it's something like that, that's basically the process. It's all about the light source, it's all about trying to get some sort of depth in the image, and basically that's a pretty good breakdown of how I do my work. So the only problem I had was I found myself in a place that I'm sure many artists, creatives find themselves in, and that's repetition. Sort of working with the same people all the time and getting asked for a lot of the same imagery. You know, there's a lot of cliches, especially within music, that work, and there's a reason that you keep doing them, because they work. But for me, it was becoming very hard to keep down that path. So I gave myself, about 4 years ago, I gave myself 2 months to just play, just enjoy myself, just have fun making artwork. And I started creating these sort of studies where I was trying to recreate more traditional techniques, I suppose, within Photoshop, with the tablet. So something like this, these are an example of working with stippling, you know, just tiny dots mainly making up the shading and the rest of the image. And by doing that, I found myself completely invigorated. Those few months where I was just playing around for myself, it meant that everything had a new lease of life. All of a sudden, I could take something that was just a simple portrait, and I could make it fun for me again. And that's really important. If you don't enjoy it, then you have to find that thing that makes it enjoyable to you. And then I bought a Cintiq, which kind of changed my life a bit. Once again, it was like the next big step for me. It was a very strange experience because you start drawing on paper, that's very natural. Then you're drawing with the tablet, but you're looking at the screen. It's not, it takes a few weeks to get used to. And then you're back to drawing actually on the screen and what you're looking at. So it's sort of like this weird circle where you're going back to where you started. But working on the Cintiq meant, again, it sort of changed everything. I was able to really fully utilize sort of detail and getting right in there with the work, and it sort of stepped things up again for me. But those same fundamentals still hold true to the work that I'm doing. And these are pieces that are pretty recent, maybe the last year or so, last 2 years. And hopefully you can see like those ideas in most of these images, the idea of light breaking through and the depth with a lighter layer and a darker layer at the front. And these are all screen prints as well. So these are all basically sort of limited edition prints that get made. And that's another beautiful thing, making prints that are only, you're going to make maybe 100 of them, and then they're gone forever. And you might reprint them. The colors are a bit different. It's never quite the same. But then I also get to do work like this, where these were purely digital, and yet I can't really tear myself away from those screen print ideals that I have. I always have to sort of keep the tone fairly minimal. But again, able to create some pretty nice things. And now I'm going to look at basically how I make my images. So I'm going to break it down a little bit more. And this, it's a steelbook DVD. It's a DVD cover, basically. So it was something where I was tasked with just making the artwork. The type, very minimal, but they added that on. And I got to do both of them. So this is basically what it's probably going to look like. It's not come out yet. It's coming out in a month or so. But basically, everything starts with a sketch. A very basic sketch. Quite a funny-looking sketch. But as long as the fundamentals of the image are there, if you sort of squint, it's like it's in like standard definition, or it's just an old VHS. And then the final thing is going to be the HD version. That's how I like to equate it. And if the composition looks right for me at this stage, then I kind of know that it's going to work up into something that works. So as you can see, nothing really moves around too much, but it's just all got all that more detail in it. And then again, I slowly build up from dark to light until we've got something that's pretty finished. Now, alongside that being digital, I also do a lot of screen prints. And it's pretty much exactly the same thing. I start with the dark, and I make my way slowly down to the white paper, essentially. And of course, the ironic thing there is that when you're screen printing, you work the other way. You go from light to dark. So it's a really weird way of thinking about work, and you have to sort of get your mind around how that image is being created and the final process of it. And I've got a short video here that sort of goes through the process of creating this print.
You know, there's a real art to knowing how to make a screen print. The screens are using emulsion. You expose the separate color layers onto these screens, and you put them down in your frame to literally push the ink through the squeegee onto the paper. So you know you'll end up with a piece of paper with just the lightest grey on it. For example, you do, let's say, 100 of them. You put them aside to dry. Get your next screen ready, which has the next color layer on it, and then you're pushing down the second layer. So, for example, with this print, the second grey, and then you've got to let them all dry again. And repeat the process 2 more times with something like this with 4 colours. And then you've got to let them dry and crop them all up.
Cool. Yeah. So I think that kind of covers most of the way that I make my work and the way my work's out, the output of it. And hopefully that gives you a pretty good idea of all of that. So up until now, that's pretty much been it. I work in Photoshop with the Cintiq, with Wacom. That's kind of it, you know. It's a very traditional way of working, but digitally. And then I went to make it on mobile about a month ago, and I found myself tasked with working on an iPad, which is not something I'd ever done before. I had, of course, played around with them a bit, but never to the extent that we did for these 2 days. And I was, you know, amongst some incredible artists who just, you know, blew me away. They made some amazing artwork within hours of using these apps. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to step my game up. And I went about trying to recreate my style purely in these apps. And within a few hours, I found it incredibly easy to do so. You know, the same sort of concepts were applying, the idea of layers and line work and lighting. And I came up with this piece, which, you know, I'm super happy with. Normally, I would even spend longer on a piece as well. It'd normally be 2 to 3 to 4 days. And this, of course, was done in sort of a day and a half. So I was pretty amazed at how easy the apps were to use. And I found myself now incorporating it into my workflow. So it's kind of become like a third part of my workflow. I've got the small tablet, the Cintiq, and the iPad. And it's just become a great new tool for me to use now, be it working at home or just, you know, on the move, anything. And as you can see, I'm kind of able to recreate what I'm doing quite simply with these apps. And for me, it's a really exciting new addition to the way I'm working. So that's how that ended up. Quite a nice piece. So hopefully that gives you an idea of my sort of journey, the way I work, and the fact that even though I still do very much, I work in a digital way, it's still very traditional what I'm doing. And, you know, those two ideas don't really have to butt heads anymore. I think you can do both of those things and they can comfortably sit together. And you know, for me, it's something I'm completely embracing and really enjoying. The one thing is I'll never go back to working completely traditionally because I would completely miss having Apple Z at my beck and call right there. And that's everything. Thank you very much for having me today. See you out there. That's it. All right.
Look, baby girl, you're so damn fine though. I'm trying to know if I can hit it from behind though. I'm sipping on you like some fine wine though. And when it's over, I press rewind though. Ay, you talking bands, girl, I got it. Benjamin's all in my pocket. I traded in my trues for some robbers. You playing Batman, Fetty's gonna rob her. Ay, I got a Glock in my Rari. Ay, 17 shots, no 38. Ay, I got a Glock in my Rari. 17 shots, no 38. I'm like, yeah, she's fine. Wonder when she'll be mine. She walked past Cypress, rewind to see that as one more time. And I got this soda. Remy boys, they know us. All fast money, no slow bucks. No one can control us.
Yeah, Monty, tell me what you see. Is it money or it's me? I smoke 20, smell old. I got honeys in my V. They like Monty, can you be my baby daddy? I'm like, yeah. I got robins on my jeans. You see the wings on every pair. All you see is Remy boys. You know my niggas everywhere. And if somebody got a problem, we could meet up anywhere. Now go say some. Don't you niggas play dumb? You know where we came from. And you don't want sauce, no A1.
I'm like, yeah, she's fine. Wonder when she'll be mine. She walked past Cypress, rewind to see that as one more time. And I got this soda. Remy boys, they know us. All fast money, no slow bucks. No one can control us. Ay, yeah, baby. sip on, I'm off her. Asked her if a fatty rich, she said I saw her. Got her with the happy feel, I'm about to spoil her. Got her with the happy feel, I'm about to spoil her. Oh my. She's fine. Wonder when she'll be mine. She walked past Cypress, rewind to see that ass one more time. And I got this soda. Remy boys, they know us. All fast money, no slow box. No one can control us. Ay, yeah, baby.
Your man on the road, he doing promo. You said keep our business on the low low. I'm just trying to get you out the friend zone. Cause you look even better than the photos. I can't find your house, send me the info. Driving through the gated residential. Found out I was coming, sent your friends home. Keep on trying to hide it, but your friends know. I only call you when it's half past. But the only time that I be by your side, I only love it when you touch me. Not feel me when I'm fucked up. That's a real me when I'm fucked up. That's a real me, yeah. I only call you when it's half past. But the only time I'd ever call you mine. I only love it when you touch me. Not feel me when I'm fucked up. That's a real me when I'm fucked up. That's a real me, babe. I'ma let you know and keep it simple. Trying to keep it up don't seem so simple. I just fucked 2 bitches before I saw you. And you gon' have to do it at my tempo. Always try to send me off to rehab. Drugs started feeling like it's decaf. I'm just trying to live life for the moment. And all these motherfuckers wanna realize. I only call you when it's half past. But the only time that I be by your side, I only love it when you touch me. Not feel me when I'm fucked up. That's a real me when I'm fucked up. That's a real me, yeah. I only call you when it's half past. But the only time I'd ever call you mine. I only love it when you touch me. Not feel me when I'm fucked up. That's a real me when I'm fucked up. That's a real me, babe. Hills have eyes, the hills have eyes. Who are you to judge? Who are you to judge? Hide your lies, you hide your lies. Only you to trust. Only you. I only call you when it's half past. But the only time that I be by your side, I only love it when you touch me. Not feel me when I'm fucked up. That's a real me when I'm fucked up. That's a real me, yeah. I only call you when it's half past. But the only time I'd ever call you mine. I only love it when you touch me. Not feel me when I'm fucked up. That's a real me when I'm fucked up. That's a real me, babe.
The light of the morning finds you sleeping in my bed. And it's not like the story is never like what they said. I know who you want me to be, but I'm just not there yet. Yeah, the broken road's always been home, and it's so hard to forget. Wait for me now. Will you wait for me now? I might think too much, drink too much, stay out too late. I know I'm just a fool, but I swear I can change. I can't steal you the stars, but I can give you this second-hand heart. All your friends think I'm hopeless, they don't understand that this imperfect love can't start over again. It's been broken apart, but will you still take my second-hand heart?
Yeah, the light of the morning finds you sleeping in my bed. Oh, and it's not like the stories, it's never like what they said. And I know who you want me to be, but I'm just not there yet. Yeah, the broken road's always been home, and it's so hard to forget.
I might think too much, drink too much, stay out too late. I know I'm just a fool, but I swear I can change. I can't steal you the stars, but I can give you this second-hand heart. All your friends think I'm hopeless, they don't understand that this imperfect love can start over again. It's been broken apart, but will you still take my second-hand heart? If you let me show you, I could love you the same. And I can steal you the stars, but I can try every day. Oh, you know, they'll never tear us apart. And I'm just a fool, but I swear I can change. And I can't steal you the stars, but I can try every day. You know, you got my second-hand heart. Won't you wait for me?
You might think too much, drink too much, stay out too late. I know you've been a fool, but I swear you can change. I can't
Steal you the stars, but I can give you this second-hand heart. All your friends think I'm hopeless, they don't understand that this imperfect love can start over again. It's been broken apart, but will you still take my second-hand heart? And I'm just a fool, but I swear I can change. And I can't steal you the stars, but I can try every day. Oh, you know, you got my second-hand heart. And I'm just a fool, but I swear I can change. And I can't steal you the stars, but I can try every day. You know, you got my second-hand heart.
You used to call me on my. You used to. Yeah. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. And I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. Ever since I left the city, you got a reputation for yourself now. Everybody knows and I feel left out. Girl, you got me down, you got me stressed out. Cause ever since I left the city, you started wearing less and going out more. Glasses of champagne out on the dance floor. Hanging with some girls I never seen before. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. Ever since I left the city, you and me, we just don't get along. You make me feel like I did you wrong. Going places where you don't belong. Ever since I left the city, you got exactly what you asked for. Running out of pages in your passport. Hanging with some girls I've never seen before. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. And I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. These days, all I do is wonder if you're bending over backwards for someone else. Wonder if you're rolling up a backwards for someone else. Doing things I taught you getting nasty for someone else. You don't need no one else. You don't need nobody else, no. Why you never alone? Why you always touch and roll? Used to always stay at home, be a good girl, you was in the zone. Yeah, you should just be yourself. Right now you're someone else. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. And I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. Ever since I left the city.
Production.
For me, boy, yeah. 17:30, I'm like, hey, what's up, hello? Since your pretty ass soon as you came in the door. I just wanna chill, got a sack for us to roll. Married to the money, introduced her to my stove. Showed her how to whip it, now she remixing for low. She my track queen, let her hit the bando. We be counting up, watch how far them bands go. We just set it go, talking matching Lambos. At 56 a gram, 500 grams though. Man, I swear I love her, how she work the damn pole. Hit the strip club, we be letting bands go. Everybody hating, we just call them fans though. In love with the money, I ain't never letting go. And I get high with my baby, baby. I just left the mall, I'm getting fly with my baby, yeah. And I get ride with my baby, baby. I be in the kitchen cooking pies with my baby, yeah. And I get ride with my baby. I just left the mall, I'm getting fly with my baby, yeah. And I get ride with my baby. I be in the kitchen cooking pies. I'm like,
Oh my god, 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 oh my god.
All right, that was a different one. Hello, OFF. Everyone's asleep, I think. Hey, OFF! I am Philip. This is Alex. We're Creative Applications Network. Missing from the room is Greg and Sherry, who are, Greg is currently in Toronto, and so is Sherry. And Alex is normally based in Berlin. I'm based in London, and we also work quite a lot with Japan. So it's going to be a really long talk, I think. But so these are the kind of the four main things we do. And it kind of starts off with a blog, and that's the Creative Applications Network. And then there's also a kind of magazine called Hollow. We also curate and organize events. And most recently, we are kind of working with digital art, you know, in this kind of object form. But some time ago, we were here at OFF, about 2011 now. And it was probably the kind of like one of the key moments, I think, for us, I think. And Hector was kind of kind enough to offer us, or give us an opportunity to host the workshop. And it wasn't really a workshop in the form of workshops. There's something that you kind of go to when you learn and so on. But it was more of a kind of collaborative. And we called it like that. We called it OFF Workshop Collaborative, where we brought like about 10 people together. And then we worked just for one day. So we had about 6.5 hours in a day to produce something, you know, from scratch. Some ideas were shared beforehand online, you know, in the form of documents and comments and so forth. But it was very little that we did online. It was mostly kind of done on the spot. And then we kind of had to present it. So we kind of chose to present it. There was quite a lot of people on stage at one point. And this is just kind of one part. There was also, actually, that's not all the people. But it kind of included some really interesting people. It included, kind of, you see Aaron Coblin just there. There was Mr. Doob, or Ricardo Cabello, and a few other ones. And this was us on the stage, and we also kind of presented the projects individually. And the attempt was to kind of just see how far we could go, you know, how much we could create, you know, kind of from scratch, really. And it was a really interesting results. And that's kind of 5 years. So we haven't been back for 5 years. Thank you, Hector, for that. But Josh gets to be here every year, and we just get invited every 5 years, which is not fair. But no, it's a joke aside. I mean, I think Hector and we have been talking for years about doing something, about kind of working together. And some of our projects and OFF also have collaborated on joint grants and so forth. So we've been working together. It's just that we haven't really had a chance. And it's a really good time to be back 5 years later. We've been kind of thinking how to break down this talk. And these are the kind of you can call it like 5 themes, I suppose. There are kind of 5 themes that we're trying to run through. And maybe they're kind of the guiding themes of what we do. Maybe they're not, but I think they kind of somehow give a frame to the things we do. So I'm going to kick off with tools, which is really how how it all started, really. Who knows what this is? One hand. I just saw one hand, 2 hands, 3 hands, 4 hands, 5. Okay, we're getting there. This is Photoshop 1. Okay. So this was, you know, quite a long time ago. It was one of those kind of tools that was really magnificent. I mean, it was quite amazing. And it was running on Macs and so forth. And then, how did we get there? Oh, I think we just lost, we just lost some slides. I think we jumped some slides. Right. The technical move the slides around. And then this happened, right? So let's go, sorry, I'm going to try to jump from there to that, and then this is Cinema 4D right now, okay? So something is happening here. I don't know if you can see the pattern, you know, but this is fine. They're all really, really amazing tools, and they enable all of us to kind of produce quite amazing things, and I think you can kind of see that. I mean, that's why we're here. That's why we're talking about these things, and they've probably been I mean, Adobe has been one of the kind of the driving forces behind OFF, you know, even in the early days of Flash and so on. So it has, I mean, there is a really long history here to these tools, and also at the same time, the tools themselves have a really strong history in art anyway, you know. And these are the kind of the early Dürer's kind of drawings, which indicate how we were kind of trying to learn about how perspective works. You know, how do you draw? I mean, what is a perspective? You know, how do we draw it? How do we capture objects in perspective? sorry, I'm jumping over slides here. And these are some other tools. This is camera obscura. I don't know how many of you know about it, but it's actually a mechanism of just letting light through a single hole in a dark room, and in the other end, you get a rotated image. And you can trace over that image and then produce drawings like the ones below. So these are the kind of the inventions that we went through, the ones that in many ways shape art or how we think about art in many ways. I mean, you know, most of the kind of the artworks that are one of the famous artworks, like Vermeer's, you know, like the girl with the pair of earrings, so on. Actually, there's arguments that point that these artworks weren't just drawn from the eye, you know, onto paper, but actually with the help of tools such as like camera lucida. Pablo's doing a talk later on today, so he's going to talk to you a little bit more about camera lucida. But it's a tool that enables you to see, using a prism, you can see the image and the person and the paper at the same time. So you're literally tracing what you see. And Hockney kind of wrote a book about this, and he's kind of broken down, you know, some of the reasons and arguments for, you know, in the way the things were drawn. It wasn't about the perfection of the lines and so on, but in some of the artworks, perspective was so weird that it could have only been drawn with a camera obscura in this instance, you know, the way the light moves through the room. So it's a kind of like a reversal process. So artists have always had these kind of tools that they're using, they put them in their back pocket, and it was quite secret. You know, camera lucida was like a secret tool, you know, to draw things perfectly, just as they are. But what is kind of really particularly interesting here is these things and kind of the art generally that shapes kind of culture. I mean, it's a strong argument to say that art shapes culture. You know, that these are the kind of the lenses into the world, that we see world through the tools that have shaped it. You know, and that's really, really fascinating. And of course, I mean, the things that were kind of interesting here is mostly kind of the design process. You know, it's like, you know, if you're using one tool versus the other, like, I don't know if you've ever tried to, I don't know, like write a Word document in Photoshop, you know, or, for example, like do something that you do in Photoshop normally and try to do it in Word. You know, there's a kind of like a big difference between these tools, and they're designed for a specific purpose, and they're specifically designed to produce a specific type of work. And that's some of the kind of questions which raises a lot of kind of worries and concerns about, like, are we shaping the world around us, or is the world, or are these tools shaping the world that we live in? And I think even more importantly, I think in the culture that we occupy today, you know, this is Amazon warehouse just before Christmas. And apparently the kind of around Christmas, there's 90 of these distribution centers for Amazon. And they're equivalent to 10,000 Olympic swimming pools of stuff, right, that we order. But if you think of like out of the internet and how you order these things, how you click on the Amazon, you purchase something, and then it just gets to your door. You know, it's completely invisible. There are these tools that are built that shape our culture and how we consume, how we buy things, which are completely invisible. We don't see them. All we care is how quickly it's going to ship. But then these are like, this is another image of the same warehouse. So what's interesting here is the kind of like how these technologies and tools and things that people build somehow shape everyday life, and how much control we have over that. And those are the kind of things that we're particularly interested in. I'm going to kind of try to run through these. Time is running. But and kind of historically, you know, now that we're in this kind of age and we try to kind of understand these technologies, whether it's tools or code or programming and so forth, or nanobiology or whatever it is. You know, since the 19th century, you know, the kind of the young designer or the artist, you know, he was the kind of the Imagineer, you know. The artists are the kind of the people that imagine things, you know. And, you know, then the scientist kind of is on the other side, you know, of the world almost, you know. He's the one that has to kind of impose objectivity on the things that he does, you know. He can't be subjective in the work, because otherwise it's not science, you know. Whilst the artist can be as subjective as they want and so on. But luckily, kind of architecture has a very long history from borrowing from other disciplines, and also kind of operating this field when it's kind of transgressing, like moving across different disciplines. It's kind of shifting. Sometimes it's science, sometimes it's social art, sometimes it's expressive, sometimes it's abstract, and so on. This is Super Studio. It's kind of with an idea that the world is somehow uniformed by technology and culture. This is 1969, you know. It's kind of democratic human experience, and then there are these buildings that actually capture pockets of the city. And then here's another project by Archigram, or David Green specifically, Invisible University, where he writes kind of 69, he goes, driven by the same technological circumstances as the bank or the post office, we can assume that the evolution of other data, knowledge, information-based factories, such as universities, will follow similar trajectories and have to answer common questions, in particular, what the architecture needs. So like asking kind of question, well, what is architecture in the kind of information age? And this is in 1969. And then this might resemble something that we see a lot in the press. And again, this is 1968, and it's a speculative design maquette for educational television glasses and headgear. And again, he also imagined, or they imagined, Archigram, you know, these kind of almost wearable architecture, you know, things that you live in, you know, that enable you to communicate with the rest of the world, you know. So these are kind of like things you live in, where you wear, and they form. They're kind of almost like, but anyway, so we're kind of seeing there's this kind of space, you know, that exists, that kind of transitions between these three different things, kind of art, science, and technology. It's not necessarily that we're particularly in the middle of it, you know, but, you know, this is the space that we're interested in. This is the space that you know, and it kind of covers a lot of different things. Because science and technology there's no need for it unless there's culture and there's art to question it. Because, you know, why would we explore and search for things unless there is a kind of desire, you know? So speculative design kind of taught, well, it was taught at the RCA, and critical design by kind of by Dune and Rabbi, Anthony Dune, and primarily. But and it kind of had a really good place. It was primarily used as a teaching tool, but also kind of like to lead students to kind of question kind of much broader impacts of design and art. But speculative design itself, it kind of looked, this is a simple diagram that kind of somehow begins to kind of suggest that the future, you know, how we foresee the future, where we're going, you know, could be divided into these three different areas, like the probable, which is the kind of the things that we see mostly on the news today, you know, where things are heading. And then we have the kind of the potential, which is the kind of the massive shits, the disruptions, and, you know, and then possible, which is sci-fi, fantastical scenarios, you know, like what happens, these extremes of the edges. And then these are the kind of the interesting territories, these dots that, you know, allow you to kind of like move between these spaces, you know, things that are sometimes nearly probable, but then at the same time they're possible, but they're not fantastical, you know. So it enables the kind of projects to be almost, you know. So these are the kind of the diagram for speculative design. We somehow kind of suggest that, you know, there's this alternative, you know, we need to think differently about design and art, you know. Not think about it as a kind of problem-solving thing, but actually as a problem-finding thing, you know. How do we use art and design as a vehicle to kind of question culture, or to question society, or to, you know, or to for example, create design for debate, or understand the implications of kind of some design scenarios. So it kind of throws itself, I'm going to hand it over to Alex now, but it kind of lands itself for this idea of kind of the hedgehog and the fox. And I don't know if you're aware of, it's actually a Greek quote, but kind of suggesting that the hedgehog has, you know, one skill, you know, and the fox has many, you know. But, you know, they're kind of like, you know, neither can win. So this idea of kind of transdisciplinary design and art. Sorry.
Hi, everybody. So, yeah, what Philip just described or kind of alluded to is that what we've seen over the past few decades really is this proliferation of technology and how that helped to, if not dissolve, to kind of soften the boundaries between different disciplinary fields. And the role of technology is really that of a mediator. You know, when you have art and design and science kind of speak the same language, which is math, then you have interesting cross-pollination effects taking place. And ultimately, that can lead to really, really interesting work that doesn't really fall into any neat categories. And I think it helps to illustrate what that means for us to show some examples from our own archives, the stuff that we've written up on our blog. So yeah, this is the Silk Pavilion, hatched at the Mediated Matter Research Group at the MIT Media Lab. And it's a really interesting mix of digital and biological fabrication that happens at an architectural scale. So what they did is they used generative design techniques to fabricate a large-scale primary cocoon structure, and I think you can see that. It's also there. And then they reinforced it with fiber, and then they unleashed 6,500 silkworms onto it. And these silkworms kind of filled the gaps using their own silk, producing silk. So they behaved a little bit like biological printers in a way. And the result is, yeah, here you can see them go to work. So, and the result is this interesting structure that you can enter. But the question is it architecture? Is it design? Is it a sculpture? Is it material research? It doesn't really fall into any of these categories, and that's what makes it so interesting. Another problematic but really amazing case is Light Barrier by Kimchi and Chips, which was a 2014 favorite on our blog. So what they did is they created this installation that creates truly volumetric projections, and the image does not really do it justice because this is not a plain image, but this is actually a sphere that is animated. And they achieved that by suspending two really powerful projectors over a matrix of curved mirrors, and by means of calibration, they were able to kind of break down the projected image into individual beams of light. So each pixel in the image becomes a beam of light that you can control. And when you cross enough of these beams of light, then you get these ghostly apparitions. You can animate them, and they float in space, which is really beautiful. Yeah, this is kind of the software backend of it, and you can see kind of the spatial arithmetics taking place, and it's really interesting to see how they pulled it off. And it also goes to show like the tremendous amount of research and technical ingenuity that went into the project. Another really cool initiative is Avena Testbed by artist and designer Benedikt Groß, and he explored how to improve current agricultural practices with generative design and digital fabrication. And I don't know if you know this, but today there's a thing called precision farming, and what it does is essentially many of the agricultural machinery that we use today, they're actually remote controlled via GPS. So they run these crop fields via software. And that kind of creates an interface for a designer that works with generative techniques. And that's kind of what Benedikt explored. So what he did, he created a set of algorithms that allowed him to partition the fields and arrange the crops in a way that is not only aesthetically interesting, but is also environmentally friendly in that it retains these connections in between habitats, so that plants can grow in between fields, that animals can cross through these corridors. So he created these optimized layouts, and then he was able to export them and make these files usable with FarmWorks, which also is a real thing. It's a kind of a creative suite for farmers. So they essentially convert the layouts for their fields into binary that activates the machinery. There are interesting layers to this project. So you could look at it as a design project or as a piece of land art, and it can definitely hold its own as a straight up research project into agriculture. Another goodie, so We Play Bodies is a toolkit that literally lets you do that. So you get to play somebody else's body. And these instruments that they designed, they call them behavioristic instruments. Because when handed to somebody, each of these objects responds to different emotional states like laughter, happiness, arousal, and each of these devices measures micro vibrations and moisture, and then uses these outputs to generate sounds. And yeah, according to the artists, everybody sounds different. Another project is this is Superstitious Fund. It's a project that came out of the RCA Design Interactions projects. Actually, a number of these projects were being born there. So this is an autonomous trading algorithm that trades based on superstitious beliefs. So that means that it is designed to make decisions based on lunar cycles, numerology, and also develops its own superstitious logic. So it creates lucky and unlucky numbers or values, and that influences its behavior. And what's interesting is that so the project was active between 2012 and 2013, and in that time, a total of 140 people from around the world had invested nearly £5,000 into the fund. Yeah, who knows this project? It's who has played this project? So this is Mountain by David O'Reilly, which is technically a game, but then it's also not really, because at least that's what it is listed at in the App Store. So you can download it on your computer, on your mobile device, and the only thing that the game allows you to do is stare at a mountain that's kind of free-floating in space. And so the interaction is really minimal. You get to like zoom in and look at the mountain from all angles, but there's nothing else really to do. And then the longer you watch, you see things happen to that mountain. So the weather changes, random everyday objects appear on your mountain. And the mountain is unique to your application, to your software. So yeah, it's another one of those things that don't really fall into a category. And it's like, what is it? Is it a game? Is it an experience? I don't even know if David O'Reilly himself really knows what it is or what he created there. And oh, look at this. I want to deliver a shark. Sorry, excuse me. So this is interesting because it's kind of a provocation that imagines the human uterus as an aquarium or as an incubator. So the project deals with the problem of human reproduction and in the age of overpopulation and environmental crisis. And so the artist asks, if you have food shortages in the future or in the near future, and you have a population that is over 9 billion people, then a young mother could be faced with the question whether she would consider incubating a child or maybe an endangered species. So, of course, this is kind of goes into the realm of synthetic biology so some of you might wonder why a shark exactly? And I quote the artist from our website, the shark as a species fits all my criteria. They're endangered, their lifespan is almost as long as a human, and most importantly, they're delicious. So, all right. Yeah, to continue in a similar vein, this is the human animal pet baby, or baby pet. And this is another kind of what-if sculptural project, that kind of plays on moral and ethical implications of genetically combining human and animal DNA, which of course is illegal. And so the project kind of thinks into the future and about how synthetic biology might satisfy biological urges to give birth with societal trends and pressures. So the human-animal baby pet might be the right choice for people who might be economically insecure or who are indecisive. Should I get a child? Should I get a pet? Or maybe people who are just too busy or not ready to commit to a lifelong responsibility. This is the human-animal baby pet 12 years later, because according to the artist, baby pets have an average lifespan of that of a dog, and apparently they normally die at the age of 13. Yeah, so, and yeah, if you're interested in other inspiring projects or creepy projects that don't really fall into a box, then check out our website, creativeapplications.net. Back to Philip.
This kind of throws a lot of kind of questions to do, you know, when we look at the kind of speculative design and we look at kind of these projects that don't fit really categories and so on. It kind of naturally lends itself into this space, which is research, you know. And, you know, this is not just kind of drawing influences, but actually kind of looking at the topics and kind of seeing kind of, you know, what implications they have. So for the kind of last about 20 years or so on, you know, there's been quite a lot of criticism, you know, that, at least in science, you know, that one cannot remove subjectivity in science. You know, that there is always a specific view on the matter. You know, the choice of the experiment that you do or other things. You know, and since 19th century as well, artists had always had difficulty persuading people, you know, and of the connection of art with research. You know, art was supposed to be this thing that you do, you know, just this thing that you do. And that somehow it didn't really have the value. Well, the kind of Christopher Frank at the RCA, which about 20 years ago, or maybe 15 years ago and so on, he wrote a really good paper which tried to classify, you know, what would kind of art and design, what would research be in art and design. So he kind of separated these three different categories, which was like research into art and design, which is probably you kind of trying to find out maybe the history of art and design. You know, this is kind of like trying to find out how somebody worked or what are the specific tools. Then research for art and design at the end, obviously this is kind of for the improvement, for the bettering of art and design. You know, how can art and design be better? But what we're particularly interested in, and probably the last few projects that we've seen as an examples, this idea of research through art and design. You know, how do we use art and design as vehicles, you know, to kind of to ask some of these questions? And inevitably, kind of you know, this connects kind of quite nicely in some of the kind of quite important things that we've been looking at over the kind of last couple of years, which is, you know, this difference between learning and teaching. You know, that, you know, over the kind of the last probably like 200 years and so on, you can see this kind of, this is Google Books. If you search for Google Books and you try to kind of look for the words, like learning versus the teaching, then this is the kind of the graph that you get. Now, what you're seeing kind of with teaching and learning, you're seeing, you know, learning kind of dip, you know, around the kind of the 1800s, 1900s, when the education is becoming really, really important. You're seeing kind of universities, you're seeing kind of scientific institutions arise. You're seeing all these kind of quite important key things play a part. And then slowly you're kind of seeing teaching kind of rise, but then it kind of slows down, and then learning kind of is back again. But I think that's partially, don't hold me by this, but I think this is partially to do with how knowledge is distributed kind of nowadays, you know, like normally, like in the kind of the olden days, you know, we've had kind of centralized institutions, you know, and they were, you know, like libraries, you know, library was a place you go. Library was a place where the knowledge sits. And if you want any of that knowledge, that's where you go. So then later on, centralized, we see the centralized symbol where the things are kind of more distributed. We're seeing kind of more and more organizations kind of come about, which somehow hold this knowledge. And finally, with information technology and the internet and so forth, we're seeing this kind of knowledge being distributed. There isn't really a place that knowledge sits anymore. Sure, there is a bit of it in the library, and there's a bit of it in your school, you know, but you know, the school is there, and you know, the lecturers are there, but do they know everything? Not really. I'm just going to go on the internet and find things out. There was actually an interesting time when Wikipedia was shut down for a day, and the whole Twitter was kind of exploded with people complaining how they can't do any studying because Wikipedia is down. But it's interesting how the knowledge is kind of moving around and sharing. And I think kind of the 2011, you know, when we were here, we did the workshop, was probably for us the kind of the beginning of thinking about how this knowledge could be further kind of shared. How can we play a part in this kind of distributed network? How can we become one of those nodes in this network? So OFF played an incredible part in terms of how we thought about it, that pretty much the next year, we've kind of set out to, you know, kick off an event. And there were kind of like really few important things that really meant to us, you know, like what this event could be. The focus was always on education. It was about knowledge sharing. It was about kind of diversity, both in knowledge and in social groups. It was about cross-disciplinary approach, so not really pinning it down to anything. It wasn't about art, it wasn't about the design, it wasn't about technology. It was kind of about all of those different things. And again, it was about kind of having a foresight and critique as well. You know. So between 2012, which is kind of a year after OFF, 2011, and 2015, which was kind of last year, we've held over 500 artist talks, about 100 panel discussions and 100 workshops, over 50 performances, and probably collaborated and worked with, excluding around, about kind of 50 festivals around the world. That's over the kind of last couple of years. So it's been kind of quite a, you know, I kind of give quite a lot of credit to OFF for this, because that kind of small event that we held like gave us a really, really big push into really wanting to do this. These are some of the names that we've kind of brought together. And one of the first events, which kind of happened, the first edition happened in 2012, was Resonate in Belgrade. And it was interesting, it was kind of like, it was weird starting an event from scratch. But I think with the help of the blog and kind of having a blog having quite a large audience it is, we've brought over like 2,000 people from pretty much all over the world to Belgrade. And it was an incredible experience because suddenly, I mean, I'm originally from Belgrade, and it was kind of weird having all these people, you know, from all over kind of come to a city on the Balkans. And everybody knew about Belgrade, but still, it was bizarre. But I have a short video, just a little intro. I'll let you watch.
I think there are two things that make it important. One is the hands-on workshops. I think that's fantastic to bring so many people together, actually experiencing different ways of experimenting with technology. And I think the other thing is the diversity of the speakers. It's nice that it's not just focusing on, if you like, programming and hard computational arts, but it's also broadening out to look at more speculative stuff, conceptual stuff, and things looking at the edges of technology and how they impact on society.
To really look at the way in which people who are speaking here at the Resonate Festival, who've come from all over, Serbia of course, and Belgrade of course, but also many people from all over the world, are mixing together art and technology, design and technology. You're looking at a group of people who are truly hybrid. These are people who are as comfortable working in the area of visual design or game design or, you know, audio-visual performance. They're just as comfortable in that as they are writing software. So they're really making new culture by writing code. And it's an absolutely different way of thinking about both the arts, in terms of the techniques and tools you use, as well as computer science, as what do you use it for, you know, and what kinds of problems do you solve with it.
So everyone, in a way, who you know from blogs or from emails, and there are people in London, I see only them at festivals. And the last time I saw them was here, and this is absolutely cool.
Fascinating about kind of hosting an event, and I think it goes the same for OFF and for, you know, it's kind of the incredible synergy that you get from bringing people together, and it's kind of the thing that just can never be measured in any analytics, you know, online. You know, it's like such a kind of an amazing effect, and it's crazy worrisome when you organize one, because you never know who's going to come, because nobody talks about it, you know, and then suddenly you will fill a room with 2,000 people. It's quite incredible. So do you want to? So
you can go on.
Do you want to? No.
It's fine. Let's not fight on stage. So yeah, last year, like Philip just told you about, like that over the years, like we started to be involved or curate and program more and more events, and we had this really amazing opportunity late last year in November, where we kind of had the chance to take these things really onto the next level. So we got invited by the ACT Center, which was a brand new multidisciplinary research, like an institution that was a part of the ACC complex in downtown Gwangju, South Korea. And so they invited us to develop the program together with them to produce the festival. And and again, the focus was very educational. So the heart of the festival was a symposium, and we had about, I think, 100 speakers from all around the world, like regional talent and from all over the world, really. And we got them together at the ACT Center for 4 days of just like doing stuff together and sharing ideas, sharing knowledge. And but what's interesting was that at this festival, we also got to combine that exchange with a major exhibition. So here you see some works. So we had installations by Art+Com, Ryoji Ikeda, Kimchi and Chips, Karsten Nikolai, Jörg Leni, and many others. And this was really unique in that it allowed the people that visited the festival, not only could they listen to the speakers during talks and learn about their work, but they could actually go and experience it themselves. And over there in that region is, that does not happen all too often that you get to, even for us, few of us actually get to travel the world to see some of these installations that we get excited about online, face to face. So this was really fantastic to combine these two things. And we also had a pretty amazing lineup for the performances in the after hours. So we had Johnny Le Messier, Diamond Version, and also a really interesting drone-augmented ballet performance by Rhizomatics Research and the dance group 11 Play. And here's a quick video. Is it already happening?
I think it was also kind of quite an interesting experiment to see where, the exhibition doesn't kind of play a number one role in the event, but it's actually secondary. The kind of exhibition becomes almost the output of the discussions, of the conversations, and so on. So, and it was really important for us to engage, people that were doing the performances as well. So besides them doing a performance, they were also kind of doing talks, they were doing panel discussions and participating in other kind of forums. And I think that was kind of different, that was kind of new, and especially when kind of the performances especially always fall into this kind of entertainment category. And a lot of kind of festivals struggle with, trying to kind of see, well, how do you bring the entertainment element of it or the kind of the performances into the conversation? And that was like super important for us, that all feels as one. There is, there's no kind of, anyway.
Yeah, we're kind of running out of time.
I know, we're running out of time. We should hurry up.
So
we can still got like a bunch of stuff to talk
Let's
about.
race through this. So another interesting thing that's just coming up in August in Toronto, that's kind of on the other end of the scale spectrum. It's a 4-day masterclass that kind of explores typography in the 21st century. And so, how we can use emerging tools to kind of question what typography does and how typography and typefaces are created. And our Toronto team, they put together a pretty interesting group of people that will teach over 4 days in workshops and discussions, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not going to go into the details. So racing forward, so there's this notion of time. When your job essentially is creating content, be it at a festival or at a blog, then you become quite aware of the different speeds that at which information and knowledge is being distributed and consumed. And we realized over the time that all these different things, like a blog or events, they become different lenses or different platforms through which we kind of think about these things, through which we see these things, and that also informs how we create the content and how do we learn from these things. We already mentioned the blog, so this is kind of like our primary source where we collect our findings, and it actually started as a research and a teaching tool in 2008, and Philip likes to describe it as kind of a sketchpad or a library. So it's not so much about like writing stories, but it's really about like collecting ideas, collecting interesting initiatives and projects at the intersection of art, science, and technology. And the way we produce content for the blog is very much defined by what works on the web. So it's typically, so it speaks the language of the web. So we break down projects in a very compact, bite-sized way. And what's also really important for us that we break it down into its conceptual parts and also into its technological parts. Because if you feel that technology is a collaborator, then you have to, that shapes the work, that shapes how you think about the work, then you also have to identify the technology so that tools or projects that use different tools become, you can contextualize them through the tools that are used. So the blog, you all know this, it's kind of a linear framework through which you operate and through which you think. So the web is built for speed and it's very much a snapshot of the now. It's driven by what's newest, and that is great, and it's also bad, and I will tell you why. So it's great because it allows us to move quickly, to respond timely to new developments and to new ideas, to new projects, to write them up quickly and break them down quickly, and also allows us to participate in ongoing conversation. It becomes this lens through which we see developments that are going on. But of course, it's not the whole picture, because behind every project that we write about, there are real people, there are personal stories. There's a world of context that goes far beyond the now. So like every new project is built on years of trial and error, of discovery, and also, of course, on decades, if not centuries of research. And when we realize that you can't really just talk about this stuff on a project-by-project basis, you kind of need a different framework, one that does not operate linear, but that is non-linear, and where pieces of content kind of can sit next to one another, and there's no order that is determined by being what is new and what is older. So the idea is to situate the present in a proper context by creating a different framework. And that framework was the magazine that we launched in 2014. It's called Holo. It's about emerging trajectories in art, science, and technology. And it's actually not so much a magazine, but more a book. It has like more than 200 pages, so it's like a proper tome. And so for us, it was a vehicle to kind of to step back, to slow down, and to look at things and put things into perspective. So it's a platform for long-term thinking, and that also allows us to learn about these things that are interesting, that we are interested in a different way, different than we would do on the blog. So it kind of brings it, right. Okay, right. So I'm just gonna kind of go through things because we're running out of time. So one interesting way of working on content for the magazine is that allows you to contextualize things and bring different people together and to view at things from different angles. And I'm just gonna flip through it. There's so much interesting stuff that I kind of want to unpack for you guys, but I can't. So these are kind of just elements of the new, not just of the new of our newest issue that is about to go to press, but of just one section of the magazine, and that deals with the idea of randomness in the universe. And so we have all these interesting angles on what randomness means and whether randomness is just a human construct, a human idea about complexity that is beyond our understanding, or whether it is an actual force in the universe. And anyway, it's going to be pretty interesting. And what's really exciting about the magazine is that it becomes a platform where you get to work across disciplines with other people And so be it journalists, be it scientists, experts, photographers, illustrators, or designers. So you invite these people into the conversation and like pitch them an idea, and then they roll with it. And it's really interesting to see how they respond to ideas, both individually and like as teams. The new issue, as I said, is going to press as we speak. And in case you don't know or haven't seen the magazine yet, this is the first issue that we pushed out. And these are just some pages to give you an insight of what's going on. So
I think this was
wrap it all up.
when we were just about to launch the magazine, and I think just before we went on Kickstarter, Josh made a really interesting kind of comment, it was kind of like a natural comment, I think. And I think we kind of made us really, really, really think about, before we went into the magazine, it was like, well, are we true to the medium? Are we like really considering this medium? Because Josh made also, in addition to this tweet, he had another tweet which said something like, I'm just looking at these images and I just want them to move. And I think that's kind of like, that's fair, and I think it has a kind of really good point. And I think if the purpose of the magazine is somehow to capture the things that are going on. But I think for us, primarily, and I think it's always been a lens. And I think a lens that cannot capture, that cannot capture things in any different way. This is the kind of the power of print. And I think that you just can't really do these kind of things on the web. The web, you can play things, you can have moving images, and you can do things really fast, and you can report stuff. But I think the magazine kind of provides us with a different angle and a different lens on the subject. So, and I think this kind of brings us back to objects, finally. I'm going to try to speed this through. But again, if you look at the kind of description of what an object is, usually it's a material thing that can be seen and touched. These are the things that we kind of think when we say object. And it's like, it's very kind of in real life thing, it's got to exist, But I think at the same time, like, I don't know how many of you I don't know if you remember like a few years ago when Facebook came about, and it was like saying, oh, I saw this on Facebook. I don't know if there's anyone here that life hasn't been touched by the digital in one way or another, or by data or in other ways. Somebody's been kind of living there outside of the kind of the internets and completely disconnected. But it's very, very hard to kind of say, like even on Facebook now, you don't really distinguish, your life is kind of like merging, moving between the two. So there is no really, so I've got kind of a few projects just to demonstrate kind of like some really interesting ideas that artists implemented in this kind of territory. This was an artwork by Julian Oliver, remote install, where he took one computer in a gallery and he wrote and generated enough data to fill the computer's hard drive over the period of the exhibition. And that was pretty much the whole exhibit, and you just watched basically the space on the computer getting filled over time. It's really physical, but at the same time, it's like completely data-driven. Another one, which is the kind of the power sockets, which are actually driven by politics. There's a software designed the socket, and then it decides how much power to distribute to which socket. So you're sitting in a room and suddenly your computer shuts down. And it's because you don't fit the hierarchy of how the system is devised at. This is kind of another diagram for it. Or for example, being able to track satellites in real time on the actual map. You're seeing satellites move, on the book as they're moving kind of in inner orbit. So kind of when you start thinking about the digital object, you're thinking, well, okay, so there's this kind of idea of a digital object, but then it has lots of different outputs, and then it has inputs. So it has kind of source, it has like web and physical. It kind of exists somewhere in the middle. It's neither here nor there. It's not in the physical, it's not in the digital. It's somewhere in between those two things. And of course, there's kind of inputs for each one of its iterations, or each one of its locations. And I don't know if you know kind of the THA back in the day, this was around 2007, came up with this kind of idea of a source label, which was about creating these digital artworks that somehow have a life, or they lived on your computer. And we were kind of experimenting with this idea in 2010, which kind of creating using the iOS platform, iPhone and so on, to create applications or work with artists for applications. And Yuga Nakamura had an idea also. He was creating a lot of who was a guest at OFF quite a number of times actually, and had this idea, well, I've got these digital artworks that I do on my screen, but I want to present them and like exhibit them somewhere. And of course, there was no way to do that, so he came up with this device called Framed. And over the years, we've been working with Framed quite closely, like for the last, and we're trying to basically define what this digital artwork could become, or what it is. And at the moment, we're still in the beta stage, so there's very few devices kind of flying around. We had a Kickstarter kind of launch about 2 years ago, and we were late on delivery, so trying to kind of finish those devices and so forth. And it's about kind of like, these are some of the artworks that we have now. For example, this is the kind of the Nicholas Felton's artwork, which shows the bike cycles in Manhattan a year before your time. So it's a real time, but for the last year. And it shows basically the usage of bicycles in the city. And this is another kind of few kind of artworks, generative real-time artworks. We also have kind of interactive artworks. This reacts to the camera, because Framed also has a camera built in, and so on. And I think for us it was also really important to integrate the web in some way. So you could capture images and share them straight away to your device. So there's a kind of clear distinction between the things that are on the web and things that are built, you know, as a kind of living things, or living digital things. And again, really important relationship between the artist and collector organization. And we've kind of worked with a festival last year where we kind of had the number of frames exhibited in the space, and the artist could literally deploy artworks straight to the devices on site. This was exhibited in the Node Festival, and so on. So I'm going to close now. So I think what's really interesting with this kind of doing these things, I mean, we do a lot of things, you know, and I think we do a lot of different things, and sometimes those things don't really, you know, and kind of like 5 years ago, it would have been really difficult, like, how does this fit in? But I think for us, it's kind of become a really, you know, it's got to fit in one of these 4 lenses. And I think it always does, and I think most of the things do. And I think for us is these kind of projects, as soon as we start thinking about something new, or we get a project like an exhibition, for example, in LA that we're working on at the moment, you know, it's like, well, how does that fit in this space that we've created for ourselves, in this kind of network? And this is not like on a preconception of, you know, how these things should work, but we somehow seem to figure them out as we go. And we're quite comfortable working in a space that doesn't actually belong in any of these categories, and so on. So, sorry for taking this long, but that's what happens when you don't invite us more often. Thank you, Hector. Thank you, OFF. Thank you very much. You want to take your laptop?
I should take my laptop, yeah.
Now she remix it for low. She my track queen, let her hit the bando. We be counting up, watch out for them bands go. We just set it though, talking about your Lambos. 56 a grand, 500 grand though. Man, I swear I love it how she work the Rambo. Hit the strip club when you let the bands go. Everybody hate her, we just call it fans though. In love with the money, I ain't never let go. I'll be smoking dope and you know backwards what I roll. Remy boy, Fetty, eating shit up, that's for sure. I'll run in your house, then I
was only a smile, but my heart it went wild. I wasn't expecting that. Just a delicate kiss, anyone could have missed. I wasn't expecting that. Did I misread the sign? Your hand slipped into mine. I wasn't expecting that. You spent the night in my bed. You woke up and you said, well, I wasn't expecting that. I thought love wasn't meant to last. I thought you were just passing through. If I ever get the nerve to ask, what did I get right to deserve somebody like you? I wasn't expecting that. It was only a word, it was almost misheard. I wasn't expecting that. But it came without fear. A month turned into a year. I wasn't expecting that. I thought love wasn't meant to last. Honey, I thought you were just passing through. If I ever get the nerve to ask, what did I get right to deserve somebody like you? I wasn't expecting that.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. This is not what we're talking about, this is my dog. I'm going to just put a video and then I'm going to start talking about the project we're going to present today.
Storm is an interactive platform joining talents from all over the world and consisting of 4 magic elements: engaging, collaborating, creating, sharing. Storm will be featuring some of the most relevant projects within the fields of art and design, food and travel, film and motion, creative coding, gaming, culture, music. Storm will count with a collaboration of contemporary talents that will build an exclusive piece each. Their assets will be uploaded to Storm and the featured artist's creative process made available to the community. You will then be able to download the puzzle, slice it, tweak it, and assemble it in your own way. Once you are happy with your creation, upload it back to Storm so it gets exposed and potentially reused by the community. Storm, an endless co-creation and learning experience.
Thank you. So, before I get into the project and talk about the Storm, I want to share 3 screenshots that I never show. I'm talking about like 18 years ago. Because to put in context from where is coming this idea, from where is coming the idea of creating a Storm, I need to kind of put everything in context, which is, this is our first official office for OFF Festival. Like I said, I'm talking about 18 years ago. This was my apartment with some dinosaurs PCs there. And this is where everything started. This is our first official press conference and the first official poster for the festival. And then this happened. How many people from here remembers this? Like, one person. Oh, really? Okay, I'm too old. Anyway, this is PlayStation, and this is the first website by Joshua Davis. Like I said, 18 years ago. This is an original screenshot. And this is really important for me because it's because of this that we are all here, and I decided to do OFF, because this was one of the very first things that really inspired me to do something different. I mean, back then I was working as a graphic designer and web designer, but then when I discovered this website, it changed completely my life. I mean, it made me understand that there is something else there, and there's a different way to learn, and there's a different way to work, and basically was sharing. And what Joshua was doing back then, it was putting things almost every single day in that calendar and sharing open source files from his works. And he was one of my heroes back then. And I learned a lot, but I didn't learn only those files and what he was working. I learned that, like I said, there is something else. I mean, there is a new way of doing things and creating things and becoming someone. And I felt kind of nostalgic of that era and those moments. And this is when the idea of a storm came up. Like, I would like to create something where everyone from different disciplines, from any kind of discipline, can share things, learn together, work together, and create new things and find new ways of achieve projects and anything. So basically what happened is that first I team up with the guys from Basava, and then we start talking about the project and see how can we make it work and make it happen, because it was kind of complex. But then they came up with a solution on how to create this in an online platform that actually works. And Enrique is going to explain much better how it's going to work, actually, the platform. And then I approached Audi. Why? Because Audi, in a way, it's been always a brand that it's really, really close to creativity. They're very, very sensitive about these kind of things. And I kind of felt that. I mean, I always felt that Audi is a different brand, you know, and you feel like a vibe, a completely different vibe from any other one. So I approached them, and I told them about the idea, and said, hey, I want to build this, and I would like to build this with you guys. And they teamed up with the project immediately. And I'm going to show you a video that explains perfectly how this team came together and why Audi is so important in a project like this.
Because Audi defines creation and innovation by choosing the risk, by seeking new languages to communicate, and by also exploring emotions and images. Audi is a brand sensitized with creativity. It is also a brand that creates and allows others to create. A brand that encourages us to live new experiences that will enrich our life and our imagination.
Sorry, I'm talking about like 2 years ago when we did this kind of first teaser of the project, and we showed to Audi, and since the first day we start working together with them and Basava to start building the platform. And now I'm going to give the turn to Enrique from Basava, and he's going to talk more in detail about the project and how it works.
Thanks, Hector. Basically, one of the things that every time we go to a presentation, people is asking us is why. They're always asking us 3 questions. First is how you can work in Basava. So we set up a place, you know, thank you. A place in our website where you can, upload your resume. The second thing they always ask us is what tools are you using? And at the end, we pretty much use the same tools, so there's no any actually novelty on that. And finally, and this is kind of interesting, people want to know every time more and more about process. There are not more, of course the outcome is important, but they keep asking us how you guys do that. How, what was your initial thoughts, how was the process to create something. So when Hector approached us for this project, we thought, okay, well, it's interesting. There's a lot of, right now, there's a lot of, you can feel this excitement of what we are showing here, and I always, sometimes I'm, in watching other people's work, and always wondering, okay, how the hell do they do that, right? It will be great to understand the whole process, and I think not only to understand the process, but it will be great to take part on this process. So this is what STORM is all about. It's about sharing knowledge, giving this knowledge to the community, and the community can change this knowledge, transform it into something new, upload to the rest of the community. So it's basically what it says here, a collaborative digital platform. The way we create this is try to understand what is the creative process in different disciplines, and creating a platform where different disciplines can share their knowledge. Of course, what Hector mentioned before, we have the amazing help of Ori, and of course the broadcast of OFFF. So they allow us to help them on this project. So this is pretty much what we're going to cover. The platform is prepared not only for illustration, design, but also for digital culture, creative coding, food, why not? A bit of everything. And this tries to explain how the process wants to work. It's kind of complex one because we didn't find anything existing like this before. And basically what we did is we tried to understand what is the creative process, how this, which are the steps on a creative process, no matter which is your discipline, which is your field. So it starts typically with a brainstorming, then you try to find references or creating concept arts, then you create the assets, and then you from these assets you start mixing, playing with them together, and then finally you have this outcome. If you, for instance, think what a chef is doing, he starts thinking, okay, I want to do a dish which has these ingredients, so he starts searching for existing references, then finding the ingredients, do some tests, and finally he has, the final recipe. So this is pretty much what we want to do. We want to share the knowledge of, again, a famous chef, and having a whole snapshot of all the process. So, for instance, we can go to the ingredients, understanding what the ingredients he's using, and maybe adding some local ingredient and creating a new outcome out of this. It's kind of complex because every user is adding its own assets, its own its own items to this, and it's becoming more and more complex. So the guy number 3, he can use the assets of the initial artist, but also the assets of the second artist, and he can add his own assets. So at the end, it's becoming like a monster where a lot of things can be shared. I'm going to show you a bit of the the interface design. It will start with something like that, like screenshot explaining what's the platform about, and then you will have one artist feature in each category. For music, we will probably have this guy, another guys from illustration. So it will be, in each category there will be a featured artist. And then what we will see is the different stages of the creative process. So for instance, if for an illustration project, we will have like the brainstorming, then concept art, then asset samples and outcomes. So in each single step, you can download this to your hard drive and then, take it for yourself. And this is amazing because we as a studio, we never share this amount of information. Sometimes of course, we show the outcome. Sometimes we talk about a bit the making of, but we never share, the raw assets, the things that we are actually working with, like the illustration, the vector files. So this is going to be awesome because we're going to show, everything we use for a project. So for instance, on this one, it goes from brainstorming, then some samples, and this is the final result. So of course, in each single project, you will have your description. You will see the final result. People can leave their own comments, and this is how the dashboard will look like. We'll have on top of it, we'll have the original elements from the artist, and you have there like the different brainstormings the people are adding, or the different concept arts the people are adding to the same project. It can be you can see it from from stages, but also from different user contributions. So in here you have this guy, old school inspiration, who upload a brainstorming, upload a concept art, and upload some samples. So if you go here, you can either choose the original assets, or you can just take someone else's evolution of this and create your own stuff. It will be, of course, it's not only about illustration. It will be like, for instance, music. That I can easily imagine how Carl Jean can upload, his tracks and his beats or whatever, and then you can go later and do your own samples and then create your own music using someone else's tracks. But also, what this is super important is not only, having the work of some artists, but also have a strong sense of community here. I mean, it's super important to have horizontal communication between all actors on this project. So for us, what will be even more important than the original piece will be to see what people is doing with that. For instance, we will have, when you go to the page, you can see which are the last or the more liked uploads. Then there will be a staff picking the most relevant ones. The community also can vote, or even or even we can see the latest additions. Of course, the artist will be on top of it. I mean, we will have some interviews with the artists, like explaining why they do what and their approach to the project. But I will say the community is way more important. We are thinking on launching the project in probably September, October. But you already can go to Storm to know more about it. And if you're really interested and want to keep up to date, you can sign up to our newsletters and see what's going on. Okay, this is pretty much it to explain about the part of the platform. We have the presence here of Joshua Davis, who can add his personal vision from the artist's point of view.
Barcelona!
Oh, fuck off. Come on. Barcelona! Now it's starting to feel like an OFF festival. Come on. Hey, great. Thank you for making me feel really old. There were like 3 people in the audience like, yeah, I totally know who you are. The rest of you, who the fuck is this guy? Cool. I'm 1,001 years old. Nice to meet you. Listen, I'm the last speaker tomorrow, and man, have I got some fucking face-melting shit for you. It's bananas. So, the thing is that, just to talk about like what Hector talked about in the very beginning, 18 years ago, I ran this project, and I was learning things, I was trying things, and I was making code, and I really didn't know what I was doing, and I had this place where I could like put things up for people to check out. And what happened is, and most people don't know this, what happened is that I would get like hundreds of emails from people, and people would say, how the fuck do you do this? How are you doing this? And because like my first foray into computing was with Linux, and Linux was very much like this open sharing. It was about this idea of, you know, I have something to learn from you, and maybe we can make something awesome together. And so what happened is I really wanted all these people to stop emailing me. And so what I ended up doing was offering my source code. And so 18 years ago, I would make things, and I would give the stuff away. And what would happen is that, you know, people would take my stuff, and they would add on to it, and then they would give it back to me. And through that process of sharing ideas and sharing information, I would learn stuff, because I'd be like, holy fuck, I had no idea how to do that. Okay, cool, I'm totally gonna steal that. So this idea of open sharing has been very valuable for me over the past 20 years of being a designer. So tomorrow, I'm the last speaker. You're all gonna come, yes? Because you want your brains fried, and I'm really good at that. If you're prone to seizures, definitely come. You'll probably die. That's cool. But the thing is that this thing that I'm going to share with you tomorrow, I've been working on for 6 months. And in a lot of ways, you're just going to see the finished thing. But, you know, like these guys were talking about, there was so much weird shit that happened from the beginning. And sometimes when I started things, they changed and they mutated, and then I got new ideas. And you don't get to see any of that. And so what's nice is that these two lovely individuals are creating a platform where I can share all of that weird shit that I thought about and all that weird stuff that resulted in the final piece that you saw. And so I can share my code, and I can share my design and my thoughts and my thinking. And the hopes is that you'll take it, and we can both learn from one another. You'll learn the crazy, stupid shit that I'm doing, and then maybe you'll mutate it in a way that informs something that might inspire me, right? And that's why we're all here. We're all here to be inspired by one another. So I'm gonna shut the fuck up, and we're gonna hang out, and I'll see you tomorrow. Yes? All right. See you later.
Okay, so it's yeah, it's kind of a bummer to talk after Joshua. It's like, yeah, why I should do that? Why are you worried?
Why are you worried?
Yeah, it's fine. So anyway, we're launching Storm in October officially. So the platform is going to be working in October. But like Enrique said, we already have a t-shirt and an official website where you can sign up and get updated about everything that we're going to do in the next months. And we are also working on a special event for a Storm, which is going to happen in March in Madrid next year, where we will have speakers related to the Storm and the platform. We'll invite also people that it's been participating in the platform. We'll have exhibitions and different activities. Yeah. That's it. I mean, I just want to say thank you, special thank you to people from Audi, especially Silvia and Kaita. They're here between you guys in the audience. And this is super exciting. I hope we we can play together with Storm very, very soon, in a few months. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Now, I'm going to show you the video for the last time. This video is also online on the website. Let's share it and we're done.
Storm is an interactive platform joining talents from all over the world and consisting of 4 magic elements: engaging, collaborating, creating, sharing. Storm will be featuring some of the most relevant projects within the fields of art and design, food and travel, film and motion, creative coding, gaming, culture, music. Storm will count with a collaboration of contemporary talents that will build an exclusive piece each. Their assets will be uploaded to Storm and the featured artist's creative process made available to the community. You will then be able to download the puzzle, slice it, tweak it, and assemble it in your own way. Once you are happy with your creation, upload it back to Storm so it gets exposed and potentially reused by the community. Storm, an endless co-creation and learning experience.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
On a little romance when I wasn't expecting that. Time doesn't take long, 3 kids up and gone. I wasn't expecting that. When the nurses they came, said it's come back again. I wasn't expecting that. Then you closed your eyes, you took my heart by surprise. I wasn't expecting that.
Sleepless nights at the chateau, visualize it. I'll give it something to do. Kush, kush, wherever we go, visualize it. I'll give it something to do. To get a wildfire burning, visualize it. I'll give it something to do. Ace high and going all in, visualize it. I'll give it something to do. Spread it like peanut butter jelly. Do it like I owe you some money. Spread it like peanut butter jelly. Do it like I owe you some money. Money, money, money.
should effortlessly. That's the way it was. Happened so naturally. I did not know it was love. The next thing I felt was you holding me close. What was I gonna do? I let myself go. And now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Oh, oh, oh. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy. Makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. I've been waiting for you. It's been so long. I knew just what I would do when I heard your song. You filled my heart with a kiss. You gave me freedom. You knew I could not resist. I needed someone. And now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Oh, 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 oh. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy. Makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. At first you put your arms around me. Then you put your charms around me. We stare into each other's eyes. And what we see is no surprise. Got a feeling most for treasure. And a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy. Makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody loves me better.
Yeah, so right, so fresh, so 5, no less. So right, I just flex. She can't get me out of her head. She wanna hear TT on a KDA with a KEB and that's it. Oh yeah, ain't no one left. Rumble, go hard, no rest. Come on.
You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it.
Rumble, go hard, no rest. Come on.
You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it.
Yeah, turn like a twister. Spin round, might put it on your sister. Got swag like a hipster. Even girls wanna lips ya. What a face, what a mixture. Bare lights when I'm looking to get Insta. Last night was a picture. In the pool getting busy with a mix. So right, so fresh. Top 5, no less. It's alright, I just flex. She can't get me out of her head. She wanna hear TT on a KDA with a KEB and that's it. Oh yeah, ain't no one left. Rumble, go hard, no rest. Come on.
You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it.
Rumble, go hard, no rest. Come on.
You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it. Keep on coming back for more. Got me knocking down your door. You know how to take me higher. You got me feeling for your power. Turn the music louder, let me feel it.
Rumble, go hard, no rest. Come on.
You got me feeling like something that just ain't right. Why did I let you win and let this all begin? I wish I could forget the day that we first met, and now it's blowing up. Still I can't get
It was only a smile, but my heart it went wild. I wasn't expecting that. Just a delicate kiss, anyone could have missed. I wasn't expecting that. Did I misread the sign? Your hand slipped into mine. I wasn't expecting that. You spent the night in my bed. You woke up and you said, well, I wasn't expecting that. I thought love wasn't meant to last. I thought you were just passing through. If I ever get the nerve to ask, what did I get right to deserve somebody like you? I wasn't expecting that. It was only a word, it was almost misheard. I wasn't expecting that. But it came without fear. A month turned into a year. I wasn't expecting that. I thought love wasn't meant to last. Honey, I thought you were just passing through. If I ever get the nerve to ask, did I get right to deserve somebody like you? I wasn't expecting that. Oh, and isn't it strange how life can be changed in the flicker of the sweetest smile? We were married in spring. You know I wouldn't change a thing without that innocent kiss. What a life I'd have missed if you not took a chance on a little romance when I wasn't expecting that. Time doesn't take long. 3 kids up and gone. I wasn't expecting that. When the nurses they came, said it's come back again, I wasn't expecting that. Then you closed your eyes, you took my heart by surprise. I wasn't expecting that.
doctors, a ship without a name that is sailing to the middle of the sea. Water is deeper than anything you've ever seen. Jump right in and swim and take free. I will remember your face, 'cause I am still in love with that place. When the stars are the only things we share, will you be there? Money came like rain to your hands while you were waiting for that cold old promise to appear. People in the churches started seeing about their hands. They said, my God is a good God, we can. I will remember your face, 'cause I am still in love with that place. When the stars are the only things we share, will you be there? I've got a plan. I've got an atlas in my hands. I'm gonna turn. When I listen to the lessons that I've learned, I've got a plan. I've got an atlas in my hands. I'm gonna turn. I will remember your face, 'cause I am still in love with that place. When the stars are the only things we share, you there.
I was sleeping in the garden when I saw you first. He put me deep, deep under so that he could work. And like the dawn, you broke the dark, my whole earth shook. Well, I was sleeping in the garden when I saw you. I was sleeping in the garden when I saw you first. He put me deep, deep under so that he could work. And like the dawn, you broke the dark, my whole earth shook. Well, I was sleeping in the garden when I saw you.
welcome. Good afternoon. What a lot of people. Can you hear me okay? All right, I'll try and speak slowly and clearly. First of all, thank you to OFFF for bringing me to this beautiful place, and thank you to Natalie for organizing as much of this has been organized, and thank you to you all for coming and listening to me talk. Let's see. I have a very simple presentation, which is just a whole bunch of slides of my work that I've been doing over the last 30 years. I don't know. I'll zoom through some of the ancient history so that we get to the things that you've seen more recently, and then. But I got a lot of pictures, so I'll talk through that quickly. And then just a very simple idea, which is I think the one thing I've really learned in terms of working over the last few decades is how important a picture is, and how important having an idea behind a picture is. And I mean, it's almost an interchangeable notion, sort of picture, concept, just that there's some kind of idea that is making you push forward, because if you don't have that, it's not worth bothering about. So anyway, I have a very funny start with, that's my screensaver. This is cute, but how does that go to, oh dear, okay. I won't get very far if that's all that we're seeing. How do we get into this? Okay. Yeah, slight technical difficulties. Yeah, I don't know much about that gal, but she inspires me the way she's like rowing through the air. It's kind of an original, yep, okay. All right, so is this happening? Yeah, there it's, okay, yeah, that's good. It's on that, right? Can you see? Okay, well, you got all this gobbledygook. Oh, is there a better format? I mean, it's like, look, it's all squeezed. I'm sorry. Okay, well, come on. Yeah. Okay, well, all right. Okay, so anyway, let's start out with the puppet theater. This is my great-grandfather's puppet theater, Czech marionettes. I played with those still back when I was 8 years old, and there's my great-grandfather, and then I'm still doing it today, I'm afraid to say. It's a wonderful thing, great scenery, very inspirational. In college and in high school, I did a bunch of theater. I actually directed a production of Euripides' Bacchae in this Harvard Stadium here. I don't have photographs of the show here, unfortunately, but the stadium itself is an impressive venue. I was very anxious when I got to New York and had finished film school at Harvard to go and work in the movie business in New York, not Los Angeles, and specifically at that time in the 80s, the person to work for was Woody Allen, because he was making 2 movies a year, Woody Allen Summer Project, Woody Allen Fall Project, and I talked my way into getting onto Radio Days, which was a big Woody feature and wonderful movie still. The designer was a guy named Santo Loquasto, whom I got to know there a little bit. He was a very busy guy. I was a very green production assistant. I was driving the set decorator. That was my job. And actually, I got fired. I was laid off, really, because I wasn't in the right union. a few years later, I started working, I mean, a lot of bouncing around, you know. Well, so many of you kids are like under 30, you know, it's amazing to have a job. And so I did get another job with this guy, Doug Trumbull, who did special effects for 2001 and Stanley Kubrick, amongst many other amazing achievements, Blade Runner. And I worked with Doug for about 5 years. We did this crazy movie for the Back to the Future ride film at ride attraction, sort of virtual reality thing at Universal Studios down in Florida and in LA. This was all miniatures. This is all like real, like we built an audio animatronic dinosaur. Anyway, enough of the special effects thing. It was making me crazy, and I finally got into the real union and got offered this fantastic job of working on Martin Scorsese's Age of Innocence, which was shooting near where I live, up in upstate New York. And so suddenly I was doing a real Hollywood job and having to produce real Hollywood drawings and learning on the job as fast as I could. Anyway, built a lot of stuff here. No one had time to draw the ballroom set, so they let me do it. These are ancient blueprints here, but oh gosh, the aspect ratio is driving me crazy here. But anyway, there's Winona Ryder and Daniel Day-Lewis and my chandelier that it only existed for about that week. And then we disassembled it. All the glass was rented. And that was a terrific set to be like the first set that I ever designed that got built. So I worked on that thing for months. Other big sets in New York, this is Addicted to Love, huge set we spent $2 million on. I don't know where that money all went. It doesn't seem to be around too much anymore. Then this is another Edith Wharton project, a show called The Buccaneers. BBC was doing a series, and we were in Newport, sent time back on Bellevue Avenue there for about a mile, covered it with sand, and we got horse carriages, and it was beautiful. These ones with the spots, I think, were actually wrong for the movie, but we loved them anyway. And they spent so much time setting up the camera that the whole carriage parade thing really isn't in the movie at all, because they got one shot by the end of the day, and that was it. We sent the carriages home. Other stuff here, it was all very pretty in Newport. Marble House, very grand. Little set that I did for friends of mine up in Canada with all sorts of special effects tricks, sort of an Art Nouveau, Gaudi-esque world, supposed to be set in a Parisian cafe with these wonderful dancers from the Cirque du Soleil who do contortionists and, you know. Anyway, David Mamet movie, another big set. This is Amistad. This is a Spielberg project I was working on. More dirt on the street, more carriages. Spielberg was a character. That was very interesting to watch. A Neil Jordan film in an insane asylum, and real insane asylum, and we had a fun time there. I spent a lot of time making movies in insane asylums. They were giving them away free for a while in Massachusetts and in New York State and Pennsylvania, and this is still that one. This is the rubber Robert Downey Jr. we had to make a corpse of him, and there was a lot of complaints about the eyebrows. This is another insane asylum movie, very low budget, little horror film that. This is so long ago. It was about a telephone guy stalking someone on the telephone, like get closer and closer on her landline there. But it was, I'm trying to design stuff, not just assist people, not just be, drawing, but to actually get credits as a production designer. Yet another mental hospital. This one's in Harrisburg. This was very low budget. This is Ernest Borgnine's 199th film. He was aiming to make 200 movies, and he did. He got there. Anyway, Ernie was great. Sybil Shepherd in that. And it was kind of a great place to shoot, actually. We had so little money, handful of local high school students and a bunch of leftover furniture and a bunch of running around. We made it into sort of a nursing home. It was a good place to shoot. And there's this sort of idea of like orange ring. Oh, this is a crazy thing for Campbell Scott. This was the lowest budget thing I've ever worked on in my life. We had really nothing but these cardboard boxes. We used them a lot. We got very full value out of the cardboard boxes. And this set was actually constructed from wood that we stole from. Meryl Streep was a neighbor of Campbell Scott's, and we stole the wood from her dumpster. She had recently replaced her deck, and so we went dumpster diving in Meryl Streep's dumpster. And this is a little movie I did, $1 million movie with Chris Christopherson called Disappearances, which I'm still quite proud of, actually. I really was pleased by the way that looked. It was all shooting in Vermont during the sort of early spring. They call it the mud season. I have a whole other series of photographs of cars, production cars stuck in the mud, but sort of finding this texture of this 1920s sort of end of the, actually it's meant to be 1931, end of Prohibition, with these fabulous cars. It was a huge amount of work. And anyway, friends I'm still working with now, these beautiful places, and making sets, and more dirt on the streets, and this place we managed to turn over overnight. This is like a Gatling gun mounted on a cigarette boat. The whole thing was very explosive, and we were shooting at like 2 o'clock in the morning. We actually found a train, and a silly comedy with Jason Biggs and Isla Fisher. This was one I really had no idea what it was about. But comedy is hard that way, Sometimes comedy, you're trying to be funny, something serious. It'll tell a story. There's a drama. Comedy, you just want to make people laugh, and that can be hard to have a rationale for like why something looks that way. It's one thing I was interested with Woody. Is like his movies always looked so great, And anyway, this one didn't look particularly great, but I don't think it was my fault. Anyway, so funny. The car was funny. We had a great little Ukrainian car. Anyway, this is another horror film. No one knew what it was about, so we just in the art department, we made up an idea that the movie is about creepy things that come from beneath the sea. So we had all these shipwreck pictures in the hotel and strange animals in the flower arrangements and pufferfish in the bar and I think like seaweed curtains and the jellyfish wallpaper I'm still kind of proud of. I think they're selling jellyfish wallpaper over there at the over there near the lavabo there. Anyway, this was fun. Very pretty spot. This is a big thing with I got to design with sort of a hippie house for Jane Fonda, sort of interesting project that Bruce Beresford was directing. Wonderful director. I'm hoping to work with again soon. And so, anyway, somewhere along the line, I started making sketches, realizing that, if you make a sketch, then, like, you're not going to get pestered by people asking, like, well, how many Japanese lanterns? And, how are we going to make this trellis work? And, and what is your idea about the, it's like, well, here's a picture. And, and there's Jane, and the picture happened. And it wasn't that big a deal. So, we loved our car. Someone found it, saw it recently. It was out on Cape Cod. It was a very cute car. The bus we just found, it was like that. Anyway, so this was a fun project. And then this crazy lacrosse movie. I mean, I've said yes to a lot of things. I very seldom say no to any work. I tried that at one point, and I quickly became broke. So I've had very few things I've regretted saying yes to. Here we built this casino out of this like sheep barn. I don't know, it looked pretty good. It was like we laid the carpet right down on the dirt, and it was okay. Anyway, interiors. This is a witch movie. Zosha Mamet's in it. Olympia Dukakis. This is fun, actually, with the colors and stuff. And it was a great time of year. Oh, and we got to burn a witch at the stake. And this is a little kind of young adult sort of funny thing. But anyway, another little sketch. And then now here's some Wes stuff. Now Wes, it's like you all know about Wes. So I got this great call to come and art direct. I'd been, off and on art directing in New York, to come and art direct this thing called Royal Tenenbaums. I read the script. It's hilariously funny. And who is this guy, Wes Anderson? So I signed on. It turned out to be like 200 sets. It was a lot of sets. And Wes had very particular ideas about each and every one. And this house was like, we did a renovation on that house in about 3 or 4 weeks that was just one of the hardest things I've ever done. It was really fast, but very memorable. And then all this project with the wallpaper was a huge to-do, which I could talk about for much longer than we have here. The graphics budget for Royal Tenenbaums, what was budgeted? 0. I went $60,000 over budget, to the incredible annoyance of the producers, because the budget for graphics ended up being $60,000. And they said, you're supposed to send 0. So anyway, these are models of all these, like one of my shows, and then the model we built for the thing, and another wonderful Wes car crash where nothing happens, and putting signs all over the stuff, building half a sign. Only Wes would, the only director I would ever allow to, would trust to build half a sign for, because he really, that's his frame. He says he's going to frame here, that's the end of it. And it's kind of wonderful. You'll see a picture a little further on here where this, this is before CGI became so easy, and we had to actually shoot the Queen Elizabeth twice because it was in dock for such a short period of time. Terrible snow. I think we got away with that. But anyway, all these little sets, one thing after another. And they're all locations. We didn't build anything. They were all just like little bits of dressing. When you see the snow thing. And so I was doing little sketches to try and pull together ideas for all these little throwaway things. This is all carpet, the green rug. And then this, no one ever saw this set because Wes said all he needed was this little, just little teeny piece, just a folding table and a little bit of a tree house. And we couldn't believe him. We said, no, I mean, we're renting a whole backdrop, and who builds half a tree house? We built 2 tree houses, And he came in and framed up what he had described that he was going to frame. Didn't say a thing about our beautiful set, walked away. You're the only people who've ever seen this set. So it was beautiful, though. We were very pleased with it. And so this is one of the first sketches I ever did for Wes, and because no one else was doing it. I mean, I don't think anyone was doing, sketches for Rushmore or for Bottle Rocket, So, but it seemed important, to try to get some of these visual things down on paper, and it ended up looking like that. So, And so then also doing sketches for this guy, Gregory Crutzen. I don't know if you know him, but he's a fantastic photographer, and I was lucky enough he was working close by. He did these incredibly detailed vignettes, and again, trying to figure out with Gregory just like what he wanted, because he had this sort of like, oh, we'll all go to the hardware store a million times, and we'll just kind of like it'll assemble itself before our eyes. It turned out to be kind of inefficient for him, and so we started actually, like, I'd draw something for him, and he agreed that it was like what we wanted. This is this underwater one, which he never actually used, which is quite beautiful. That was a crazy project, and but we built some beautiful sets for this stuff here. And very, very satisfactory. It was nice because it was, like it's even hyper real. It's like, a more in-depth image than even like 70 millimeter. I mean, it's an incredible detail that he gets into. Oh, this is a commercial. Again, this is like, a little bit of like saying yes to everything. It's not really chronological, but I was doing for Skins, the British TV show, wonderful stars here. And we had the walls all falling apart, and these great kids, and and all these wonderful British kids all snogging and carrying on here. It was a lot of fun in London, 2008. Nick Holt, we were throwing pieces of plaster on him in the bathtub from a ladder, and then Moonrise Kingdom. I mean, after a long stretch. Wes finally came back to the States. I never went and did any of the European projects, but I got a call saying, oh, well, Carl, you're in Massachusetts, who can you recommend to come and draw on this project for Wes? And I said, well, what about me? I need a job. So it was like, oh, well, you were the art director last time. I never thought, it's like, heck, So suddenly, instead of being in charge of the budget and the hiring, and the schedule, and the headaches, and all the communication, I'm just stuck in the corner of the room, drawing, drinking coffee, clocking in and out, getting lunch, and I got to draw like so much of Moonrise Kingdom. It was such an incredible joy, this wonderful house, and we did a whole like digital model of this because the camera angles were so peculiar. But, you see how the ceiling heights were just like ridiculous, maybe 8-foot ceilings, and, everything was incredibly wide. The screwed up aspect ratio of this slideshow is probably sort of emphasizing some of the VistaVision qualities here. But anyway, it was so fun drawing all this Boy Scout stuff and this crazy tree house and and anyway, just cranked out drawing and drawing and drawing. Tents. The tent in Royal Tenenbaums, we spent like 3 weeks drawing that tent, and one tent, and suddenly we had to do 1,000. It was a lot of work. This was fun also, the opera. And that's still there, the raccoon in the woods outside Providence. And then these kind of funny, dreamy little things. I don't know, it was fun to do this stuff, and I think it ended up being useful. Once Wes agreed to something, that's what we did. He's a really great guy with a plan. And so, something's changed. This is a little bit different. And then of course, learning gradually, working with Wes, what he likes. Like this is my first drawing of the the pier with the island police there, and Wes said, no, this is what it should be. So anyway, and still, I'm doing construction drawings and elevations and trying to show people how to build stuff, and and all the while worrying. It's like, I only draw with a pencil. I'm not a digital guy, and it's, I'm looking around. It's like, anyone left doing this? But, happily, I seem to have been lucky so far that I haven't been, if I'm a dinosaur, I've at least become kind of like a pet dinosaur or something. It's this wonderful cove there. And all fun. Anyway, so from that, Adam Stockhausen was the designer of that project, and Adam and I got along really well, and Adam loved my pictures, and he got a fabulous job of 12 Years a Slave, completely different kind of project, and I went down and did these to New Orleans, which was incredibly fun, and then went and did these drawings for 12 Years, which was great, looking at these old daguerreotypes. And the hard thing with 12 Years was that it was all, it's 1830s, it's pre-photography, so the references are like things like steel engravings and so forth, or you're trying to extrapolate back from 1860s photos. But, and then we had a lot of CGI work and so forth. There was a certain amount of interface with those guys. And this amazing boat that, I don't know if you saw as much. This was a huge, beautiful set that like was invisible in the movie because it was so dark. But really great stuff. And anyway, so Adam and I did really well with that thing. It was great. And I think he got his Oscar nomination for it, etc. Yeah. Oh, and then, like, I get another phone call from Adam. It's like, come to Europe. We're doing this thing called Grand Budapest Hotel in Germany. And so I was like, great, So, and the first thing they asked me to do there was, the hotel. So I was looking through a lot of old research there and came up with a sketch. Everyone seemed to be happy about it, and made drawings for the model guys to build, and then lo and behold, they built this model, and I was back in Germany subsequently for another project, and they were doing the premiere, and they actually, this is for the model to be in the lobby of the Adlon Hotel, next to the Brandenburg Gate there in Berlin. And it was amazing. It was Wes does know how to kind of throw the thing. Anyway, this was a wonderful project, and Mrs. Prada's luggage and detailing out the hotel, and it was an incredible amount of work. And a lot of people were working on that. Mind you, don't get the impression at all that I was just one of a bunch of people in that art department. But still, I feel like I made a pretty significant contribution to the cause. And, lots of working out details and the mechanics of all this minutia that, it's what people love. So, and that one thing was so cute. The night train to Nebelspad. Oh, and then this scene, Wes actually gave me a part. And speaking of great-grandfathers, this is my other great-grandfather, who was a banker in Slovenia under the old, Austro-Hungarian Empire, and so so they kind of like said, well, anyway, I'm over there on the right, and so this is some stuff we didn't actually build. This proved to be a little too expensive, this whole approach in the cemetery. But then this is a classic West set where it's like, it's just acres of scenery because the camera dollies through on the track and just goes by hundreds of feet of scenery for this that whole train sequence. It's classic. The observatory and the trams, and the Germans were fabulous at building models of trams. They were extremely just like, they're the right people to be doing this stuff. And then all this, we shot this toboggan slide was actually like a real shot, and then we were trying to figure out like how to like jazz it up and make it more interesting. And I mean, I was coming up with all kinds of crazy ideas. Some of that ended up happening, but anyway, woo. And total change of subject. Anyway, so in between, I mean, these movies last, like a job might last 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, rarely 6 months, But so, a lot of times I'm in the position of this guy coming off. It's like, oh, what am I going to do? So working for my neighbors, they wanted a Gothic revival octagon. So at least that's still standing. It's not in the dumpster. Another Gothic revival project. I don't know why that. I got a fantastic call to do an event for Miu Miu for Mrs. Prada in Shanghai. This is like, we have 30 days to pull this party together. Fly to Shanghai, fly to Milan, fly to Shanghai. Is at the top of the highest skyscraper in China. And we did a fashion show and sit-down dinner for 500 people and an after party for 800 and 200 Chinese workers and lack of sleep and too much champagne, and it was pretty great. So we got acrobats to come in. They flew a troupe of acrobats from New York in to entertain the Chinese. There you go. Oh, and then I do these kind of crazy, ballets and things, all this old romantic stuff. I mean, I'm sorry, I am just a sucker for, some of this reactionary, romantic, old Valentine stuff. I mean, here everyone is so cutting edge and, looking into the new, but, then the ballet and the Nutcracker. My son's a dancer, so I got roped into this, endless Nutcracker machinery, which now I'm working on my fourth Nutcracker here. It's crazy, but all these little bits of old, kitschy, wonderful scenery. Going back to the puppet theater, remember? It's a little bit that sort of thing. And Cinderella for another look. And these people have no money, and but they need scenery. So. Anyway, and theater, I keep on doing theater. Always a few different, Glass Menagerie and all this, Molière. This is a thing just last fall, actually. These people I love, their whole budget for a show is like $1,000, so, ooh. This was a quick change. This happened in 5 seconds. Bang. So happy about that. Then Adam took me off. No one's going to ever see this. Actually, there is now, this movie is being made. It's called Passengers with Jennifer Lawrence is in it. But originally it was Keanu Reeves. And I worked on it with Adam Stockhausen for 6 months, drawing up all these pictures of luxury spaceship interiors. And we went to Germany and we started building the spaceship, and then, I don't know, Rachel McAdam or someone pulled out, and the studio pulled the plug and sent us all home. And so I have all these drawings of this crazy fancy spaceship, which, no one's going to use. Actually, a friend of mine is now working on the one that Jennifer Lawrence is in, same script. It's in Atlanta. They have twice as much money, and I offered him my drawings. He said, no. Actually, what he also said, I said, well, what are you doing? He says, we're doing slick. And I said, our spaceship was cute. And he says, yeah, all you can do is cute. But, and he said, all we can do is slick. So, anyway, this is a store in New York I did. So slick, I do a little bit of slick. This is a very avant-garde-y kind of, pretentious store. And the little movie just came out last summer called Infinitely Polar Bear. No scenery, just running around doing set dressing, but with Mark Ruffalo, Zoe Saldana, a lot of my mother's old furniture. Very low budget. I'm back with these people again. And then Woody Allen. After all this time, I get this phone call from Santa Loquasto, a person I haven't spoken to since radio days. If it then, barely he remembered me as the PA that got fired. And he said, Carl, I need an art director for New England, and I'm doing this thing in Providence, and for Woody, and so would you like to do that? And I said. And so we got to do this movie in Rhode Island with Joaquin Phoenix, and I mean, I don't know. We didn't do anything earth-shattering, but it was nice. Irrational Man. It was wonderful to work for Santo. It was like just worship. He's an incredible designer, and he really knows what he wants, and he goes straight to it, no nonsense, and is just, if he decides he wants to do something, it's for a very good reason. And and then what was that? Oh, this is another project. This is coming out. This is little sketches for this guy Damien Chazelle. He did Whiplash. My friend David Wasco, whom I've worked for on the Royal Tenenbaums and a couple of other things. It's all like a big LA singing, dancing, musical thing. So I was doing these like little Emma Stones in this also. So these kind of like mood pieces for all the musical numbers, and then working some of those up into like sort of more realistic sets, and it was all going to be like some big Hollywood soundstage thing, which I think they mostly built. They sent me pictures. This is like the backdrop for the whole business. I'm probably in violation of my non-disclosure agreement here, but they seem to, I think they printed these up there and just went for it. This is Joy. This is another kind of like earn some money job, but quite interesting with Jennifer Lawrence. We were doing these like the TV sets for the QVC thing where she comes in and sells her mop, and I worked on this. I was doing also some concept stuff and then some technical drawings and construction stuff, and like something like this, and then there it is, and weird things that like we tried, and that was a very odd project. They changed them, and then we wouldn't use them, and then there was the big set was this sort of Dynasty, the old soap opera. They wanted to do this fantasy set from Dynasty, and so that's actually the house, the original house in San Francisco that they used for the first season. And then they built a big set for the soap opera and flopped it over, which is what that is. And then I drew this, and then we built that, and then it was a very snowy winter in Boston. We had 3 meters of snow, and that's the roof of our stage, which is up, 25 feet, 8 meters up, something. Collapsed into the snow next to the set. It didn't crush the set. So this is the drawing of relocating the set to another part of the building. So once we did that, then they built it and finished it, and we got, this sort of wonderful thing. And then I worked on this business for like a month. I don't know. I was doing this toy shop, and it was all about the windows of the toy shop, and they wanted to have like little snow falling outside, and I found these like little machines you could order from Texas, which would like make snow fall outside the windows. And I just felt so futile working away, and we did the interior of the toy shop, and then there was supposed to be like, Judy Becker wanted to have a thing about, she remembered this mural about elves eating ice cream that was like really precious to her from her childhood, but no one could find it. So I'm doing like these crazy elves eat ice cream murals, and we never shot the interior of the toy store. And I felt really, it's like, why am I alive? But then the poster for the film comes out, and the shot on the poster is of Jennifer Lawrence and my snow. So, and here's another crazy party, wacky party for Marc Jacobs' Decadence. The Shanghai people called up after all these years again, said, oh, we want to do another crazy party. And so they didn't have quite as much money, but we had this crazy vaudeville place down in New York, and I don't know, filled it up with junk and gave them quickie emergency sketches, which Mark liked, about how to show off his perfume bottle. And, we had some good ideas, and then we had maybe some not so good ideas, and it was very technical in a way, because we had like a day to bring this whole thing in, and make it all fancy, and we saw The Woman in Two, and we served lots of drinks and food and everything, and Sofia Coppola came, and it was all very fabulous, and then it was over. Then still other things. This is the Christmas Carol, annual show I've been doing for like 6 years now, and this last year they said, we need to have a new kind of a puppet thing for the ghost of Christmas past, so this is like, again, with the puppets. And it worked out well, actually, the puppet. I was quite pleased. Big puppet. So, and then, this is the kind of sort of strange denouement of this whole little talk, which I'm sure has gone on too long. But I get this phone call. I've actually started another job from Woody Allen's producer, this is in January, who says, Santo is too busy doing 2 Broadway shows, and I'm kind of wondering if you'd be interested in designing Woody's new series for Amazon. He's doing a TV series, and no one has designed for Woody except for Santo, at least in the United States, since radio days. And she's calling me? So I said yes. And we didn't have much money, but we had a wonderful location. We built this big house set that, we didn't build the set. This was a found house. We just dressed it to look, supposed to be sort of 1960s, but kind of just a kind of a cozy Woody Allen world of these nice suburban people, and I'm telling you too much already. But anyway, so these are secret photographs. But it'll all be on Amazon streaming very soon. And I got a chance to talk to Woody about what he wanted. Didn't talk to him very much, but I did get the chance to talk to him, and he, it was great. And then I think for about the last month he didn't really speak to me. This is these are the things that you sweat over, like the 1970s period fridge here. And I never really showed him any photos or much of anything, but a few times. But I was told that was good. If he didn't have anything to say, that was about as good as it was going to get. So, Miley Cyrus is in this. This is what she does to her bedroom, and then she takes a bath. I'm looking forward to that. And then the best thing, Elaine May plays Woody's wife in this, and these 2 wonderful octogenarians. I mean, these incredibly funny people. And I was very happy about getting the color of the headboard in their bedroom the right thing, because they looked great. And putting them in bed together was very funny. We made this little bathroom for them, very groovy. And there's Woody putting Miley in the trunk. I'm giving way too much away, but we did more than just the house, but most of it was the house. We did a little agency office. And of course, it's a Woody Allen movie. He goes to the doctor. And, it was great to watch him. It was really incredible. And, then Elaine and Woody doing their stunts. It's quite funny. So, and more ballet. I don't know why. I should just say no. And this is a show I'm working on right now. In fact, they keep on messaging me about questions. This little musical for the theater next door to me. And then the people that I did the Polar Bear movie with are coming back to New England to do a movie about this guy who's the Polka King. Jack Black's going to be in it. It's called The Polka King. So sort of, it's this world. It's a new one to me. And last but not least, a little plug for, after all this time working for other people on their movies and making them look good, I have been working for the last 5-6 years now on my own project. I adapted a script from my old friend Edith Wharton's marvelous novel, Summer. and hope to shoot that close to my home up in Western Mass sometime, maybe even next year. But we, need money. But it would be beautiful. We made a little trailer for it. Anyway, it's a great project, and I would love to do that. Set in 1916, it's 100 years ago, and it's just a great kind of world to recreate, and a lot of places to start with, and done a few sketches and storyboards myself, and I don't know, one of these days maybe someone will decide to, fund my project. But anyway, thank you so much. I really, what is happening now? Okay. Thank you so much. And thank you.
You made me feel like I did you wrong. Going places where you don't belong. Ever since I left the city, you got exactly what you asked for. Running out of pages in your passport. Hanging with some girls I've never seen before. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. And I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. These days all I do is wonder if you're bending over backwards for someone else. Wonder if you're rolling up a backwards for someone else. Doing things I taught you getting nasty for someone else. You don't need no one else. You don't need nobody else, no. Why you never alone? Why you always touch and roll? Used to always stay at home, be a good girl, you was in the zone. Yeah, you should just be yourself. Right now you're someone else. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. And I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. I know when that hotline blink, that can only mean one thing. Ever since I left the city,
Sleepless nights at the chateau. Visualize it. I'll give it something to do. Kuch, wherever we go. Visualize it. I'll give it something to do. To get a wildfire burning. Visualize it. I'll give it something to do. Ace high and going all in. Visualize it. I'll give it something to do. Spread it like peanut butter jelly. Do it like I owe you some money. Spread it like peanut butter jelly. Do it like I owe you some money.
visualize it. I'll give it something to do. Visualize it. I'll give it something to do.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Hi, Barcelona. Glad to be here. Thank you to Hector and to Natalie. And this is my 4th OFF conference, but the first one in Barcelona. And I love the city, and I am very happy to do this. I'm going to talk about work that I've been doing really over the past several years. And it's not new in relationship to the fact that I've never designed identities before, but I started thinking about them differently because every 3 or 4 years I have to sort of challenge the way I typically think about something, and I find it helps me look at everything anew. And what's behind this was really the internet's response to logos that are pretty nasty and sort of instantaneous. If you design a logo for an organization or a company, people will review it immediately. And I realized it's like reviewing a 3-act play at the moment of an opening curtain, and it's idiotic. So just to figure out what we're doing when we design identities, I went back to the Greek word logos, which is a term Aristotle used in making an argument. And what logos means translated as word, or actually how something is understood. So it means when you're designing these things, you're creating systems by which people understand things, and that you don't understand something instantaneously, you come to understand something over time. So I'm going to show you some projects that all involve this form of thinking and what the situation was that led me to do what I did, and how the identities really have to function over very long periods of times and very broad media. The Philadelphia Museum of Art is huge. It has an enormous collection starting from the Middle Ages all the way through the most contemporary form of art. This is the building in Philadelphia, and if it looks familiar to you, it should, because it's very famous. It's the steps that Rocky Balboa ran up in the movie Rocky. And this is the most famous thing about the Philadelphia Museum of Art. Now, for the curators, this is horrible. You know, these curators at the museum are serious. And, you know, this is what people know. As a matter of fact, if you go to the city of Philadelphia, you will find that most visitors come to the museum, run up the steps, jump up and down in the air, and never go into the museum. Not a good position to be in. I actually went to school in Philadelphia and made a painting in that museum, copying the art. And when I was in Philadelphia, I never called it the Philadelphia Museum of Art. I called it the Art Museum. As a matter of fact, everybody in Philadelphia calls it that. If you go to Philadelphia and you look for a sign to it, or you say to a cab driver, where's the Philadelphia Museum of Art? He says, what? Even though it's this giant thing on a hill. The logo they had is interesting in that there was nothing especially wrong with it graphically. It had a griffin, which appears on the building. It had Avenir type, which is innocuous. But if you look at it, you realize it's the sort of logo that an educational or government institution might have. It looks like something that's going to be fairly dry and boring, not a place that has amazing silhouette paintings. So we knew right away that something had to broaden, so this place was opened up. Now, there were a lot of people in the Philadelphia Museum who wanted me to retain this griffin. And they said that it was important to their donors, and it was important to the people who worked in the museum, and that it was highly recognizable. But right around the corner, Drexel University had this dragon. So how important could it be? And this was sort of goofy, but people confused the two animals. So we went to work on this thing, and that we knew we had to retain their typeface because all the signage in the building was done that way, and you would have to replace everything in the building at once. They were doing a massive renovation that Frank Gehry is building, which digs a tunnel through the museum. And that's actually why I was hired, was to do the signs for the new renovation. And they sort of had me sneak the identity through. So what we decided to do was to emphasize the word art, and then to show the breadth of the collection, we'd give them as many A's in every art form as possible, and that they could use the A's to represent different parts of the collection at any given moment in the hope that that would become recognizable. And this was some of the 200 A's that we created for them. The interesting thing was that everybody liked the idea, but when it came to choosing an A, they never could make a decision. They would always find something wrong with every single one of them. So the only A they used on the stationery that was different was so much like one of the actual A's that is the typeface that it was almost unrecognizable. To get them away from this, I realized that if you put the decorative A on something that a curator touched, they were afraid of it. But if you put it on things that the public got, like tickets and badges and things like that, they started to like it. And that's how we got them to begin to use it. So the curators' things were serious, and the institution was preserved, but things that were for children or for outer visitors were playful. And then we got Frank Gehry to draw his own A's for his exhibit that opened the new identity and the new collection, and that's when all the curators actually got on board, so we could get them to begin to do things like this, and like that, and like this. It became used for retail, it became t-shirts, it became bags, and then finally we got to redraw the font. Now, this is work I'm showing you that was actually massive and went over a period of 2 years, and part of what I had to do was to get them to do it internally so it didn't get messed up. And they didn't really have a competent in-house art department when I began designing this, so I started replacing their department, and I hired somebody I'd worked with before to go down there, and he actually took on the project of getting the font redrawn and beginning to build the store and the system. And the process was terrific because I realized that if I had given the old art department a manual, the thing would have been a disaster because manuals actually don't function. If you're a terrific designer, you don't need one, and if you're a bad designer, it doesn't matter what the manual says. So there you have it. So I've actually gotten on this mission to figure out ways to help companies execute and make their identities live and elongate their lifespan by trying to infuse spirit right into the company, which means very often I'm putting myself in a situation where I'm changing approval processes because a lot of the problem isn't with the in-house art departments, it's with the marketing department, or it's with the very people who hired me at the top of the chain because they don't know how to make decisions. So it's a long, cumbersome education process. But with the Philadelphia Museum, which took 2 years, we really accomplished our goal, and this was my favorite review, which was about Frank Gehry and my work for the museum, saying we did more than anyone possible to remove the stink of Sylvester Stallone from the building, and I consider that a success. I see three-dimensional projects and wayfinding projects as a function of identity, because it isn't just enough to tell somebody where to go. You sort of have to tell them where they are, and that where they are involves spirit as much as pure messaging. So I was put on a team of an architect, a landscape designer, and a group of engineers to help rebuild the beaches and the boardwalk after Hurricane Sandy had destroyed them in New York City. Most of you probably don't think of New York as having very much beach area, but in fact it has a lot. It runs all the way up to Long Island. It totally goes around to the bottom of Brooklyn and across all around Staten Island. And they were destroyed. And the saddest part about the beaches is that beach communities lost their boardwalks, which were their life's blood. That was the whole social engagement of those communities. No community hurt worse than Rockaway Beach. And if you don't know New York, maybe you know the Ramones, and they had that song called Rock, Rock, Rockaway, and that's Rockaway Beach. And there's summers at Rockaway Beach, people surf at Rockaway Beach, and it is a real beach community. The city issues warning signs and puts up things that look like this on the beach. This is the standard issue of government, which I've really been working hard to change in New York City, and have done a number of sign systems for the city. So that's why they put me on the project. And what my charge was initially was to find a way for people to navigate themselves onto the beach while all this construction was being done, where the beaches were being repaired and the boardwalk was going to be rebuilt. So I realized that it wasn't enough to put up directional wayfinding. There had to be something that had some more emotion attached to it. And that I realized that while the boardwalks were destroyed, the beaches remained. And that you could make what I would call an emotional sign system. What we did is we took pictures of the beach, where you entered the beach, and each beach is different, and communities know and recognize their beaches. So there was a sign system for all the beaches that run along the coast of Brooklyn and Manhattan and Staten Island, with the names of the street in a type style that was consistent, and these photographs of the individual beaches. And it fit into a system of signs that had warning signs, historical signs, the entryway signs, and then these navigational signs that went up over the construction barricades so you could see where you were. This is the construction barricade sign. Now, if you're on the beach and you're walking along this thing, it's about 3 city blocks before you hit the next sign, but that's your way to get back into town. So you actually saw how far you had to walk before you made your turn. And we also did a thing where we painted the girder yellow, so if you're walking down the beach, you saw this thing. But while we were doing this, an interesting phenomenon happened. We were working with a team of architects that I thought had developed these terrific temporary comfort stations that looked great, and I loved them in the Photoshop renderings. But when they got put on the beach, the town just hated them, and they revolted against them, and they protested. They thought they were depressing. They thought they looked like they were army barracks, and I thought the design was really quite stunning. And then I realized that there was one fatal flaw, is that the beach needs to look like this, because people go to the beach and the sun is bright and it's colorful. So we moved the comfort stations indoors, and we repurposed these cement block buildings that were used to store garbage and waste on the beach, and we turned them into bodegas and painted the buildings these bright colors with sort of the stripes are actually a map of the city on the buildings, and they were amazingly well. As a matter of fact, it's hard to photograph them in sunlight because the sun is so bright on the beach that it neutralizes almost all color. So the color has to be incredibly strong. You see, it almost blows it out, and these were very vivid colors. The color is more like the color in the shade than the sun. Then we started working on the boardwalk, and the architect on the boardwalk decided to make planks, cement planks, there are no more boards, and that the cement planks would have waves in them on two sides. And this is the plan for laying the boardwalk, and each one of these planks is 130 feet. So we looked at that, and we realized that you could make typography out of it. And this is probably the world's largest pixel. And there is the beginning of a typeface, which we named Rockaway Wide, and began to make stuff to sell. And here it is laid and seen from the sky. And the reason we did this is that when you land in New York City, if you fly from Barcelona to New York, you'll fly over Rockaway Beach to land at Kennedy Airport, and it would be visible from the air. I stood outside and clocked it, and a plane flies over the beach about every 20 minutes. So it seemed that if you needed a new identity, there it was. What is really moving for me about this experience, aside from the fact that I love doing things that help the city, is that designers who live out on Rockaway Beach all know I did it, and they talk about it, and that the ordinary people who don't know design know about it too, and it's become part of their neighborhood. And it is the way other people will begin to understand that beach, and that's the point, and it was great. The next project came out. This project was launched exactly a year ago to really heavy criticism. And it unnerved me because it took up a year of my life and also was something that I believed was correct. And sometimes I'm wrong, and in this case, I think not. But I'm going to show you exactly the whole process of building the new school. For those of you who don't know what the new school is, the new school is in New York City on Fifth Avenue. It was founded in 1919. It was a progressive school for improving, it was called the New School for Social Research. It was about improving social conditions and having advanced dialogue about society. And it has a performing arts arm that has a couple of schools attached to it. It has a liberal arts wing. And in 1972, it bought Parsons School of Design. And Parsons School of Design is bigger than the new school, and Parsons School of Design is like the elephant in the room. The new school did a lot of research about itself and found out that it was everybody's last choice of where to go to college. If you picked 5 places, they were 5. They were never number 1. Parsons, on the other hand, had a great reputation and was a first choice or the top 2 choices of people going to art school in the United States, and seemed to be known much more around the world than the new school was. So the new school had to change its behavior, and it had to leverage its relationship with Parsons to help build up the whole academic program, and they decided to develop what they called design-infused education, which means that you can go to the school for design and you can take anthropology courses, or you can go to the school for journalism and take editorial design courses, and that all the program could be mixed up and designed for the student to get the best possible education they could, which is a very good idea. They had lots of logos for these schools. They seemed to change every 2 years. They didn't really fixate on anything, which shows you probably why attendance was down, because it meant they didn't have a strong sense of themselves. Now, when I look at identity work and try to figure out how things are done a certain way, I generally look to see what the competition does, and sort of pulling out a bunch of schools at random, I can tell you, if you're supposed to be academically sophisticated, you got a serif, and if you're supposed to be edgy, you got a sans serif. You'll notice all the art schools have sans serif type, totally different for the academic ones, and that's sort of the big difference, and that's it. This school was a little bit like UAL in London, which was designed by my partner Dominic Lipa, in that the curriculum was always changing, and you had to do something fairly ordered to show the relationship between all the various schools and the university itself, which was the new school. To work on it, I wanted to pull something from the new school itself. This is a Joseph Urban building on 13th Street that's very famous, and then it was another new building by Skidmore, Owens, Merrill was done on Fifth Avenue, and it used the same sort of exterior striping. And inside the Fifth Avenue building was a typeface that was put there by Rudy Bauer, who had redesigned the inside of the building, and the font was called Irma, and it was designed by Peter Bielak, who's a fantastic type designer. So I couldn't use these sort of decorative versions of the Irma because they didn't read when put together, so I used the regular Irma, and I stacked it like this, and then of course it could move and be horizontal. And then I attached it to all the school names, and that showed the linkage between the new school and Parsons, the new school and performing arts, and the thing they needed to have done. And I showed it to my client, which consisted, and I'm not kidding, of 90 people, because it was the president, everybody, all the deans, all the trustees, and a nightmare of changing people. And I showed this around the place, and I got this response. So I began talking to them about why they thought it was too boring, and they said, well, it didn't individualize the schools. I said, yes, but the schools have to look collective. And they said, well, they have to look collective and they have to look individual. So I said, well, what if we do something like, this is not going forward here. Oh, it did. It's not doing it on my screen. And they said, yeah, that would be good, do more. So we started really expanding this thing, and then they said, the O's are too round. Then they said the O's are too wide. So at this point in time, after I was messing around with all these logos, I realized I had a typeface that was looking like this, with these 3 different weights, that was pretty strange. But then I thought I could probably craft the name of each school out of these different weights, and then perhaps this thing could be programmed, and then it could be an immediately recognizable font for the school that could continually change every time they changed a curriculum or moved a department away, and it gave them tremendous flexibility. So we began doing this, and then we crafted individually by hand the different weights of every single school, so they had their own balance and their own symmetry. And then we created a system by which it was interchangeable no matter what was said there, because it looked like it was all one thing, sort of like Dominic Lipa's Helvetica. But in fact, the schools were very much differentiated individually. So we then created a light typeface to go with it for the subsets and put it next to the competition, and in fact it worked. And so did Parsons. It's actually an extendable alphabet where you have, I think, something like 15 or 16 possibilities of a 6-letter combination of what something can be. And used together, it creates this kind of character, which looks to me old and new at the same time. Now, when Peter Bielak drew it, he had to correct the kind of problems that would have when you had wide corners because it would fill in if you just drew the font in a pure wide way. And he had to make these notches in the corners. And that created this very bizarre W in New School that everybody just totally hated and railed against from the moment this thing was introduced. We didn't have to use that W. That was my sort of screw you to the entire community. But we did, and it came out, and people were just all up in arms. People called it the Nev School because they thought it looked like two V's, and that sort of thing happened. And there was a big rant on Brand New, and that went on for about 3 weeks. And then there was a rebellion from the students. The seniors hated it. They said they didn't mind that there was a funny-looking W. They thought that I had made $3 million redesigning this identity. And so I would love to make $3 million designing an identity. If you think that's even remotely possible, forget it. You're in the wrong profession. So the thing launched, and it had all these components, and then we began creating ad systems and construction barricades and the website, which if you go to now looks exactly like this, and t-shirts and swags. And then the in-house art department began to get involved, and I would go down. They were right down the block from Pentagram, so I would go down once a week and work with them, and they were truly wonderful. And so for the total launch, they did half the work and still do it. And I visit them all the time. And this is what Fifth Avenue looks like these days with these installations. And the students did them. And the students who hated it graduated. And the newer students have adopted it as their own private language. And I love that. And maybe that's what happens when something new happens, is you pull back from it, and then suddenly it seems like the most logical thing in the world. And the work I'm showing you previously from that little card was all done by students in the in-house art department. And this was done by my friend Joe Marinac when it launched. So this is interesting because I cannot claim any real credit for what happened to this thing or its success. I'm showing you a job I designed but have never seen in real life. There was a museum that opened a year ago in Atlanta, which is the Center for Civil and Human Rights. And it is a show that shows every cause for human rights all around the world. And they had a logo, and I don't know who designed it, to be honest with you. It was based on the building, which nobody knew because it was a new building. And they were going to install in the lobby a series of international posters about human rights. And they got them, they framed them, and the goal was to have one from every country that they could represent, and all different kinds of causes, whether it's women's rights or racism or religious freedom or whatever it was. And they got them, and they hung them up on the wall, and then this very peculiar thing happened. It was totally underwhelming. And the reason it was underwhelming is because if you knew the cause and you understood it, you recognized the poster and you had some emotional connection to it. If you didn't read the language and you didn't know the cause, it was just very often a piece of indifferent graphic design. So the lobby had no power, and they had never anticipated that would happen. But if you go back to the word logo and think about how something is understood, if you can't understand it, you're never going to have a connection to it. So one of the members of the board was an old client of mine from the Public Theater named George Wolfe. And he took the posters and he just sent them to me and he said, help. do something with this. This has no emotional resonance at all. And I looked at it and I saw exactly what the problem was. So it had to feel like it was about something because each poster couldn't be translated and it forced you to read too many captions to figure out what was going on. So I got kind of an old graphic design idea where I stuck a hand up, a protest hand, and put radiating lines out of it, blew the posters up really big and cropped them so they sat inside the radiating lines like this. And we then had it built for them. It's about 13 feet wide. No, I'm sorry, it's 30 feet wide and 13 feet high. And it sits in the lobby of this museum. And like I said, I've never seen it. I only saw my digital printout. And you can see the mural from the front of the building. Then this peculiar thing happened with it. When the museum opened, somebody discovered that if you stood outside the glass window and you put your hand up on the glass, your hand could match the hand in the mural because it was back far enough away. So all of a sudden, when this museum opened, I started to see people tweeting this thing. This is a news commentator doing it at the opening of the museum. I see these like about 3 times a week. They'll get sent to me, or somebody will go there and say, I saw this thing, and they'll take a picture of their hand with it. Kids go there, they tweet it all the time. School kids stand in front of it and get their picture taken. People pose for it for the media. They exercise in front of the damn thing. They made crapola out of it. I mean, there's a ton of this stuff. I see this on subways in New York. It's amazing. Then they did this really funny thing where they made an app of it. They never could make the moving technology in the space, but they made an app. So if you go to the museum and you click on the app, it tells you what the poster is and pulls it out in totality and tells you where it came from, which they wanted to do in the first place but couldn't do it because it looked too boring. But somehow, when it was in this other active format, it became this thing that made it all understandable. And I find this amazing. The public did this. I can't really take any credit for it. It's what happens when you interrelate with a piece of work. And this is John L. Lewis, our nation's civil rights leader, posing in front of this thing. And virtually every politician who goes to Atlanta stands there and has their picture taken. It's just amazing. I can't. Here we go. So I use free projects to figure stuff out. And I've been doing that for a long time because they don't pay anything and I get to make what I want. So I recommend it. If you haven't figured out to do that yet, do it. It's a great thing to do. And I was working on the Type Directors Club annual, and that the things they make for it are seen internationally. They have a website. They make a lot of posters and promotions for it for about 4 or 5 months in front of their exhibit. So I was looking for something that was stretchable and changeable and the same thing at the same time, because I didn't want to just reproduce one image over and over again. And I got fascinated by this graffiti artist in LA named Barry McGee. And he makes these forms. They're quite famous, and they're recognizable as the same thing, even though the shapes change. You suddenly see it and you go, oh, that's one of Barry McGee's things. And I wondered if it could be typography. Like, what if that was typography, and how much could you change it and still have it recognizable? So I began making these TDCs and then changing the line weights to see how much you could do and still recognize it as part of the same thing if you saw it collectively over a period of time. And this was really fascinating to me because there was a moment you couldn't curve the lines, but you could always make them different weights. You couldn't change the color, because if you changed the color, it would look like another thing. And I had 13 different people working on it at Pentagram. I had some of my students, I had my staff, and they were given a sort of a, okay, make up a TDC, here are the limitations to it, and see how far it can stretch. And it's really like making a human manual, where you actually determine what something can do just purely by the experimentation of it. And for me, this was great because it really is the way I've begun working on virtually everything. How far can it stretch? How far can it go? How many people can do it? And who should those people be? I mean, that's really all part of the criteria of what I would call the human manual. And, you know, in animation, this thing worked even better because you see it all collectively. And I think we ran about 2 or 3 different promotions on it before everybody figured out what was going on. So this stuff gets absorbed very quickly because we've all become so visual, where in olden days, somebody would object that you change the TDCs on each thing. Now that's not an issue. And it was websites, and promotions, and a book, and a lot of fun to work on. I learned a lot from this. But I take it and I bring it into other work, and that in doing this recent identity that I did last fall for the Atlantic Theater Company, I did something very simple that is going to be in trouble in about 1.5 years because it's going to get very repetitious. And the Atlantic Theater Company is a teeny little theater founded by the playwright David Mamet and the actor William Macy. And they only seat about 150 people, and they put on 4 plays a year. And they make these sort of crummy posters for them that look like this. And then they wonder why nobody knows who they are, and it's because they only seat 150 people, and they only do 4 plays a year, and if you do a totally different poster for each play and they're not hits, who's going to remember what they are anyway? So the question was not to give the plays identity, but really to give the theater identity. I came on the notion of giving them a letter form A that could be a spotlight or a megaphone, and just by filling in the A solidly and saying, let's use this damn thing everywhere. And it could become, you know, their communications materials, or it could become posters that featured all the plays, and that this thing would be up in New York City, and it would be printed as brochures with individual images for each play, and it would become the kids' thing, et cetera, et cetera. And we've done this now, and it was phenomenally successful, and we're going into the 2nd season, and I don't have a clue about how to differentiate it. We've been goofing around with it now. I put somebody who used to work at the Public Theater in as the lead designer, and what we started doing is sort of flopping it so that the backgrounds are mostly solid, and the images, the interior is a color, not white, and then you do strange things where you put the images through, and it's beginning to work. But it is a problem about when you do something that's so formalistic, how do you then extend it so it has life? So it needs a little bit of what I did with the Type Directors Club, and we're still figuring out how to do it. Where I did figure it out was on the Public Theater. And I've been the designer of the Public Theater graphics and identity for 23 years. And I do it myself, so I've been able to really learn what happens to these things over time. When I first designed it in 1994, it was radical because it had these different with letter forms, and this is my original sketch for it and my thought about how these plays would be designed, and it would be one type family, and the whole thing would work together using different heights and widths like American wood type works. And it was noticeable and recognizable by its 2nd year, and we began doing individualistic posters for the plays that riffed on the type but had their own images. And probably the most famous was this Bring in the Noise, Bring in the Funk series of posters that I designed in 1996. That's how old this was. And what happened was it became an acceptable style for Broadway, and when the Public Theater still first launched and the Identity ran, I felt like I owned the newspaper because the graphics would blow everyone off the page. And then everybody started doing the same thing, so it looked normal, which was bad. Also, the show Chicago overtook the Identity and used the same typography, and they had much more money to spend. So they really ate the Public Theater Identity, and I had to change it. So I started just doing different things for different plays. And that was a lot of fun for me, but really bad for the theater because it lost its identity. The only time the Public Theater is really noticed out on the street is in the summer when they have their Shakespeare in the Park festival, and that was always combined of two plays put together that I did in big wood type, and you can pretty much tell it's the public when you see this stuff. But in 2008, I was asked by a new director to revisit the Identity, and so I did, and I designed this sort of very austere white Identity with typography at tangents, and this came out for a period of time, and things looked like this. But the problem with it was it went stale after about 2 or 3 seasons, with no way to update it. In 2010, I began working on the lobby of the Public Theater, and we put up digital screens, and there was a digital chandelier that Ben Rubin, an installation artist who's amazing, did. It had all of Shakespeare's plays. I don't know if that's animating. Is that going? Yeah. Each one of these blades is a Shakespeare play. The whole thing is a knockout, the Public Theater font, and it lives in the lobby. And then behind it are my posters that sit in a glass case, showing they're sort of dated and out of style too. And the typography is incised into the public lobby. And I realized at that point I needed a new way to think about how to promote the theater. And I realized that the one thing everybody in New York saw were the Shakespeare in the Park posters, and that maybe each season should be its own identity, using whatever the thematic graphic style was from those posters and extending it merely into a season. And we began doing it. The Public Theater puts on about 16 plays a year. They have a cabaret called Joe's Pub that changes nightly, and they do their Shakespeare thing, they have schools, they're quite an institution. So the summer we decided to change was, this was the poster, and it employed a use of blue, a use of red, and a funny outline in yellow. And we began to flop the colors for the season and emphasize the red more than the blue. And I did this with Kirsten Huber, who is, I put in the job about 2 years prior, who was my student. And we began working on this together, and it's a human manual. We see what works, and when it stops working, we change it. And she began doing the plays for the season, then the promotions, then all the Joe's Pub crapola, tons of it, every single banner ad, every web ad, everything you see digitally. And here it is in front of the theater. The next season, I had to do a light play and a dark play, meaning Much Ado About Nothing was a comedy and King Lear was a tragedy, and I designed this thing at tangents, and I didn't like the color system. So we got rid of the green, and for that season we skewed all the typography to the right and left and made this skewed system that moved back and forth. And this, once again, gets adapted for each individual play, but the overall thematic thing is the same. In case you don't know, Hamilton is, yes, the same monster hit that went to Broadway. These are all subset things from the public. Some of these are one-person shows and small things that ran for a moment. Here's the Joe's Pub stuff. More banner ads, crapola, things you see on the street, tons of junk, and what exists in front of the public theater. Last year, we did this thing where we slashed through typography, and it had to look hand-cut. And this was interesting because we thought it was going to be very limited, but in my view, it was actually the best of the run. The sign system for the theater, when the Shakespeare thing ran, looked like this. But the real discovery was how well it sliced through photography. So the photography began to replace the typography as the thing you slice the type through. And so you could begin to create things that looked like this and that. And these things go on forever. And they're also sticking. I don't know if I can get these things. There we go. So much of it. The new season, we did something totally different and began to use these kinds of cartoony balloons that were expressive of subject matter. So there was a play about war and a play about love. And here they are. This is this season. This is just opening now. And this is the signage for the park. And more signage. Stuff we're selling. The beginning of how it's used with photography. A bus side. This is a train sign. This is in the park now. More signs. And this is my manual at work. These are the guys who do it. Experiment, it's trial and error. Sometimes these things work, sometimes they don't. When they work, we repeat them. When we don't, we throw it away. And it's the human way of doing it. So the last thing I'm going to show you is something I really never did before, but it really comes out of this whole vein of work and has more to do with the approach of including people as part of making stuff in a way that I'd never done before. And even though I've worked with teams forever, I'm so excited about this. I want to be doing it really everywhere. I make these paintings, and I have for a long time, and I'm not going to go into it in this talk, but they're very laborious hand-painted maps. This is a recent one from a show I just had a couple of months ago where I only painted the United States, and this is a road map of the United States. And while I was working on this thing, I was asked by my alma mater to do an installation at the school in Philadelphia where they have a gallery that's 3,000 square feet. And they thought I would have an exhibition of my map paintings, which I did not want to do there, but I was willing to show prints, and they said, that's okay as long as you include students in the process. And I said, well, how do you include them? And they said, well, you mentor them through the process, and sometimes they contribute to the show, or they help you install it, or you find a unique way of installing it. And I thought, well, that's not really great for the students. I mean, it didn't seem like a true involvement in the process. So I had done a mural in a public school a couple of years ago, and the mural was repainted from a painting of mine and installed over about 2,500 square feet, and it was sort of amazing. So I thought maybe I should do the same thing in the gallery, but I'll have the students paint it with me. So we had a class of graphic designers, a class of illustrators, and a class of architects, and they all worked together on this thing. So it was 152 students in total. It was almost the whole senior class, except for the painters. Painters didn't want to touch it. Some did, that's not totally true. This is a linear map of Philadelphia that I painted, and the notion was that this would be the basis for the map. It would be blown up and installed. We did it digitally, and I had the colors inserted digitally, and this was the basis for the map. And I created a model of how it filled the space, and the model totally is what the thing would look like when it's done, except it would have much more density of information. When the lines on the map were blown up, they become very thick. They're like this heavy weight, and that you could actually hold the whole room with this, so that if you put in more information, it actually doesn't matter what anybody does as long as they don't go thicker than the big blue line and they're in the right color. So it was a controlled way of making art. So what I did is I made a standards manual for 152 artists who were going to go to Google, find an area that they were assigned, do the research on it, and put their own map information within these squares. They got a square like what I'm showing you on the top, and that was a specific area that was numbered, and they could find the corresponding spot on Google. Now, it was probably an area of about, say, two-thirds of a square mile maybe, and it would be a neighborhood. And there'd be stuff going on in the neighborhood. Sometimes they wrote, "Nothing happened here," and sometimes they had a lot of stuff going on. I gave them sort of a sample of what that might be, knowing they'd ignore it, which thankfully they did. But they did have a scale reference of how thick their line weight could be in drawing on these pieces of paper. The pieces of paper were about 3 by 4 feet. They weren't small, and they actually had to fill in between these lines. I did the rug for the floor, which is virtually everything that exists in that section of Philadelphia, mostly churches and pizza parlors to my memory, but it's all there in glowing detail, and I did it purely in handwriting, but the kids who got the materials began drawing on the wall, and they really filled it in amazingly. So these are shots of the things, of the whole space. This will give you the sense of the human relationship inside the space. The space was totally surreal. When you went in there, you had the sense of floating. You couldn't tell the ground from the sky, even though it's really done on the cheap. Like the floorboard is all a mess. There were cutouts for the electrical, the lights and that sort of thing. But the papers themselves were just pinned up with push pins, white push pins, and you couldn't even see it because the drawing and the texture and the way they handled this thing totally overcame whatever was going on with the messiness of how it was installed. It was quite astounding. I mean, if you look at the bottom, you see the sloppily painted baseboard with sort of the wrinkled paper, but it didn't matter. The space completely forgave it. And the effect of people in it was even better than it being empty. The walls didn't line up, but it was its own place, and completely something that happened with this kind of human manual basis of a premise being established, a premise being agreed upon, a premise being determined and followed, but expanded upon because of the humanity in it. And I just think that's the best kind of work to do. Thank you. Do I get my...
won't you? We can bring it on the floor. Never danced like this before. We don't talk about it. Dancing on to the boogie all night long. Stoned in paradise. Shouldn't talk about it. I want you. We can bring it on the floor. Never danced like this before. We don't talk about it. Dancing on to the boogie all night long. Stoned in paradise. Shouldn't talk about it. Shouldn't talk about it.
was weird. Hi. I wanted to take a picture of you guys. You're so beautiful. Hello. Oh, those lights that it brought up on me are ruining the picture. Anyway, okay, hi. Today we're going to talk about magical thinking. We're going to talk about how we find the fantastic, the invisible. How do we maintain a childlike state? I'm going to talk a little bit about how I keep it pure and focused, how I constantly seek out new fascinations and how I combine them in unusual ways. And you're probably wondering, like, who is this fucker talking to you? We'll get to that. First and foremost, a little background. I work at the mill. We spend a lot of time seeking new and crazy ways to tell visual narrative. This is a very short selection of our work. We're a place built on the spirit of pushing the envelope of visual narrative, which is appropriate for this discussion. Cool stuff, explosions, robots. But we're a multidisciplinary group of artists and technologists, and we work together to make really genre-pushing, boundary-pushing cinematic experiences, a lot of which you can see up here. At the heart of our work is the moving image and film. I'm tired of talking about that. Anyway, so let's get familiar. This is a picture of me at 8 years old. I am the executive creative director for the Mill in New York City. And I think stuff up and lead teams in making them. And the importance of this image is it's important for this discussion because great ideas have no boundaries with the innocence of youth. I'm going to talk a lot about magical thinking. I'm going to talk about how we are world builders and how we're unapologetic when we're young and when we come up with ideas and we visualize new things. It's important to remember this time, and I strive to do this every single day. The most creatively fearless and magical we will ever be is in our childlike state. And so I have 3 ways for keeping this magical thinking alive. I'm going to be talking about that today. But first, more background. Here are some things I've made recently.
My veins are blue and connected, and every single bone in my brain is electric. But I dig bitches like the best of them. Your time of Hodoro, come on, my daddy, yes, sir. Come on, my daddy, yes, sir. And even God herself has fewer plans than me, but she never helps me out with my scams for free, though. She grabs a stick and then she points it at me. When I say nothing, I say everything. Yeah, when I say nothing, I say everything. They put me down in the lazaretto. Born rotten, bored rotten. Making models of people I used to know. Out of coffee and cotton. And all my illegitimate kids have been gotten. Thrown down to the wolves, made feral for nothing. Quarantined on the Isle of Man. And I'm trying to escape any way that I can. Oh, any way that I can. Oh. I have no time left, time is lost, no time at all. Throw it in a garbage can, then I shake God's hand. I jump up and let her know when I can. This is how I'm gonna do it.
That's epic, dude. That is so sick.
Thank you. Wow. It's very nice of you. I've directed all kinds of odd things over the course of my career, but what I spend a lot of time doing right now is dreaming new things. I'm very lucky about this. I spend a lot of time trying to figure out what the future of film is. And really, it's about prototyping the future of film through inventing new tools and dreaming new things. I actually run an initiative at the Mill called Mill Lab. It's a global initiative, and we investigate new possibilities in filmmaking. We invent new tools, we experiment with new techniques, but really it's about tool creation, and it's really about finding out what new possibilities may be out there in the future. And really, it's about the convergence of art and technology. Because, quite frankly, that's what it does. We are rapid prototyping concepts, techniques, hardware, and software for film in interactive and immersive technologies. And what's really great about it is that for me, as this young, handsome 8-year-old, it's like this is all I ever wanted. I only wanted to actually figure out how I can make immersive worlds that people can get lost in. And it's really exciting for me now to be able to have that possibility. So we're going to get back to magical thinking. And I'm gonna talk a little bit about the three processes: rituals, the hunt, alchemy. And I'm going to start with filmmaking. And I'm going to get exceedingly weirder over time. Cool. So there are two flavors of magical thinking. First is the fascination with the unusual, the unseen, the powerful, the thing that I talk about being childlike, the world building, this fascination with myths and the invisible and gods and children's stories, which I love, which is a huge part of my creative process. And the second is belief and process. And I break this down into three categories: the rituals, the hunt, and alchemy. Rituals first are the ability to find the magical heart of ideas, and the hunt is about seeking out new fascinations. Alchemy is about connecting it in new ways, and these critical phases I'm going to outline through some of my projects. So we'll start with rituals. Cool? Everybody following me? There's a lot of you out there. Cool? Give me a whoop. Yeah? Okay. Rad. Okay, so we're going to start with rituals. Rituals are basically habits that begin an instinctive process within us. They're a trigger that lets us know that our brain now needs to actually work. And I actually conjure a state of mind through practiced exercises. And I'm going to talk a little bit about these right now. But they also help me maintain the heart of an idea through the entirety of a process, which anybody here that has actually gone through the process of making something from the heart knows that the path is rocky and stormy and hard. And it's challenging to keep the core of an idea alive. So I'm going to start with Walt Whitman. I like Walt. I have a shared love of how Walt looks. But this is Walt Whitman in his lucky fedora, and he had a rigorous creative ritual. He actually, every time he came across something that he was fascinated with, that he was interested with, he would write it down on a tiny slip of paper, and he would put it into a small envelope. These envelopes were highly organized, and he would spread them across his desk, and every time he had to stop and start writing, he would revisit his envelopes, and he would navigate through all these fascinations that he had to wander through the things that he was passionate about to find the heart of his writing. That's a creative ritual. He was rigorous about this, and although my fedora is not lucky, I am practiced. I believe very much in process and hard work and good output. So I'm going to actually apply some of this to what we're going to talk about today. And so my creative ritual actually takes 3 steps. I listen, I curate, and I wander. And I'm going to start with listening. So first, when I'm approached with an idea, any idea, a zero brief, hardly a brief, anything brief, I actually put in earplugs and I stop and I listen to my gut. I actually look inward and I try to find out what is the thing that I want to say? What is the emotion that I want to convey? And I actually really believe in this. This is from Allen Ginsberg, first thought, best thought. What do I want to feel is always the first question at the beginning of any project. And I learned to actually trust my initial gut at the beginning of every project. I write it down, I revisit, and I build on it. It's not the same thing as actually saying that ideas are built. They're never actually like spontaneous. There's no lightning flash and there's an entire idea. I mean, anybody that actually tells you that is probably fibbing a bit. But there is an initial seedling, an emotion that is so important that you can actually build on, that you can refine on. And I'm actually fascinated with the invisible. I'm fascinated with myths and gods and the unknown. I like to play with memory, and I like to play with dreams. And I like that they reveal a more vivid and imaginative world around us. So this informs largely my initial idea, this initial seedling that comes to me. I believe that we connect with them intuitively because we all resonate with myth and story. And there's something actually really important about that when we think about what we do when we come up with ideas. So I'm going to start with talking about how this applies to making work. And I'm going to start talking about this in regards to Vikings. Okay, so it's a short piece. Thank you. But when I first got approached to direct this sequence, and I love making title sequences are these weird atmospheric short films that we make to ease the viewer into the bath. This idea of coaxing them into the tonality of a show. And it's very hard to do, honestly, to make something that is relevant and beautiful when you first make it, but is relevant and beautiful at season 4, which is hard. But the first thing that I thought about when I was approached for this was the feeling of loss. The idea that everybody can understand loss, and I wanted to create empathy with the Viking culture. And it's not about horns and Hagar and all that stuff and raiding and looting. It's about this dying man's prayer, this separation from his religion, from those he loved, from light into darkness. And I knew that was the heart of the piece, and that is the first thought, best thought. And after that, I take these gut feelings and I put music to it. And this is where the curate part comes in. I start every single project with music. In fact, this is my Vikings playlist. And you'll notice at the very top is Fever Ray, If I Had a Heart. A playlist keeps me in tune with the emotional context I have with the project. It is a metric. And Fever Ray's If I Had a Heart, I started with this. This is 5 minutes into the project, I had this. This became the anthem for the piece. And in fact, I pitched the work with her music playing in the background, and I wanted it to be the final track. And what's really convoluted about this is that Fever Ray does not license music readily. And I was very lucky in that we sent an early edit of the work we had to Fever Ray, and it was liked. And so it was actually licensed for the piece. But music is so hugely important to me whenever I make a piece of work. In fact, this is, music makes pictures. So for me, I had listened on loop the Fever Ray track, and I've been writing all night long, and I went to sleep, and when I woke up, I had had a dream about looking up from the bottom of the ocean at these dark shapes. And I knew, that was the moment that I knew that the entire piece was going to be a drowning piece. This experience of separating from the light into the darkness. So this was our first concept sketch, and the finished scene actually readily mirrors that. Here's how we made it, just for a second, just for fun. Research and there's a lot of research and love that went into that. And you'll notice also, you'll see when we're shooting that, that was a 5-foot pool, and our talent were 6 feet tall. Hard. But that's the magic of working at the mill. You make it look like it's deep underwater. All right, so this leads me to my third part of my ritual and how it affected a different project. So I listen to my gut, I make a mixtape, this thing that keeps me centered, and then I begin to wander. And when I say I wander, I walk about. I use the music and the emotion to find a sequence. So I was approached to write and direct a series of shorts to promote the film, the TV series Damien, which is based on the film The Omen. And if you haven't seen The Omen, shame on you. How many people here have seen The Omen? Raise your hands. Oh my God, there's not enough of you. Holy crap, Gregory Peck, come on. Watch The Omen, Jesus. So anyway, there's a moment in The Omen, spoiler alert, it's child of Satan, you know, people commit horrible acts. So there's a moment in The Omen where the nanny puts a rope around her neck and jumps off the building during his birthday party. It's awesome. And this is the reaction. And I loved that. I thought that was so fantastic. That's actually the most powerful moment in the entire movie. And so I wanted to take that moment and dilate it and stretch it all the way out. And so I made a playlist and I went for a walk. And ideas again come to me when I'm walking with music. I filter reality and I look at everything and I try to adjust it to the reality that I'm building in my mind. And I actually really believe that there's, oh, play. Yeah, GIFs. I really believe that there's an enormous power from stepping away from computers. I don't actually believe that entire sequences or ideas are built at the computer. I actually, there's no way. Really good ideas, I believe, are actually built by intersecting with your reality and walking around or doing something tangential to your project. Again, I build playlists, I listen to them, I walk around, and I am going to show you two ideas that came from me just listening to music and walking around Manhattan, which is where I'm from. Looking up at buildings and thinking about what would happen if somebody actually, what would happen if there was a party happening up there and somebody just like broke out into a sheer run and everybody in the party didn't even actually pay attention? What is the horror that's actually at play when people don't pay attention to an enormous sacrifice that's happening right in front of them? So I made this. Play. It's not playing. Okay, let's try again. There we go.
It's all for you.
Please don't look at the end card. I didn't do that. Yeah. So similarly, I was walking about and I was listening to, it was actually funny. I was listening to Wicked Games, and also the Flamingos. What is it? I Only Have Eyes for You. But there are these desperately passionate love songs that put a person in a place of loving someone so much they'll do anything for them. And so I was listening to these songs, and I looked up at the high rises. I thought about, okay, what happens if somebody does this? But then I was just looking at taxi cabs, and it's like, what happens when a taxi cab driver feels this passion and feels a need to do something, and he has a passenger? So I made this.
It's all for you.
Again, short and sweet. It's not about the actual work, it's about the process that led to it. But there's something interesting about looking around at your surroundings and listening to music and thinking about what you really want to do and formalizing some sort of sequence. For fun, here's a glimpse at the process of filming it. And you can also see that I actually did a dog attack too. Only 3 people went to the hospital over the course of this. I shot in Buenos Aires. You can do anything in Buenos Aires.
It's all for you.
So that's a glimpse behind the scenes of what it looks like to actually kill 3 people on film. So again, I listen, I curate, I wander, and I've been doing this for years. And I think that, again, as the first component of this, rituals help me find the heart of an idea, and they help me maintain the fragile state of emotion and tone throughout a project. Ritual is my lighthouse in this storm of making. And I think that everyone is different, but I can't say how important it is for us all to find our rituals so that we begin to conjure ideas that we love over and over and over again. Coming from a place, I've been through all this crazy shit, it's important to find a thing that puts you in a place that makes ideas that you love. So let's talk about the hunt. This is the next section of the creative process for me, and the next component of maintaining magical thinking. It's about seeking out new, unexplored avenues and experimenting with them. I love to stay hungry and to stay curious. I believe it keeps you excited and fresh. And so to begin with this, I believe that the hunt begins with enriching yourself outside of your discipline. I believe that good creative comes from intersecting with your experiences, your emotions, and your memories at hand. I just wrote this morning. Be cool. You guys all being cool? Shh. All right, cool. If you don't live life loudly and sample and experiment, if you don't travel and eat and read and hang out with strange people and do all these crazy things, your archive is going to be shallow. Your archive is everything you have as a creative person, this thing that is unquantifiable, this thing that fuels all of your processes, this thing that's like, I remember this chapel, I remember this girl, I remember this ocean, I remember all these things. These things inform you as a creative person, and they're incredibly important. And so, for example, I find a very important part of my archive to be travel. I love traveling, and I love intersecting with new people and new cultures and new smells and new architecture. And when these new experiences rub up against old experiences, I find interesting conflagrations, these weird fires sort of start up. And I find those to be the most inspiring part of my process. I also read a lot. And in particular, I love Oliver Sacks. He passed away this year. Moment of silence. You're not silent. Cool. He's one of the greatest minds of the 20th century, a neuroscientist, an artist, and a phenomenally good human being. And his focus was on how the brain works and how we interact with reality. And it's one of my fascinations. And in particular, he wrote a book about hallucinations. I highly recommend you guys read this. And since I'm fascinated with the invisible, I'm fascinated with hallucinations.